Hey there, sleepyheads. Tonight we're stepping into the fog-choked streets of Victorian Britain, a world of top hats, coal smoke, and jobs so bizarre they sound completely made up. Spoiler, they weren't. While you've probably heard about chimney sweeps and factory workers, the Victorians had an entire underground economy of professions that history conveniently forgot. People who woke strangers by shooting peas at their windows. Women who spent their lives as living furniture for rich ladies. Men who read skulls like fortune tellers read palms. Yeah, it gets weird. So before we wander into this gaslit rabbit hole, do me a favour. Smash that like button if obscure history is your thing, and drop a comment. Where in the world are you listening from tonight? London? São Paulo? Some tiny town I've never heard of? I genuinely want to know who's joining me on this midnight tour through the strangest help-wanted ads in British history. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and let the soft hum of your room become the distant rumble of horse-drawn carriages on cobblestone. We're about to meet the invisible workforce that kept Victorian society running, one skull measurement, one knocked window, and one feather duster at a time. Let's begin. Picture, if you will, a nation wrapped in perpetual twilight. Not because the sun refused to shine, but because factory chimneys had collectively decided to wage war against clear skies. This was Victorian Britain, roughly spanning from 1837 to 1901, an era named after a queen who sat on the throne for so long that 3 generations of Britons knew no other monarch. Queen Victoria herself became something of a national institution, much like bad weather and strong opinions about tea. The Britain of this period was a land of staggering contradictions. On one hand, it was the mightiest empire the world had ever seen, with territories spanning every continent and a navy that made other nations' fleets look like bathtub toys. On the other hand, a significant portion of its own citizens lived in conditions that would make a modern prison cell seem luxurious. The gap between the wealthy and the poor wasn't just wide, it was practically its own geographical feature, complete with different languages, different customs, and wildly different life expectancies. To understand the bizarre professions we're about to explore, you first need to understand the rigid social architecture that made them necessary. Victorian society operated on a class system so intricate and unforgiving that your entire life could be determined by the circumstances of your birth. At the very top sat the aristocracy, families whose wealth came from land, inheritance, and the fortunate accident of being born into the right family several centuries earlier. These were the dukes, earls, and barons who owned vast estates, sat in the House of Lords, and generally never had to worry about where their next meal was coming from. Their primary occupation, if you could call it that, was maintaining their status and occasionally gracing society with their presence at balls and country house parties. Just below them came the gentry, wealthy families who owned land but lacked noble titles. They lived comfortable lives in manor houses, employed small armies of servants, and spent considerable energy trying to marry their daughters into the aristocracy. For them, upward mobility meant convincing some impoverished earl that their daughter's substantial dowry was worth overlooking the fact that Grandpa had made his fortune in trade. Nothing scandalizes old money quite like new money, though old money was remarkably good at overlooking its objections when the bank balance was impressive enough. Then came the burgeoning middle class, perhaps the most dynamic and anxious group of all. These were the merchants, factory owners, doctors, lawyers, and clergymen who formed the backbone of Victorian prosperity. They had money, certainly, but they lived in constant terror of losing their respectability. The middle class invented 1,000 rules of etiquette and propriety, not because they genuinely believed that using the wrong fork would summon demons, but because following these rules distinguished them from the working classes below. They built impressive houses in new suburbs, employed a servant or two, and sent their sons to public schools where they could learn Latin, receive regular beatings, and form useful social connections. Beneath the middle class sprawled the vast working class, divided into its own intricate hierarchy. Skilled artisans, watchmakers, cabinet makers, printers, sat at the top, earning decent wages and maintaining small homes with perhaps a parlour kept pristine for special occasions. Below them came the semi-skilled workers, factory hands, railway workers, and shop assistants who worked long hours for modest pay, but could still afford basic comforts. At the bottom were the unskilled labourers and the desperately poor, dock workers hired by the day, street sellers, domestic servants on the lowest rungs, and those who had fallen through every safety net into outright destitution. And it was in the cracks between these classes, in the shadows of this rigidly ordered society, that some of the strangest professions emerged. Because here's the thing about the Victorian obsession with respectability and propriety. It created needs that couldn't be met through conventional means. When you've built a society around appearances, around what others think of you, around maintaining an elaborate facade of gentility, well, you're going to need people to help you maintain that facade. You're going to need specialists in illusion, experts in making the uncomfortable comfortable, professionals who could smooth over the awkward gaps between what society demanded and what reality provided. The Industrial Revolution had transformed Britain from a nation of farmers and cottage craftsmen into the workshop of the world. Factories sprouted across the landscape like industrial mushrooms, drawing millions from the countryside into rapidly expanding cities. Manchester, Birmingham, Leeds, Sheffield. These places grew from modest market towns into sprawling metropolises within a single generation. The population of London swelled until it became the largest city humanity had ever built. A vast organism of several million souls all crammed together in an area that hadn't really been designed for that many people. The infrastructure, unsurprisingly, struggled to keep up. Streets that had been adequate for horse traffic now choked with carriages, omnibuses, and eventually the world's first underground railway. Sewers designed for a fraction of the population now served millions, with predictable consequences for public health and olfactory comfort. This explosion of urbanisation created problems that had never existed before, which naturally meant it created jobs that had never existed before. Someone had to light the gas lamps that lined the streets. Someone had to wake the workers who needed to be at the factory gates before dawn. Someone had to navigate the bewildering new world of industrial machinery, mass production, and railway timetables. And someone, quite a lot of someones actually, had to serve the wealthy in their increasingly elaborate households, performing tasks that range from the essential to the frankly absurd. But the Industrial Revolution wasn't just about factories and cities. It was about a fundamental shift in how people thought about the world. Science and technology seemed to promise answers to every question, solutions to every problem. This was the age that gave us Darwin's theory of evolution, Faraday's experiments with electricity, and the development of anesthesia that finally made surgery something other than a waking nightmare. Newspapers proliferated, literacy spread, and information began flowing faster than ever before. The telegraph could send a message across the Atlantic in minutes rather than the weeks a ship required. Photography captured reality with mechanical precision. The world was being measured, mapped, and understood in ways that would have seemed like magic to previous generations. Yet alongside this rush of rational progress, the Victorians maintained a remarkable capacity for superstition, pseudoscience, and outright nonsense. This was the era of spiritualism, when respectable middle-class families gathered in darkened parlours to communicate with the dead through table rappings and ectoplasmic manifestations. It was the era of phrenology, mesmerism, and dozens of other ologies and isms that claimed scientific legitimacy, while peddling elaborate fantasies. Patent medicines promised to cure everything from consumption to constipation, typically containing little more than alcohol, opium, and optimism. The Victorians wanted desperately to believe that science could explain everything, but they also wanted to believe in ghosts, spirits, and the possibility that measuring someone's skull could reveal their character. This created, as you might imagine, some interesting career opportunities. The rigid class system, the industrial transformation, the mix of science and superstition, the obsession with respectability and propriety, all of these factors combined to create a labour market unlike anything before or since. Some of the jobs that emerged were practical responses to genuine needs. Others were elaborate performances designed to maintain social distinctions. And quite a few were somewhere in between, filling niches that seem strange to us now, but made perfect sense within the peculiar logic of Victorian society. Take, for instance, the elaborate household staffs maintained by wealthy families. A proper aristocratic establishment might employ dozens of servants, each with a specific role in the household hierarchy. The butler ruled supreme among the male servants, responsible for the wine cellar, the silver, and maintaining discipline among the footmen. The housekeeper held equivalent authority among the female staff, managing the cleaning, the linen closets, and the morals of the housemaids. Below them cascaded a pyramid of specialised positions, ladies' maids and valets who attended personally to their employers, footmen who answered doors and served at table, housemaids who cleaned the endless rooms, kitchen maids who prepared the food, scullery maids who washed the dishes, and at the very bottom, unfortunate souls whose entire job was to carry coal up several flights of stairs to keep the fires burning. Each of these positions had its own traditions, its own rules, its own place in the servant hierarchy. A lady's maid would never dream of carrying coal, just as a scullery maid would never presume to answer the front door. The servants' quarters below stairs replicated in miniature the class divisions of the world above, with the upper servants dining separately from the lower servants and addressing each other with careful formality. It was a strange parallel universe where your worth was determined not by your own background but by the status of the family you served. A butler in a duke's household outranked a butler in a mere baronet's establishment, even if the latter was cleverer, kinder, or better at actually butling. But perhaps no position in this elaborate hierarchy was quite as peculiar as the lady's companion. This was a role that occupied an uncomfortable middle ground between family member and servant, between social equal and paid employee. It was a position created by the intersection of aristocratic idleness, Victorian propriety, and the unfortunate mathematical reality that not every woman could marry well. The lady's companion was, in many ways, a solution to multiple social problems, but a solution that came with its own unique set of complications and quiet indignities. To understand why such a position was necessary, you must first understand the lives of aristocratic women in this period. Unlike their brothers, who at least had the option of careers in the military, the church, or colonial administration, upper-class women were trained for precisely one vocation: marriage. From childhood, they were taught the accomplishments that would make them attractive to potential husbands: music, drawing, French, perhaps a little Italian, enough geography to locate major European capitals on a map, and absolutely nothing practical like mathematics, science, or any skill that might enable them to support themselves. The goal was to become decorative, charming, and entirely dependent on a husband who would manage all the tedious business of actual life. For those who succeeded in this singular mission, life followed a predictable pattern. Marriage led to the management of a household and the production of heirs. A wealthy woman's days were filled with social calls, correspondence, charity work, and the elaborate rituals of entertaining. She changed clothes multiple times daily to suit different activities: morning dress for breakfast and correspondence, walking dress for afternoon strolls, tea gowns for informal entertaining, and evening dress for dinner and beyond. Her schedule was packed with engagements, yet she was forbidden from doing most things that might actually be considered useful work. This created a peculiar problem: boredom. Not the modern kind of boredom where you can at least scroll through your phone or binge-watch something. Victorian aristocratic boredom was a profound existential emptiness, made worse by the fact that admitting to it was terribly gauche. A lady was supposed to be contentedly occupied with her needlework, her correspondence, and her social duties. Suggesting that these activities were less than fulfilling would be to criticize one's entire way of life. So wealthy women needed companionship, entertainment, and distraction, but from someone who would never reveal how desperately these things were needed. Moreover, Victorian propriety dictated that a respectable woman should never be alone. Not truly alone, anyway. An unmarried woman walking unchaperoned through a park was courting scandal. A widow paying social calls without a companion was considered rather fast. Even within her own home, a lady of quality surrounded herself with attendants, not because she needed practical help, but because solitude was considered either pitiable or suspicious. The presence of others validated her status. It proved she could afford company. It demonstrated that she wasn't one of those unfortunate women who had no one to accompany them through life. Enter the lady's companion, a position designed to fill this void with minimum social awkwardness. The ideal companion was a gentlewoman herself, someone from a good family who had fallen on hard times. Perhaps her father had died, leaving debts rather than fortune. Perhaps her family had made poor investments or backed the wrong political horse. Perhaps she was simply the third daughter in a family that could only afford dowries for two. Whatever the reason, she found herself in that most precarious of Victorian situations, a woman of breeding without independent means. The companion occupied a peculiar social limbo. She was not a servant, at least not officially. She did not wear a uniform or take orders from the housekeeper. She ate at the family table rather than in the servants' hall. She was introduced to guests and included in social activities. In theory, she was something like a poor relation, a friend of the family, a pleasant addition to the household. In practice, however, She was entirely dependent on her employer's goodwill and was expected to provide services in exchange for her keep. She received a small salary, much smaller than a governess or housekeeper, but her real compensation was supposed to be the honour of living among her betters and the comfortable accommodations that came with the position. The duties of a lady's companion were deliberately vague, which was part of what made the position so difficult. She was expected to be available whenever her mistress needed her, which could mean morning, noon, or the small hours of the night. She provided conversation when conversation was wanted and tactful silence when it wasn't. She read aloud from novels, newspapers, and correspondence, adjusting her reading speed and expression to suit her mistress's mood. She played the piano well enough to provide pleasant background music, but never so well as to outshine any family members who might also play. She accompanied her mistress on shopping expeditions, social calls, and walks in the park, always present but never obtrusive, like a well-trained shadow with excellent posture. Consider for a moment what this actually meant in practice. A companion might spend her morning reading chapters of a serialized novel to a mistress who was too lazy to read herself but craved entertainment. She would need to give the characters distinctive voices, maintain consistent accents across dozens of chapters, and pause at exactly the right moments for dramatic effect, all while being ready to stop instantly if her mistress grew bored or received a visitor. After lunch, she might spend several hours in the drawing room, working on embroidery alongside her employer, while making cheerful conversation about nothing in particular. The companion needed to be interesting enough to ward off boredom, but never so interesting as to be exhausting, or to shift attention away from her mistress. In the afternoon, the companion might accompany her mistress on social calls, those elaborate Victorian rituals where women visited each other's homes, left calling cards, and engaged in intricate social manoeuvring disguised as pleasant chat about the weather. The companion's role here was particularly delicate. She needed to be presentable enough not to embarrass her employer, charming enough to contribute to the conversation when invited, but humble enough to fade into the background when higher-ranking ladies were present. She was simultaneously on display and invisible, a participant and an observer, a social being and a piece of furniture. Evening brought its own challenges. At dinner parties, the companion often found herself seated at the awkward end of the table, next to other companions, poor relations, or whatever gentlemen had been invited to balance the numbers, rather than for their scintillating personalities. She was expected to make conversation with these fellow cast-offs while maintaining an appearance of contentment and good breeding. After dinner, in the drawing room, she might be called upon to play the piano while others talked, provide a fourth hand at cards, or simply sit quietly in a corner, available if needed but not intruding on the family's amusement. The psychological demands of this position were enormous. The companion had to suppress virtually every aspect of her own personality. She could not express strong opinions because her opinions were irrelevant. She could not share her own troubles because no one wanted to hear them. She could not be too clever, too talented, too attractive, or too anything that might draw attention away from her employer or suggest that she was anything other than contentedly subordinate. She existed, in essence, to make someone else's life more pleasant, and any evidence of her own inner life was a distraction from that purpose. One former companion, writing anonymously in a women's magazine in the 1870s, described the position as learning to disappear while remaining fully visible. She explained that the successful companion developed a kind of double consciousness, maintaining an outward appearance of cheerful engagement while internally retreating to a private space where her true thoughts and feelings could survive. One learns to smile while thinking of nothing, she wrote, to speak pleasantly while saying nothing of substance, to exist in a perpetual present tense where neither past regrets nor future hopes intrude upon the performance of contentment. The relationship between a lady and her companion could range from genuine warmth to quiet cruelty. In the best cases, the companion became something like a real friend, someone with whom the lady could relax, share confidences, and enjoy genuine conversation. Some companions were treated as family members, included in holiday celebrations, remembered in wills, and mourned when they died. Lady Escott of Hampshire was famously devoted to her companion of 30 years, Martha Simmons, insisting that Martha be buried in the family plot and leaving her a comfortable annuity that allowed her to retire in dignity. But these happy arrangements were not universal. Many companions found themselves treated with a mixture of condescension and casual cruelty that wore away at the soul over time. A thoughtless employer might change plans without notice, expecting the companion to adjust instantly. A petty one might criticize the companion's appearance, conversation, or accomplishments, knowing that her victim had no recourse but to accept the criticism and promise to do better. A truly unpleasant one might take pleasure in reminding the companion of her dependent status, pointing out the difference between their positions whenever the companion seemed in danger of forgetting her place. The companion existed in a social no-man's land that made genuine friendship difficult. She was too elevated to socialize with the servants, who often resented her ambiguous status and special privileges. She was too dependent to be accepted as an equal by her employer's family and friends. Other companions, when they met at social gatherings, might become allies and confidants, but these friendships were limited by geography and the unpredictable schedules of their employers. The companion's social world was often narrowed to a single relationship, her employer, on whom everything depended. This dependence extended to every aspect of life. The companion typically lived in her employer's house, in a room that was comfortable by servant standards but modest by family standards, a carefully calibrated space that embodied her ambiguous position. She ate the family's food, wore clothes appropriate to her station, sometimes provided by her employer, sometimes purchased from her meagre salary, and participated in the family's routines. If her employer travelled to London for the season, the companion travelled too. If the family retreated to their country estate, the companion retreated along with them. Her life was not her own to plan or control. This created an obvious vulnerability. What happened if the relationship ended? A companion who displeased her employer might be dismissed with little warning and no recourse. Unlike servants, who could at least seek positions through registry offices and employment agencies, companions relied primarily on personal connections and recommendations. A poor reference could make finding new employment nearly impossible. And a companion who had spent years in service might find herself at middle age with no savings, no home, no family willing to take her in, and few marketable skills beyond the ability to make pleasant conversation and play the piano tolerably well. The alternatives were grim. A dismissed companion without family support might find work as a governess, though this represented a clear step down in status and typically came with even lower pay and even less respect. She might attempt to establish herself as a music teacher or language instructor, though these professions were overcrowded with other gentlewomen in similar straits. In the worst cases, she might face genuine destitution, the workhouse, charitable institutions, or worse. Victorian literature is filled with fallen companions, women whose stories serve as cautionary tales about the fragility of female respectability and the cruelty of a society that provided few safety nets for those who stumbled. The emotional labour required of companions was exhausting in ways that are hard to convey. Modern readers might compare it to certain service industry jobs: the flight attendant who must smile through passenger abuse, the customer service representative who must remain pleasant no matter how unreasonable the caller. But even these comparisons fall short because the companion's performance was constant and total. She couldn't clock out at the end of her shift and become her true self. She lived with her employer, ate with her employer, travelled with her employer. Every moment was potentially a moment of service, and every interaction was shadowed by the power imbalance between them. Some companions found ways to preserve their inner lives despite these pressures. They kept journals, wrote poetry, maintained correspondence with distant friends and family members, held on to hobbies and interests that provided private satisfaction. They developed rich fantasy lives, imagining different circumstances, different choices, different worlds, where their talents and personalities might flourish. They found meaning in small things: a beautiful sunset observed from the drawing room window, a moment of genuine connection with their employer, a letter from a friend who remembered that they still existed as individuals rather than mere functions. Others were not so fortunate. The companion's role could destroy the personality it was meant to suppress. Women who spent decades performing contentment sometimes forgot how to feel genuine emotions. Those who had learned never to express opinions might find they no longer had opinions to express. The careful self-erasure required by the position could become total, leaving behind a hollow shell of pleasantries and proper behaviour. Contemporary observers sometimes noted this phenomenon, describing long-time companions as faded or worn smooth, as if the constant friction of subordination had gradually erased the features of their personalities. The position of lady's companion gradually declined as the Victorian era drew to a close and the 20th century began. Several factors contributed to this decline. The First World War disrupted the elaborate household structures that had supported such positions, killing many of the young men who would have been masters of great estates and sending women into the workforce in unprecedented numbers. The rise of new entertainments, phonographs, cinema, radio, provided alternatives to the human companionship that wealthy women had once required. Changing attitudes toward women's independence made the position seem increasingly archaic, a relic of a more confined age. But perhaps the deepest reason for the companion's disappearance was a shift in how society thought about work and dignity. The Victorian compromise, that a gentlewoman could work as a companion without losing her status because the work was disguised as friendship, became harder to maintain as frank discussions of employment and class became more acceptable. If you were working, you were working. The pretense that you were simply a friend who happened to receive a salary seemed increasingly absurd. Better to be honestly employed as a secretary or nurse or teacher than to maintain the elaborate fiction of companionship. Today, the lady's companion survives mainly in period dramas and historical novels, where she often appears as a sympathetic figure whose quiet dignity contrasts with the superficiality of her employers. We recognise in her story something universal: the cost of economic dependence, the exhaustion of emotional labour, the way that inequality can poison even seemingly pleasant relationships. She reminds us that privilege always has a supporting cast, that comfort for some often requires sacrifice from others, and that the most demanding work is sometimes the work of appearing not to work at all. The companions themselves left few direct records of their experiences. They were, by design, not the sort of people who wrote memoirs or attracted biographers. Their letters, when they survived, were often carefully neutral, revealing little of their inner lives. They appear in the margins of other people's stories, mentioned briefly in a diary, noted in a household account book, glimpsed in the background of a family photograph. Yet their presence shaped Victorian society in ways that are easy to overlook. They were the audience for countless conversations, the witnesses to family dramas, the silent partners in aristocratic lives. They saw everything and said nothing, which was, after all, exactly what they were paid to do. As you settle deeper into this evening's journey, perhaps spare a thought for these invisible women. Think of them sitting in drawing rooms across Victorian Britain, smiling pleasantly, making agreeable conversation, playing the same piece on the piano for the 100th time. Think of them adjusting their expressions to match their employers' moods, suppressing their own desires to meet others' needs, existing in that strange twilight between servant and equal, where neither identity quite fit. They were professionals in a profession that denied being a profession, workers in a role that pretended to be friendship, individuals who earned their keep by appearing not to be individuals at all. The Victorian era produced many strange occupations, as we'll continue to discover in the chapters ahead. But few were stranger than this, a job whose primary requirement was the appearance of having no job at all. The lady's companion was Victorian society's attempt to solve a problem it had created, the problem of wealthy women with too much time and too many rules about how to fill it. The solution was elegant in its way, but like so many elegant solutions, it came at a cost. That cost was paid by the companions themselves, in currencies of dignity, autonomy and selfhood that no salary could adequately compensate. In the drawing rooms of great houses, in the carriages rattling through London streets, in the country estates where time moved slowly and days blurred into one another, the companions kept their watch. They were the professional friends, the hired confidants, the paid performers of contentment. And when they finally left their positions, through dismissal, retirement or death, they often left so quietly that barely a ripple marked their passing. They had spent their careers learning to disappear, and in the end, most of them succeeded all too well. The role required a specific kind of intelligence, not the showy brilliance that might threaten an employer's sense of superiority, but a subtle, adaptive cleverness that could read situations instantly and respond appropriately. A companion needed to know when her mistress wanted conversation, and when she wanted silence, when she was genuinely asking for an opinion, and when she was merely making rhetorical sounds that required only agreement. She needed to remember dozens of social connections, who was related to whom, who had quarrelled with whom, who was rising in society and who was falling, without ever appearing to be keeping track. She was, in essence, a social secretary without the title or the corresponding salary, a confidential assistant whose confidence was never officially acknowledged. The physical demands were considerable too, though they might not seem so at first glance. A companion was expected to be ready for activity at any moment, but never to suggest activity herself. If her mistress wanted to walk in the garden, the companion walked in the garden, regardless of weather or her own preferences. If her mistress wanted to sit for hours over needlework, the companion sat for hours over needlework, regardless of backaches or stiff fingers. If her mistress wanted to stay up late at a party and rise early the next morning, the companion matched this schedule while somehow maintaining an appearance of freshness and good cheer. She was not allowed to be tired, not allowed to be unwell, not allowed to have her own physical reality intrude upon her duties. Meals presented their own peculiar challenges. At the family table, the companion had to navigate between eating enough to be polite and not eating so much as to seem greedy or expensive to maintain. She had to participate in dinner conversation when invited, but never monopolize attention or introduce topics of her own choosing. She had to be ready to rise from the table the instant her mistress rose, regardless of whether she had finished her own meal. The food, though certainly better than what servants ate below stairs, came with invisible costs attached, every bite a reminder of dependence, every meal a small performance of gratitude. The companion's wardrobe was another area of careful calibration. She needed to dress well enough to accompany her mistress in public without embarrassment, but not so well as to suggest extravagance or inappropriate ambition. Dark colours were generally preferred: navy, brown, grey, perhaps a modest plum or forest green. Fashionable styles could be followed at a respectful distance, never quite current, never obviously outdated. Jewellery, if worn at all, should be modest and probably inherited rather than purchased. The overall effect should be pleasant, respectable, and utterly unmemorable, the sartorial equivalent of the companion's entire existence. Some companions developed small strategies of resistance within these constraints. They might cultivate genuinely good taste, taking quiet pride in the elegant simplicity of their dress even if no one else noticed. They might become expert needlewomen, creating their own trims and ornaments that satisfied an artistic impulse while remaining appropriately humble. They might read voraciously during their limited free time, building inner worlds of knowledge and imagination that their outer circumstances could not touch. These small rebellions were usually invisible to employers, which was, of course, the point. They were ways of maintaining selfhood in a role designed to erase it. The sleeping arrangements for companions varied considerably depending on the household, but generally reflected their ambiguous status. In the grandest houses, a companion might have her own bedroom, perhaps a modest but comfortable chamber on an upper floor, removed from both the family's private rooms and the servants' quarters. In smaller establishments, she might share a room with a governess or other upper servant, an arrangement that satisfied neither party. Regardless of the accommodations, the companion's space was never truly her own. She might be summoned at any hour if her mistress couldn't sleep and wanted company, wanted someone to read to her, wanted simply to have another human presence in the room to ward off the terrors of 3 a.m. The psychological toll of this constant availability was significant. Modern research on emotional labour and burnout didn't exist in the Victorian era, but the phenomena certainly did. Companions frequently suffered from what contemporary physicians called nervous complaints: headaches, insomnia, digestive problems, mysterious aches and pains that had no clear physical cause. These ailments were often dismissed as the imaginary troubles of idle women, which added insult to injury. The companion was simultaneously overworked and perceived as not working at all, exhausted by demands that were officially invisible. What happened when a companion actually fell ill? This depended entirely on the character of her employer. A kind mistress might summon doctors, provide comfortable nursing, and wait patiently for recovery. A less kind one might grow impatient with the inconvenience, suggest that the illness was exaggerated, or begin making pointed comments about the availability of other candidates for the position. The companion had little leverage in such situations. She couldn't afford to be sick for long, couldn't afford to be perceived as sickly or delicate, couldn't afford to be anything less than constantly and cheerfully available. Her health was yet another thing she couldn't truly call her own. The question of marriage was particularly fraught for companions. In theory, a companion might meet an eligible gentleman through her employer's social circle, might charm him with her pleasant manners and quiet dignity, might be elevated through matrimony from servant not servant to actual wife. This narrative appeared frequently in Victorian fiction, where the deserving companion was rewarded for her patience and goodness with a suitable match. In practice, such marriages were rare. The companion's ambiguous social position made her an unlikely choice for gentlemen concerned about status, while her constant proximity to her mistress left little time for courtship. Moreover, many employers were not particularly eager to see their companions marry and leave them, and might actively discourage any romantic developments. Some companions did marry, of course, but often later in life and often to men who were themselves somewhat marginal. Widowers seeking someone to manage their households, clergymen with more virtue than fortune, professionals whose own backgrounds were sufficiently humble to make a companion's not seem objectionable. These marriages might bring genuine happiness or merely exchange one form of dependence for another. A woman who had spent years suppressing her personality in service to an employer might find it difficult to become a fully realized partner in marriage. The habits of deference could be hard to break. For those companions who never married, age brought increasing anxiety. A young companion might be charming, an older one was merely useful. As a companion's hair greyed and her face lined, her position became more precarious. She was more expensive to maintain than a younger woman, more set in her ways, more likely to have health problems. If her employer died, as employers did, being only human, she might find herself without a position at an age when finding new employment was difficult. The wisest companions saved what they could from their small salaries, but the amounts involved made genuine financial security almost impossible to achieve. Victorian literature is filled with elderly companions in desperate straits, women who had given their best years to service, only to find themselves abandoned in their old age. Some were taken in by grateful employers' families, given small annuities, allowed to live out their days in modest comfort. Many more simply disappeared into boarding houses and charity homes, their stories ending in quiet obscurity. The position that had promised a genteel life often delivered a genteel death, which is to say, an impoverished end wrapped in just enough respectability to maintain appearances. Yet despite everything, the indignities, the loneliness, the exhausting performance of selflessness, women continued to seek positions as companions throughout the Victorian era. The reason was simple: the alternatives were often worse. For a gentlewoman without fortune, the choices were limited. Marriage to anyone who would have her, regardless of compatibility or affection. Governessing, which paid poorly and was often humiliating. Teaching in a school, which required qualifications and paid little more than governessing. Running a boarding house, which required capital. Living as an unwanted dependent on relatives who might make their resentment clear in 1,000 small ways. Against these options, the position of companion, for all its problems, offered something valuable: a clear role, defined expectations, and at least the possibility of comfortable surroundings and decent treatment. The companion story is in many ways the story of women's limited options in Victorian society. It's a story about what happens when education prepares people for lives they cannot lead, when social rules create impossible situations, when the gap between expectation and reality must somehow be bridged. The Lady's Companion was Victorian Britain's answer to a question it had created. What do we do with gentle women who cannot afford to be gentle? The answer was imperfect, often cruel, but it was an answer. It allowed women to survive with some dignity in a world that offered them few other chances. As we prepare to move on to the next strange profession of Victorian Britain, carry with you this image: a woman in a modest dark dress, sitting in a grand drawing room, smiling pleasantly at nothing in particular. She is perfectly positioned, close enough to be useful, far enough to be unobtrusive. She is ready to read, to play, to talk, to listen, to do whatever might be required. She has no strong opinions, no pressing needs, no inconvenient personality. She is, in short, exactly what she was hired to be: a professional absence, a paid presence, a living solution to the problem of upper-class feminine boredom. And yet, behind those pleasant expressions and agreeable words, she remains a person. She has memories of a different life before her family's fortunes changed. She has hopes, perhaps fading now, of circumstances that might improve. She has small pleasures: a favourite book, a beautiful view from a particular window, a letter from a distant friend. She has thoughts about her employer and her employer's family, thoughts that will never be spoken aloud. She exists, fully and completely, even as her role requires her to pretend she barely exists at all. This was the peculiar genius and the peculiar cruelty of the Lady's Companion, a position that demanded everything while appearing to demand nothing, that took whole lives while leaving no visible marks. In the flickering gaslight of Victorian drawing rooms, the companions kept their silent watch, waiting for instructions that might come at any moment, ready to transform themselves instantly to meet whatever need arose. They were the first modern service workers in many ways, emotional labourers before the term existed, professionals of the self in an era that didn't acknowledge such expertise. When we think of Victorian domestic service, we often picture black and white uniformed maids or stern butlers with impeccable diction. We should also picture these women in their modest dark dresses, their faces arranged in expressions of pleasant attention, their true selves hidden away where no one would think to look for them. The night deepens around us as we prepare to leave the drawing rooms and move on to other corners of Victorian employment. But before we go, notice how quiet it has become. The companion's world was quiet too, not the silence of emptiness, but the careful quietness of someone who has learned not to make unnecessary sound. Her footsteps were soft, her voice was gentle, her very presence was designed to be peaceful rather than disturbing. In this at least she might feel kinship with us now, in this quiet hour when the world settles into stillness and we find comfort in gentle stories from long ago. The next occupation we'll explore is altogether different, louder, more public, more obviously strange to modern sensibilities. But the companion's shadow will linger as we continue our journey through Victorian Britain's strangest jobs. She reminds us that not all labour is visible, not all work leaves calluses, and not all exploitation looks like cruelty to the casual observer. She reminds us that some of the hardest jobs have always been the ones that require us to pretend we're not working at all. From the quiet drawing rooms where companions perfected the art of elegant invisibility, we now venture into territory that was considerably louder, more theatrical, and, if we're being honest, completely bonkers. Welcome to the world of phrenology, a pseudoscience so confident in its nonsense that it managed to convince an entire era that the bumps on your skull could predict whether you'd become a poet or a pickpocket. And naturally, where there was a pseudoscience, there was someone being paid to assist with it. Phrenology was born in the late 18th century from the mind of Franz Joseph Gall, a German physician who had what seemed at the time like a reasonable observation. The brain is the organ of the mind. This much was actually correct, which perhaps explains why everything that followed seemed so plausible. Gall's next leap, however, was considerably more acrobatic. He proposed that different mental faculties, things like memory, mathematical ability, aggression, and romantic attachment, were located in specific regions of the brain. So far, this was still within shouting distance of actual neuroscience. But then Gall made the jump that would define phrenology. He claimed that if a particular faculty was well developed, the corresponding area of the brain would be larger, and this enlargement would create a visible bump on the skull. Therefore, by carefully feeling someone's head, a trained practitioner could read their character like a book written in bone. The idea spread across Europe and then to Britain with remarkable speed, considering that it was, to put it delicately, complete nonsense. By the 1820s and 1830s, phrenology had become something of a craze among educated Victorians. Phrenological societies were established in Edinburgh, London, and dozens of other cities. Journals devoted to the science proliferated. Lectures drew crowds of respectable citizens eager to learn about the geography of their own minds. And where there were crowds, there were opportunities for employment. The phrenologist's assistant occupied a peculiar niche in this peculiar world. Unlike the lady's companion, whose role was to remain invisible, the assistant was very much part of the show. A successful phrenological practice required someone to manage appointments, maintain the equipment, handle correspondence, and, most importantly, help with the public demonstrations that were the bread and butter of the profession. The assistant was part secretary, part stage manager, and part supporting actor in an ongoing theatrical production dressed up as science. Consider what a typical phrenological examination actually involved. A client would arrive at the practitioner's consulting rooms, which were typically decorated to suggest both scientific credibility and prosperous respectability. Display cases might hold plaster casts of famous heads, criminals, geniuses, statesmen, each carefully labelled with the bumps that supposedly explained their owners' characters. Charts on the walls mapped the skull into dozens of regions, each assigned to a specific faculty: amativeness here, combativeness there, veneration in this spot, acquisitiveness in that one. The overall effect was somewhere between a doctor's office and a fortune-teller's parlour, which was, in retrospect, appropriate. The assistant's first duty was to put the client at ease while subtly gathering information that might prove useful during the reading. A skilled assistant learned to observe clothing, manner of speech, and general demeanour, noting details that could help the phrenologist make educated guesses about the client's situation and desires. This wasn't necessarily conscious deception. Many practitioners genuinely believed in their art, but it was certainly practical. If a young man arrived in a clerk's suit looking anxious about his prospects, it was reasonable to guess that he wanted reassurance about his fitness for advancement. If a mother brought her son, she probably wanted to hear that he was destined for great things. The assistant gathered these clues and passed them along, providing the raw material for a satisfying consultation. The examination itself was a carefully choreographed ritual. The client would be seated in a special chair, often with a headrest designed to hold the skull steady. The phrenologist would then proceed to feel the head systematically, pressing fingers against the scalp, measuring with calipers, and murmuring observations to the assistant, who would record them in a ledger. The assistant needed to write quickly and legibly while maintaining an expression of serious scientific interest, as if the measurements being called out were genuine data rather than elaborate theatre. Benevolence well developed. Firmness moderate. Secretiveness rather prominent. The assistant's pen scratched across paper, recording each pronouncement for posterity. The public lectures were where the assistant's theatrical skills truly came into play. Phrenology was, at its heart, an entertainment as much as a science, and the lectures were designed to draw crowds, spread the doctrine, and generate paying customers for private consultations. A successful phrenologist might tour the country, speaking in town halls, mechanics institutes, and lecture theatres to audiences hungry for edifying amusement. These events required considerable preparation and stagecraft, much of it handled by the assistant. Before the lecture, the assistant would arrive early to set up the display materials, the plaster heads, the charts, the calipers and measuring tapes, perhaps a skeleton or two for anatomical reference. The room needed to be arranged so that the audience could see clearly, the lighting positioned to illuminate the lecturer without casting unfortunate shadows on the demonstration subjects. The assistant would check that everything was in order, troubleshoot any problems, and ensure that volunteer subjects from the audience, often plants who had been prepped beforehand, knew their cues. During the lecture itself, the assistant played multiple roles. They might hand the lecturer various demonstration materials on cue, like a surgeon's nurse passing instruments. They would often take notes visibly, reinforcing the impression that serious scientific work was being conducted. Most importantly, they helped manage the volunteers who came forward for public examinations. This was the dramatic heart of the lecture. An ordinary person from the audience would have their head examined on stage, and the phrenologist would reveal their character to general amazement. The assistant's job here was to screen volunteers subtly, selecting individuals whose heads and personalities would produce satisfying results. A good volunteer had distinctive features that could be worked into the reading: a prominent brow, an unusual skull shape, an expressive face that would react entertainingly to the revelations. They should also be sober, reasonably articulate, and unlikely to heckle or cause disruptions. The assistant developed an eye for these qualities, guiding suitable candidates toward the stage while gently redirecting others back to their seats. The ethical dimensions of this work were, to put it mildly, complicated. Many phrenologists genuinely believed they were providing a valuable service, helping people understand their natural talents and limitations so they could make better decisions about careers, marriages, and self-improvement. From this perspective, the assistant was participating in legitimate scientific work, helping to spread knowledge that could benefit humanity. The fact that the knowledge was completely wrong didn't necessarily make the practitioners frauds. They were sincere in their error, which is perhaps the most dangerous kind of wrong a person can be. But even the most sincere phrenologist had to navigate some uncomfortable situations. What did you tell a client whose skull suggested criminal tendencies? What did you say to parents who brought a child whose bumps indicated limited intelligence or moral weakness? The assistant often witnessed these consultations and had to maintain a professional demeanour, while the phrenologist delivered news that could reshape how people thought about themselves and their loved ones. Some practitioners developed tactful ways of softening difficult readings, emphasising that the faculties could be cultivated or restrained through proper education and effort. Others were more brutally direct, apparently believing that truth-telling was more important than kindness. The assistant who took notes during these sessions accumulated a strange archive of human hopes and fears. Young men wondering if they were suited for medicine or law. Parents anxious about their children's futures. Couples seeking compatibility assessments before marriage. a kind of Victorian dating algorithm based on skull shapes. Employers wanting to screen potential workers for trustworthiness. The readings touched on the most intimate aspects of human life, all filtered through a completely imaginary system of cranial geography. Some assistants eventually became practitioners themselves, learning the art through apprenticeship and then setting up their own practices. This was one of the few fields where the barrier to entry was relatively low. You didn't need a university degree or professional certification, just a plausible manner, a good memory for the skull map, and enough showmanship to make the readings entertaining. The best phrenologists were essentially performers who had convinced themselves and their audiences that they were scientists. Their assistants learned by watching, absorbing both the technical vocabulary and the performance techniques that made the whole enterprise work. The phrenological lecture circuit had its own peculiar rhythms and challenges. Travelling from town to town meant constant packing and unpacking of equipment, finding suitable venues, placing advertisements in local newspapers, and drumming up interest in communities that might never have heard of the practitioner before. The assistant handled much of this logistical work, arriving ahead of the lecturer to make arrangements, dealing with printers and hall managers, and generally solving the 1,000 small problems that came with itinerant work. Audiences varied enormously. In major cities, the crowds tended to be more sophisticated, more likely to include skeptics who might ask difficult questions or attempt to expose the system's flaws. In smaller towns, audiences were often more credulous but also more demanding of entertainment value. They wanted a good show, not just a dry scientific lecture. The assistant learned to read rooms, adjusting the presentation to match local expectations. More jokes and dramatic revelations for working-class audiences, more scholarly references and cautious language for the educated classes. The heyday of phrenology lasted roughly from the 1820s through the 1860s, though it lingered in various forms well into the 20th century. As genuine neuroscience advanced, the fundamental claims of phrenology became increasingly difficult to defend. The brain, it turned out, did not work the way Gall had imagined. Mental faculties were not neatly localized in specific regions that bulged outward against the skull. The whole elaborate system of bumps and tendencies was a beautiful theory murdered by inconvenient facts. Yet phrenology's influence persisted long after its scientific credibility collapsed. The idea that you could read character from physical features fed into physiognomy, the belief that facial features revealed personality, and into various forms of biological determinism that would have darker applications in the century to come. The phrenologist's assistant, feeling heads and taking notes in Victorian consulting rooms, was participating in an intellectual tradition that would branch in troubling directions. They couldn't have known this, of course. They were just doing their jobs, helping their employers satisfy the eternal human desire to understand ourselves and predict our futures. The tools of the trade were surprisingly sophisticated for such a fundamentally flawed enterprise. Calipers of various sizes allowed precise measurements of skull dimensions. Porcelain busts marked with the phrenological regions served as teaching aids and reference guides. Some practitioners used special headgear that could measure multiple dimensions simultaneously, giving the whole process an air of technological precision. The assistant maintained these tools, keeping them clean and calibrated, ready for the next client who wanted their character read from their cranium. Private consultations were more intimate than public lectures, but followed similar patterns. The client would arrive, often nervous, aware that they were submitting themselves to a judgment they didn't fully understand. The assistant would greet them, take their coat, offer tea or a comfortable chair, and engage in the kind of soothing small talk designed to calm anxious visitors. Meanwhile, they would be observing, noting the client's manner, dress, and speech patterns, information that would help the phrenologist tailor the reading to the individual. The actual examination might last 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how thorough the practitioner wanted to be and how much the client was paying. The phrenologist would work their way around the skull systematically, pressing, measuring, and commenting. The organ of causality is particularly well developed here, suggesting strong analytical abilities. Ideality, however, is somewhat deficient. You may find yourself more practical than artistic in temperament. The assistant would record these observations, creating a permanent record that the client could take away and study. The written report was itself a careful piece of work, drafted by the assistant from the notes taken during the examination. It needed to be legible, professional, and, most importantly, ambiguous enough to seem accurate regardless of the client's actual circumstances. The best phrenological reports read rather like horoscopes, specific enough to seem meaningful, general enough to apply to almost anyone. Your well-developed benevolence indicates a kind and generous nature, though your equally prominent firmness suggests you do not allow others to take advantage of this kindness. Who wouldn't recognize themselves in such a description? The fees for phrenological services varied widely. A basic consultation might cost a few shillings, affordable for middle-class clients seeking guidance about careers or marriages. More elaborate examinations, including detailed written reports and recommendations, could cost several pounds, a significant sum that limited the clientele to the comfortably off. Some practitioners offered sliding scales or special rates for working-class clients, believing that phrenology's benefits should be available to all. Others pitched their services exclusively to the wealthy, surrounding themselves with luxury to suggest that their insights were worth premium prices. The assistant's compensation reflected the overall prosperity of the practice. A successful phrenologist's assistant might earn a comfortable middle-class salary, comparable to a clerk or bookkeeper. Those working for less established practitioners might scrape by on much less, supplementing their income with other work or relying on room and board as part of their compensation. The work was not physically demanding but required constant availability and the ability to maintain a professional demeanour regardless of personal circumstances. Some assistants found the work genuinely fascinating. The parade of clients provided endless variety. Every head was different. Every consultation told a different story. The intellectual framework of phrenology, however flawed, offered a seemingly coherent way of understanding human nature, and some assistants found genuine satisfaction in feeling they were helping people understand themselves better. That the understanding was based on fantasy didn't necessarily diminish the psychological benefits clients reported. If believing your skull showed entrepreneurial tendencies gave you the confidence to start a business, the belief had value regardless of its scientific merit. Other assistants were more cynical, recognizing the essentially theatrical nature of the enterprise and participating with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Some found the work distasteful, particularly when readings touched on sensitive matters or when clients seemed to be making important decisions based on cranial geography. The assistant who recorded a recommendation that a young man was unsuited for intellectual work, or that a couple was phrenologically incompatible, had to wonder about the consequences of such pronouncements. Lives might be shaped by these readings, for better or worse, and the assistant was complicit in whatever followed. The social world of phrenology attracted a particular type of person, curious, often unconventional, interested in the new and the scientific seeming. Phrenological societies brought together doctors, lawyers, educators, reformers, and assorted eccentrics, all united by their interest in understanding the human mind through the shape of the human head. The assistant who worked in this world gained access to this social network, meeting people they might never have encountered otherwise, and participating in debates that could feel genuinely exciting, even if the underlying premises were wrong. Women found some opportunities in phrenology that were denied them elsewhere. While most prominent phrenologists were men, women could and did work as assistants, and some eventually established practices of their own. The field's relative newness meant that traditional barriers were less firmly established. A woman with intelligence, good observation skills, and sufficient nerve could carve out a place for herself in phrenological circles, lecturing, consulting, and participating in the scientific conversations of the day. This was unusual for Victorian Britain, where professional options for women remained severely limited. The decline of phrenology didn't happen overnight. Throughout the second half of the 19th century, the scientific establishment grew increasingly critical, and educated opinion gradually turned against the practice. But phrenology had sunk deep roots in popular culture, and it continued to find believers long after the experts had moved on. Travelling phrenologists still toured rural areas into the early 20th century, and phrenological vocabulary persisted in everyday speech. We still speak of highbrow and lowbrow entertainment, echoes of phrenology's categorizations. The assistant who had devoted years to phrenological work faced an uncertain future as the field declined. Some transitioned to related occupations, psychology, education, medicine, where their skills in observation and client management remained valuable. Others simply moved on to entirely different work, leaving their phrenological past behind like an embarrassing youthful enthusiasm. And some continued to practice or assist in practices long after the scientific world had moved on, serving clients who either didn't know or didn't care that the whole enterprise had been discredited. Looking back from our current vantage point, phrenology seems obviously absurd. The idea that feeling someone's skull could reveal their character strikes us as no more scientific than reading tea leaves or consulting the stars. But for the Victorians, it occupied a different place in the intellectual landscape. It seemed to offer what they desperately wanted, a scientific approach to understanding human nature, a way to see inside the black box of the mind. That it was wrong hardly matters when we're trying to understand why people believed it, and why they devoted their working lives to promoting it. The phrenologist's assistant was, in their own mind, participating in important scientific work. The fact that history would judge differently doesn't diminish the sincerity of their belief, or the reality of their labour. From the consulting rooms where skulls were measured and characters read, we now turn to an altogether different kind of Victorian workplace, one that dealt not in pseudoscience and psychology, but in something rather more tangible and considerably more feathery. The profession of the feather duster maker might seem mundane compared to the elaborate theatre of phrenology, but it had its own peculiar satisfactions and demands. And like so many Victorian trades, it revealed unexpected depths beneath an apparently simple surface. The feather duster, that humble tool for removing dust from surfaces that couldn't be reached with a cloth, was a fixture of Victorian households at every social level. From the grandest aristocratic mansion with its armies of servants, to the modest terraced house where a single maid-of-all-work battled against grime, the feather duster was an essential weapon in the endless war against dirt. And every one of those dusters had to be made by someone, using skills that were more specialised than you might expect. The feather duster maker's workshop was typically a small, family-run establishment, often located in the poorer quarters of cities where rent was cheap and labour was available. The work was not prestigious, but it was steady. Dust was a constant in Victorian life, and the tools to fight it were always in demand. A successful maker might employ half a dozen workers, each specialising in different stages of production. An unsuccessful one might work alone, barely scraping by in a single room that served as both workshop and living quarters. The raw material, naturally, was feathers. But not just any feathers. The quality and type of feathers determined the quality and price of the finished duster, and the maker needed to be a genuine expert in plumage. The most common feathers came from domestic birds, chickens, ducks, and especially geese. Goose feathers were prized for their combination of softness and durability, gentle enough not to scratch delicate surfaces but sturdy enough to withstand repeated use. A good goose feather duster could last for years if properly cared for, which made it worth paying more for initially. The supply chain for domestic feathers was relatively straightforward. Poultry farmers, butchers and slaughterhouses all produced feathers as a byproduct, and these were collected, sorted and sold to the trades that used them, not just duster makers, but also pillow stuffers, upholsterers and the makers of quill pens. The duster maker needed to develop relationships with reliable suppliers who could provide feathers of consistent quality. Nothing was worse than receiving a batch of feathers that turned out to be damaged, dirty, or otherwise unsuitable for the careful work of duster construction. Sorting the feathers was the first major task, and it required a trained eye and considerable patience. Feathers arrived in bulk, mixed together without regard for size, condition, or position on the bird. The maker or their workers would spread them out on long tables and begin the painstaking process of classification. Wing feathers here, body feathers there, tail feathers in a separate pile. Feathers with broken barbs were set aside for lower quality products or discarded entirely. Feathers of similar length were grouped together, since a good duster required uniformity. The work of sorting was not glamorous, but it demanded real skill. An experienced sorter could process thousands of feathers per day, their hands moving automatically while their eyes caught every flaw and variation. They developed an intimate knowledge of feather anatomy, the shaft, the barbs, the tiny barbules that hook together to create the feather's smooth surface. They learned to spot damage that might not be obvious to casual observation, a slight weakness in the shaft, a subtle discoloration that indicated disease or poor nutrition in the bird. This was the foundation on which quality dusters were built. The actual construction of a feather duster followed techniques that had changed little over centuries. A bundle of sorted feathers would be arranged around a handle, typically turned wood, sometimes bamboo or cane for cheaper products, with their tips pointing outward and their shafts bound tightly to the central core. The binding was critical. Too loose, and feathers would fall out during use. Too tight, and the feathers couldn't move properly to capture dust. The maker developed a feel for the right tension, the right number of wraps, the right way to secure the binding so it would hold through years of service. Symmetry was essential to a well-made duster. The feathers needed to be arranged evenly around the handle, creating a balanced tool that would feel comfortable in the hand and work effectively against surfaces. This required both care and speed. The maker couldn't spend all day on a single duster, but couldn't rush and produce something lopsided either. The best makers worked with a rhythm, their hands moving through familiar motions while their eyes checked constantly for problems. Like so many skilled trades, feather duster making looked simple when performed by an expert but proved surprisingly difficult for beginners. The domestic feather duster served the everyday market, but there was also a luxury trade that catered to wealthy households and demanded something altogether more exotic. Ostrich feathers were the most prized material for premium dusters, valued for their exceptional softness and their ability to attract and hold dust through static electricity. An ostrich feather duster was a serious investment, costing far more than its goose feather equivalent, but those who could afford them swore by their superiority. The ostrich feather trade connected Victorian Britain to far-flung corners of the empire and beyond. Most ostrich feathers came from South Africa, where ostrich farming had developed into a significant industry by the mid-19th century. The birds were raised specifically for their plumage, which was harvested periodically without killing the animal. Unlike most feathered creatures, ostriches would regrow their feathers after plucking. The finest feathers were snowy white, soft as clouds, and worth considerable sums in the European market. The duster maker who worked with ostrich feathers occupied a different position in the trade hierarchy than those who worked exclusively with domestic plumage. They needed capital to purchase the expensive raw materials, skill to work with feathers that were both more delicate and more valuable, and connections to the merchants who could supply them. An ostrich feather duster maker might operate from a better address, cater to a wealthier clientele, and consider themselves several rungs above the ordinary goose feather workers. Such distinctions mattered enormously in Victorian society, where every trade had its internal rankings and every worker knew their place in the hierarchy. The workshop of an ostrich feather specialist would feature materials that the ordinary maker never handled. Not just ostrich feathers, but also peacock feathers, pheasant plumes, and other exotic specimens that wealthy customers might request. These materials required special handling. Peacock feathers, for instance, were far more fragile than goose feathers and could be damaged by rough treatment. The specialist maker developed techniques for working with each type, learning the particular properties and challenges of different plumages. Some makers experimented with combinations and innovations. What if you mixed ostrich feathers with goose feathers, creating a duster that combined the best properties of both? What if you dyed feathers to create decorative dusters that served as much as ornaments as cleaning tools? What if you developed new binding techniques that made the dusters more durable or more effective? The best makers were constantly refining their methods, looking for advantages that would set their products apart from the competition. The retail side of the trade involved either selling directly from the workshop or supplying larger stores that carried household goods. The ironmongers' shops that sold everything from nails to cooking pots typically stocked feather dusters, as did the growing department stores that were transforming Victorian retail. Some makers developed their own brands and reputations, becoming known for quality that commanded premium prices. Others remained anonymous producers, their dusters sold under retailers' names with no credit to the actual craftsman. The women who actually used these dusters, housemaids, housekeepers, and housewives across Britain, probably gave little thought to how they were made. The duster was simply a tool pulled from a closet when surfaces needed attention and put away when the job was done. But for the maker, each duster represented hours of skilled labour, the sorting of feathers, the careful arrangement, the precise binding, the final inspection that ensured the product met standards. There was genuine craft in the work, even if it was craft applied to an unglamorous purpose. The physical demands of featherwork were real, but different from the heavy labour of factories or construction. Sorters and makers spent long hours at workbenches, hunched over their materials in postures that took tolls on backs and eyes. The fine feather particles that filled the air could irritate lungs and trigger breathing problems, not as dramatically as the dust in coal mines or cotton mills, but a genuine occupational hazard nonetheless. The work environment was often poorly ventilated, with windows kept closed to prevent feathers from blowing about, which concentrated the airborne irritants. Feathers also carried diseases, though this was imperfectly understood in the Victorian era. Birds could harbour parasites and pathogens that survived on their plumage, and workers who handled large quantities of feathers day after day were at risk of exposure. The sorting tables could become breeding grounds for mites and other pests if not properly maintained. A conscientious maker kept their workshop clean and disposed of inferior feathers promptly. But not all makers were conscientious, and not all understood the importance of hygiene in an era before germ theory was widely accepted. The seasonal rhythms of the trade reflected the rhythms of poultry keeping and household life. Autumn and winter brought the heaviest slaughter of domestic fowl, which meant the largest supplies of feathers for the workshops. Spring cleaning season brought the highest demand for dusters, as households across Britain embarked on their annual campaigns against accumulated grime. The wisemaker built up inventory during the autumn glut to meet the spring demand, timing their production to match the market's needs. Family involvement was common in the feather trade, as it was in most Victorian craft industries. A master maker might employ their spouse, children, and other relatives, teaching skills from one generation to the next. Children could begin helping with simple tasks, sorting feathers by size, preparing binding materials, at young ages, gradually taking on more complex work as they developed skills. A successful family workshop might operate for generations, with techniques and customer relationships passed down like heirlooms. But family workshops faced increasing competition from larger manufactories that could achieve economies of scale. A factory employing dozens of workers and buying feathers in bulk could produce dusters more cheaply than a small family operation. The craft aspect might suffer. Factory dusters were often more standardized and less carefully made than artisan products, but price won out in most markets. By the end of the Victorian era, many small makers had been squeezed out of the trade, their workshops closing as larger competitors captured their customers. The trade also faced competition from new materials and new cleaning technologies. Dusters made from alternative materials, synthetic fibres, specially treated cloths, mechanical devices, began appearing on the market, each promising to be more effective or longer-lasting than traditional feather dusters. Some of these innovations succeeded. Others failed to match the humble feather's combination of gentleness and effectiveness. The feather duster survived all challenges, and indeed remains in use today, more than a century after Victorian makers perfected their techniques. The workers in the feather trade came from the same communities that supplied labour to other light manufacturing industries. Young women, in particular, found employment sorting and preparing feathers, work that was considered suitable for female hands and paid accordingly poorly. The mixing of genders in workshops created the usual Victorian anxieties about propriety and supervision, with owners expected to maintain moral order alongside production targets. Some workshops had entirely female workforces overseen by a male proprietor. Others mixed genders with careful attention to separate work areas and appropriate chaperonage. The geography of the trade concentrated workshops in certain neighbourhoods where suppliers, workers, and markets all came together. In London, the areas around Clerkenwell and Bermondsey hosted numerous feather workers, their small establishments tucked among other light manufacturing trades. Birmingham, Manchester, and other industrial cities had their own feather districts, each with its particular character and traditions. These neighbourhoods developed their own cultures, with workers living near their workshops, socialising together, and forming the tight-knit communities that characterised Victorian working-class life. For the individual worker, the feather trade offered modest but stable employment in conditions that were neither the best nor worst of Victorian industry. It wasn't mining coal or stoking furnaces, but it wasn't sitting in a pleasant office either. It was honest work that produced useful goods, work that required genuine skill even if that skill was rarely celebrated. The feather sorter or duster maker could take pride in their expertise, in their ability to distinguish quality from rubbish, in the neat dusters they produced that would find homes across Britain. As evening falls on our Victorian workshop, imagine the scene. Benches covered with sorted feathers, some white as snow, others dappled brown and grey. Workers stretching tired backs after hours of careful labour. Finished dusters hanging from hooks, ready for sale. The air carries a slight organic smell, the scent of feathers and the binding materials used to hold them together. Outside, the streets bustle with the ordinary life of an industrial city, while inside, an ancient craft continues in forms that would have been recognisable to craftspeople centuries earlier. The contrast between our two professions tonight could hardly be starker. The phrenologist's assistant participated in an elaborate intellectual performance, helping to stage a show that claimed scientific legitimacy while dealing in pure fantasy. The feather duster maker worked with tangible materials to produce tangible goods, their craft grounded in physical reality, even when their working conditions left much to be desired. One trade would vanish entirely as its foundational claims collapsed, the other would persist, transformed by industrialization but fundamentally unchanged in purpose. Yet both occupations remind us that Victorian Britain was a place of endless variety, where people earned their livings in ways that range from the straightforward to the bizarre. Both required skills that were harder to acquire than they looked. Both involved long hours, modest compensation, and subordinate positions in hierarchies that limited advancement. And both have been largely forgotten by a world that has moved on to different forms of work and different forms of nonsense. The shadows lengthen across our workshop floor as the day's work ends. Tomorrow will bring more feathers to sort, more dusters to make, more clients wanting their skulls read for clues about their character. The ordinary strangeness of Victorian working life will continue, generating stories that seem fantastic to us now, but were simply reality for those who lived them. The assistant closing up the phrenologist consulting rooms and the worker sweeping feather remnants from the workshop floor share something essential. They are both doing jobs that their era needed, regardless of whether those jobs make sense to ours. And that, perhaps, is the most important lesson from these forgotten professions. Every era creates work that seems necessary at the time, work that employs thousands and shapes careers and constitutes the economic fabric of daily life. Some of that work endures, some of it vanishes so completely that later generations struggle to believe it ever existed. The phrenologist's assistant is as foreign to us as an app developer would be to a Victorian. The feather duster maker practiced skills that still exist but in forms so transformed by technology that they share little more than a name with their ancestors. We're all, in our own ways, employed in jobs that future generations will find either incomprehensible or quaint. The lights in our imaginary workshop dim now, but before they go out entirely, take one last look at the tools of these forgotten trades. The calipers that measured skulls, searching for meaning in the geography of bone. The careful hands that sorted feathers, finding value in the cast-offs of slaughtered birds. The ledgers recording consultations and sales, the correspondents managing appointments and orders, the 1,000 small tasks that kept these enterprises running day after day. All of it is gone now, or transformed beyond recognition, surviving only in records and memories and the occasional antique found in a dusty shop. But the human needs that created these professions haven't disappeared. We still want to understand ourselves, to predict our futures, to find patterns in the chaos of human personality. We've just found different methods, some more scientific and some equally fanciful. We still need to clean our homes, to reach the surfaces that cloths can't manage. We've just developed new tools alongside the persistent feather duster. The work changes, but the needs endure. And somewhere, in every generation, people find ways to meet those needs, creating jobs that seem perfectly normal to them and perfectly strange to those who come after. The training period for a phrenologist's assistant typically lasted several months, during which the newcomer would absorb both the theoretical framework and the practical techniques of the trade. They memorized the skull map with its dozens of regions, learning to locate each faculty by feel as well as sight. They practiced taking measurements with calipers, developing the light touch that clients found reassuring rather than intrusive. They observed consultations, noting how the experienced practitioner handled different types of clients, different types of readings, different types of difficult questions. The theoretical knowledge could be acquired from books, of which there were plenty. The phrenological literature of the Victorian era was vast and earnest, but the practical skills came only from hands-on experience. The feather trade had its own apprenticeship traditions, though these were less formalised than in some other crafts. A young worker might start with the simplest sorting tasks, learning to distinguish feather types and quality grades, while building the patience needed for the meticulous work ahead. Gradually, they would progress to more demanding tasks, preparing binding materials, assisting with construction, and eventually making complete dusters under supervision. A fully trained maker might have spent years learning the craft, their skills accumulating so gradually that they couldn't have said exactly when they crossed the line from learner to expert. Both trades required what we might now call soft skills alongside their technical demands. The phrenologist's assistant needed to manage clients who might be nervous, skeptical, or emotional. They needed discretion about what they observed during consultations, particularly when readings touched on sensitive matters. They needed the ability to project scientific authority while performing what was essentially theatrical work. The featherworker, meanwhile, needed to maintain good relationships with suppliers and customers, to work cooperatively with fellow employees in the close quarters of the workshop, and to maintain quality standards under pressure to produce quickly and cheaply. The working hours for both trades reflected Victorian norms rather than modern expectations. A phrenologist's practice might operate from mid-morning through evening, with the assistant expected to be present throughout and to stay later when lectures or special events required. The feather workshop typically followed factory hours, early starts, brief meal breaks, and work continuing until the light failed or the proprietor decided enough had been done for the day. Neither trade offered what we would consider a reasonable work-life balance, but then again, neither did any other Victorian occupation. The concept simply didn't exist yet. The social standing of these trades differed considerably. The phrenologist's assistant, working alongside a professional practitioner and interacting with respectable clients, occupied a position somewhere in the lower middle class, not prestigious certainly, but not degraded either. They might dress decently, maintain a respectable address, and hold their head up among neighbours who worked as clerks or shop assistants. The featherworker, by contrast, belonged firmly to the working class, their trade considered manual labour regardless of the skill it required. They would live in poorer neighbourhoods, dress more roughly, and socialise with others of similar station. These class distinctions shaped every aspect of Victorian life, determining not just economic circumstances but social networks, marriage prospects, and access to education and advancement. The phrenological consulting room and the feather workshop both tell us something about Victorian attitudes toward work and expertise. The Victorians loved specialists. They created professions and subdivisions of professions at an unprecedented rate, slicing the world of work into ever finer categories. The phrenologist was one of dozens of practitioners claiming special knowledge about the mind and body. Mesmerists, hydropathists, homeopaths, and countless others competed for clients seeking alternatives to conventional medicine. The feather duster maker was one of hundreds of craftspeople producing the specialised goods that Victorian households required. Each item in a well-equipped home came from somewhere, made by someone with particular skills. This proliferation of specialties created employment, but it also created vulnerability. When phrenology declined, its practitioners couldn't easily transition to other work. Their expertise was specific to a field that no longer existed. When mechanical production threatened handcrafts, artisans found their skills suddenly worth less than they had been. The Victorian economy was dynamic and growing, but it was also ruthless to those whose particular specialties fell out of favour. The assistant who had spent years learning to feel skulls and the worker who had mastered feather sorting faced similar risks. The risk that the world might decide it no longer needed what they knew how to do. The documentation left behind by these trades varies considerably. Phrenology, as a would-be science, generated enormous amounts of text. Journals, textbooks, lecture notes, case studies, and polemical defences against critics. Through these records, we can reconstruct the intellectual world of phrenology in considerable detail, even though that world has utterly vanished. The feather trade left far less written evidence, ledgers, advertisements, the occasional mention in census records or trade directories. Reconstructing the day-to-day reality of a feather workshop requires inference and imagination alongside the fragmentary historical record. Both trades remind us that Victorian Britain was simultaneously more familiar and more foreign than we sometimes assume. The phrenologist's assistant and the feather duster maker were people doing jobs, earning livings, navigating the challenges of their era just as we navigate ours. Their concerns about income, about status, about the future would be immediately recognisable to us. But the specific forms those concerns took, the particular trades through which they earned their bread, the intellectual frameworks within which they understood their work, all of these feel distant now, glimpsed through the fog of history rather than encountered directly. The irony, of course, is that our own occupations will seem equally strange to future generations. Somewhere in the 22nd or 23rd century, historians may puzzle over the jobs we do today, trying to understand why anyone would spend their days doing whatever it is we spend our days doing. The social media manager and the cryptocurrency trader may seem as exotic to them as the phrenologist's assistant and the feather duster maker seem to us. This thought is either humbling or comforting, depending on your perspective. For now, though, we leave these two trades behind, their practitioners fading back into the historical record from which we briefly summoned them. the phrenologist's assistant, earnestly feeling heads and taking notes, believing or half-believing that something meaningful could be learned from the topography of the skull. The feather duster maker, sorting plumes and binding them to handles, producing humble tools that served the endless Victorian battle against dust. Both have stories worth remembering, even if the world has long since moved on to other jobs, other beliefs, other ways of keeping houses clean and minds understood. The night deepens around us as we prepare to move on to our next Victorian profession. Somewhere in the darkness a gas lamp flickers, and behind that lamp someone whose job it was to light it, night after night, year after year. But that story will have to wait for the next chapter of our journey through the strangest help-wanted ads in British history. From the gentle world of feather sorting and the theatrical consulting rooms of phrenology, we now descend into territory that was considerably more physical, considerably louder, and considerably steamier in every sense of the word. The Victorian laundry was not a place for the faint of heart or the weak of arm. It was a realm of scalding water, caustic chemicals and machinery that could crush fingers as easily as it pressed linens. And at the centre of this damp, exhausting world stood the mangle woman, a profession that sounds vaguely sinister to modern ears, but was simply the Victorian term for someone who operated a mangle, that essential piece of laundry equipment that no respectable household could do without. Before we meet the mangle woman herself, we should probably explain what a mangle actually was, since the device has largely vanished from modern life. Imagine, if you will, two enormous wooden rollers mounted in a heavy frame, with a mechanism to press them together with considerable force. Wet laundry would be fed between these rollers, which would squeeze out the water far more efficiently than human hands ever could, while simultaneously pressing the fabric smooth. The mangle was, in essence, a combination wringer and iron, performing two crucial laundry tasks in a single operation. It was also heavy, dangerous, and required significant strength and skill to operate properly. The origins of the mangle stretched back centuries, but the Victorian era saw the device reach its peak of importance and sophistication. Before washing machines and tumble dryers made laundry a relatively simple matter of pushing buttons, clean clothes required enormous amounts of labour. Washing itself was back-breaking work, heating water over fires, scrubbing fabric against washboards, battling stains with various combinations of soap, lye, and sheer determination. But even after clothes were nominally clean, they still needed to be dried and pressed, and this was where the mangle came in. The commercial laundry, what Victorians called a laundry or sometimes a washhouse, was the workplace of the mangle woman. These establishments existed in every town and city, serving customers who couldn't or wouldn't do their own washing. The upper classes naturally sent everything out, since manual labour was beneath their dignity, and their homes were equipped with servants who handled such matters. But even middle-class families often used commercial laundries for their larger items: sheets, tablecloths, curtains, and anything else too bulky to manage at home. The working classes might wash their own clothes, but bring the heavy linens to the laundry for mangling, paying a few pennies to have them properly pressed. The physical layout of a commercial laundry reflected its function. The washing areas featured great copper boilers where water was heated, scrubbing tables where women bent over fabric hour after hour, and drains to carry away the dirty water that accumulated in astonishing quantities. The drying areas might be indoor rooms heated by stoves or outdoor yards where laundry hung on lines, weather permitting, which in Britain meant considerably less often than laundry workers might have preferred. And dominating the pressing area stood the mangles, massive contraptions that required their own dedicated operators and generated their own particular rhythms and hazards. A typical commercial mangle of the Victorian era was an impressive piece of engineering in a terrifying sort of way. The rollers might be 2 or 3 feet in diameter and several feet wide, capable of handling large sheets and tablecloths in a single pass. The pressure between the rollers was generated by weights, levers, or springs, and could be adjusted depending on the fabric being processed. The mechanism for turning the rollers might be hand-cranked, requiring significant physical strength, or driven by water power, steam engines, or eventually electricity in more advanced establishments. The noise when the mangle was operating, the creak of wood, the groan of metal, the slap and hiss of wet fabric, created a soundtrack that workers heard in their dreams. The mangle woman herself was typically drawn from the same working-class communities that supplied labour to other industrial enterprises. She might be young or old, married or single, but she was almost certainly strong. Operating a hand-cranked mangle for hours at a time developed muscles that would put many modern gym enthusiasts to shame. The repetitive motion, feeding fabric in, turning the crank, guiding the pressed linen out the other side, created a particular physical conditioning that marked mangle workers as surely as their calloused hands and perpetually damp clothes. The work rhythm in a laundry followed patterns that were simultaneously monotonous and demanding. Monday was traditionally wash day across Britain, which meant that commercial laundries received their heaviest influx of dirty laundry early in the week. The washing would progress through Tuesday and Wednesday, with mangling typically reaching its peak on Thursday and Friday, as the week's washing dried and needed pressing. Saturday might bring a final push to complete orders, while Sunday offered a rare day of rest, though many laundry workers spent their Sundays doing their own household washing, since the irony of being too tired from work to do one's own laundry was not lost on them. The social dynamics of the laundry workplace were complex and fascinating. These were predominantly female spaces, where women from similar backgrounds worked together in conditions that, while hardly pleasant, at least offered the companionship of shared labour. The gossip that circulated through Victorian laundries was legendary. Indeed, the term laundering gossip originally referred quite literally to the stories exchanged over washboards and mangles. Women shared news about neighbours, families, and the broader world, creating information networks that spread through working-class communities with remarkable efficiency. The topics of laundry gossip range from the mundane to the scandalous. Who was stepping out with whom, whose husband was spending too much time at the pub, whose children were doing well in school and whose were causing trouble. All of this was thoroughly discussed while fabric moved through rollers and steam rose from washing tubs. The laundry was also a place where more practical information was exchanged. Which shops offered the best prices, which employers were looking for workers, which landlords were reasonable and which were tyrants. For women whose lives were largely confined to their immediate neighbourhoods, the laundry served as a connection to a wider world. But the gossip also touched on the laundry's customers, which created its own ethical complications. The women who processed laundry handled intimate items, undergarments, nightclothes, bed linens, that revealed more about their owners than those owners might have preferred. Stains told stories. Mending indicated financial circumstances. The quality of fabric revealed social standing. A discreet laundry worker kept such observations to herself, but not all laundry workers were discreet, and the potential for embarrassment was ever present. Wealthy families often sent their most delicate items to specialised laundries that promised confidentiality, or employed personal laundresses who could be trusted with family secrets. Less wealthy customers simply had to hope that their dirty linen, both literal and metaphorical, wouldn't become public knowledge. The physical toll of mangle work was severe, though it manifested differently than the more obvious hazards of factory labour. The repetitive motion of cranking created strain injuries that we would now recognise as forms of repetitive stress damage, though Victorian medicine had no such diagnosis. Shoulders ached, wrists swelled, backs bent from constant leaning over the machine. The heat and humidity of the laundry environment created respiratory problems, particularly when combined with the various chemicals used in the washing process. And the mangle itself was dangerous. Fingers caught between rollers could be crushed before the operator could react, and loose clothing or hair could be caught and pull workers into the mechanism with horrifying consequences. Despite these hazards, many mangle women took genuine pride in their work. A properly mangled piece of linen had a particular smoothness and finish that distinguished it from fabric that had merely been wrung out and air-dried. The creases in a well-pressed sheet or tablecloth spoke to skill and care, and laundries developed reputations based on the quality of their finishing work. A mangle woman who could consistently produce perfect results was a valuable employee, and some became known for their expertise, receiving better pay or more desirable assignments as a result. The aesthetic of the perfectly pressed household linen was deeply important to Victorian sensibilities. A properly made bed with crisp sheets announced respectability as surely as a clean doorstep or polished brass knocker. Tablecloths that fell in smooth folds over dining tables demonstrated that a household was well managed and civilised. Napkins with perfect creases showed attention to detail that guests would notice and appreciate. The mangle woman, in this sense, was a participant in the Victorian project of domestic order, transforming chaos into neatness one piece of fabric at a time. The working conditions in commercial laundries varied considerably, depending on the establishment and its owner. Some laundries were reasonably well-run businesses where workers were treated fairly if not generously. These might provide adequate ventilation, reasonable hours, and compensation that allowed workers to live with some dignity. Other laundries were essentially sweatshops, crowding too many workers into too little space, demanding excessive hours, and paying wages that barely covered survival. The lack of regulation meant that workers had little recourse beyond finding employment elsewhere, and in areas where laundry work was the primary option for women seeking wages, even that choice might not be available. The small-scale mangle operator represented another model entirely. In working-class neighbourhoods, individual women sometimes acquired their own mangles and set up informal businesses, processing laundry for neighbours in their own homes or in small rented spaces. These operations might handle only a few households' worth of washing, but they provided income for women who needed to work while remaining close to their own homes and children. The neighbourhood mangle woman became a familiar figure in many communities, known to her customers personally and relied upon for consistent service week after week. The economics of the laundry trade reflected broader patterns of Victorian industry. Commercial laundries operated on thin margins, competing for customers who expected low prices for what was, after all, dirty work that nobody particularly wanted to think about. The main cost was labour, which meant that owners had strong incentives to keep wages as low as possible. Technological improvements, steam-powered mangles, mechanical washing equipment, could reduce labour costs, but required capital that many small operators couldn't afford. The result was a trade where some establishments modernised and grew while others remained small and labour-intensive, barely distinguishing themselves from the individual neighbourhood operators. The seasonal rhythms of laundry work followed the patterns of domestic life and social activity. Winter brought its own challenges. Clothes took longer to dry, customers were more demanding about quick turnaround times for holiday entertaining, and the contrast between the cold outside and the steam-heated laundry interior created health hazards of its own. Summer might seem easier, with faster drying times and more pleasant working conditions, but it also brought lighter clothing that needed more frequent washing, and the eternal battle against perspiration stains. Spring cleaning season brought surges of heavy items, curtains, bedspreads, winter garments being stored, that required extra mangling capacity. The mangle woman's home life, when she had time for it, was often an extension of her working life. She might take in small amounts of washing to supplement her wages, processing neighbours' laundry in the evenings or on a day off. Her own household laundry, performed in whatever time remained, used the same skills she applied professionally, though without the industrial equipment that made commercial processing more efficient. The division between work and home that we now consider normal was largely meaningless for the mangle woman. Fabric and pressing and steam followed her everywhere. Marriage and motherhood complicated but rarely ended laundry careers. Married women often continued working, particularly if their husband's wages were insufficient to support a family, which was frequently the case. Children might be cared for by relatives, left with paid minders, or simply brought to the workplace when other arrangements couldn't be made. The sight of small children playing in corners of commercial laundries, surrounded by steam and chemicals and dangerous equipment, strikes modern sensibilities as horrifying, but for Victorian working families, it was simply the reality of making ends meet. The technical aspects of mangle operation required more skill than the basic concept might suggest. Different fabrics needed different amounts of pressure. Too much could damage delicate items, while too little would fail to achieve the desired smoothness. The speed of operation affected results as well, with faster speeds producing acceptable results for some items, but ruining others. Dampness levels had to be monitored. Fabric that was too wet wouldn't press properly, while fabric that was too dry might develop unwanted creases. The experienced mangle woman developed an intuitive understanding of these variables, adjusting her technique automatically as she processed different items. The hierarchy within commercial laundries reflected the skills and physical demands of different tasks. At the bottom were the scrubbing and washing workers, whose jobs required more endurance than skill, and whose positions were correspondingly less valued. The ironing of delicate items, fine shirts, elaborate ladies' garments, occupied a higher status, requiring skill that not everyone possessed. The mangle operators fell somewhere in between, their work demanding both physical strength and technical judgment. Supervisory positions were typically held by women who had worked their way up through the ranks, their authority based on demonstrated competence rather than education or social standing. The laundry trade also connected to broader networks of domestic service and household management. Wealthy homes employed their own laundresses, who performed essentially the same work as commercial mangle women, but within the household structure. These domestic laundresses might have more stable employment and better living conditions, but they also faced the particular pressures of service: constant proximity to employers, limited personal freedom, the requirement to be deferential regardless of their own feelings. Some women moved between commercial laundries and domestic positions, seeking the arrangement that best suited their circumstances at any given time. The smell of a Victorian laundry was a complex thing, combining elements that would strike modern noses as both familiar and strange. The clean scent of linen drying, pleasant enough in itself, mixed with the sharper odours of soap and starch. The steam carried its own metallic tang, mingled with whatever was burning in the boilers that heated the water. And underneath it all, particularly on busy days, was the smell of the dirty laundry itself, the accumulated grime, sweat, and staining of households that bathed less frequently than modern sensibilities would prefer. Laundry workers became nose-blind to their environment eventually, but visitors often found the sensory experience overwhelming. The transition from hand-powered to mechanically powered mangles transformed the trade without eliminating it. Steam-powered mangles could process far more laundry with less human effort, making the work less physically demanding in some ways, while making the equipment more dangerous and the pace more relentless. The mangle woman in a steam-powered establishment became more of a machine tender than a manual labourer, feeding fabric in and guiding it out while the engine provided the force that her arms had once supplied. This was progress by Victorian standards, though progress that came with its own costs and complications. The training of new mangle operators happened on the job, through observation and gradually increasing responsibility. A newcomer might start with simple tasks, sorting dry laundry, folding finished items, before being allowed to assist at the mangle under supervision. The dangers of the equipment were impressed upon new workers through stories of accidents, if not through direct experience, and responsible operators took care to ensure that trainees understood the risks before being trusted to work independently. The passage from novice to competent operator might take weeks or months, depending on the individual's aptitude and the complexity of the establishment's equipment. As we leave the steamy world of the laundry behind, the rhythmic thump of mangles fading into memory, we turn to a profession that might seem at first glance to have nothing in common with the physical labour we've been describing. The hat blocker worked not with wet fabric but with felt, not with massive rollers but with wooden forms, not in industrial establishments but in specialised workshops that produced essential accessories for Victorian society. Yet the two trades shared something fundamental. Both transformed raw materials into finished goods through skilled manual labour, and both products carried social meanings that extended far beyond their practical functions. The hat, in Victorian Britain, was not merely protection from the elements or a convenient place to rest the brain. It was a statement of identity, a marker of class, and an essential element of proper dress for virtually everyone who ventured out in public. Men were expected to wear hats outdoors as a basic matter of respectability, and the type of hat they wore announced their social position with unmistakable clarity. The top hat proclaimed wealth and status, the bowler suggested respectable middle-class solidity, and the cloth cap marked working-class identity. Going bareheaded was for children, labourers engaged in particularly messy work or the dangerously eccentric. The hat blocker was the craftsman, and occasionally craftswoman, though the trade was predominantly male, who transformed raw felt into the shaped headwear that Victorian society demanded. The term blocking referred to the process of stretching and moulding felt over wooden forms, called blocks or blockheads, that gave hats their distinctive shapes. A skilled blocker could produce top hats with perfectly straight sides and smooth crowns, bowlers with precisely curved brims, or any of the other hat styles that fashion might demand. Their work was invisible in the final product, yet essential to its existence. Felt itself was a remarkable material, though its production was a trade unto itself that we won't explore in detail here. Made from animal fibres, typically rabbit, beaver or wool, that had been compressed and matted together through heat, moisture and pressure, felt could be shaped in ways that woven fabric could not. It held its form once dried, resisted water to some degree, and could be finished to produce surfaces ranging from rough and casual to smooth and lustrous. The quality of the felt determined the quality of the hat, and hat blockers developed discriminating judgment about the materials they worked with. The blocking process began with a cone of felt, produced by the felt maker and delivered to the hat workshop in quantities that reflected anticipated demand. The blocker's first task was to soften this stiff material, typically through the application of steam. A steam box or steam kettle would heat water to produce a controlled flow of hot vapour, and the felt cone would be exposed to this steam until it became pliable enough to work. The smell of steaming felt, wet, organic, vaguely animal, filled the blocking room, contributing to an atmosphere that was as distinctive as the laundry's steam and soap. Once the felt was softened, the actual blocking could begin. The blocker would stretch the material over a wooden form whose shape corresponded to the desired hat style. For a top hat, this meant a tall cylindrical block with a flat top. For a bowler, a rounded form that would produce the characteristic dome. The felt was worked over the block using a combination of hands and specialized tools, stretched and smoothed until it conformed perfectly to the underlying shape. Any wrinkles, bubbles, or uneven areas would show in the finished product, so the blocker worked carefully to ensure a flawless fit. The skill required for this work was considerable, though like many craft skills, it appeared simple when performed by an expert. The blocker needed to understand how different felts behaved. Some were more forgiving, others required more careful handling. They needed to judge the amount of steam required to soften a particular piece without over-wetting it. They needed to apply pressure evenly, working the felt down over the block without creating weak spots or distortions. And they needed to work quickly, before the felt dried and became too stiff to manipulate further. The wooden blocks themselves were works of craft in their own right, produced by specialized wood-turners who created the precise shapes that hat styles demanded. A busy hat workshop might have dozens or hundreds of blocks in various sizes and styles, organized to allow blockers to find the correct form for any order. As fashions changed, and Victorian hat fashions did change, though more slowly than modern clothing styles, new blocks would be needed while old ones gathered dust. A well-established workshop's collection of blocks represented decades of accumulated style changes, from early Victorian shapes to late-century innovations. The hierarchy of hat types reflected the hierarchy of Victorian society with remarkable precision. The top hat stood at the summit, the headwear of aristocrats, professionals, and anyone else who wished to announce their elevated status. A gentleman would wear his top hat to church, to business, to social occasions of any formality. The quality of the hat, the sleekness of the felt, the perfection of the shape, the richness of the silk or beaver finish, indicated precisely where in the upper ranks its owner belonged. A duke's hat might cost what a working family spent on food for a month, while a clerk's more modest version still represented a significant investment. The bowler occupied a curious middle position in the hat hierarchy. Originally designed as sturdy headwear for gamekeepers and other outdoor workers, it had been adopted by the middle classes as a respectable alternative to the top hat. The bowler was less formal but still perfectly acceptable for business wear, comfortable enough for daily use but dignified enough to maintain respectability. Bank clerks, shopkeepers, and middle managers across Britain wore bowlers as a matter of course, their rounded crowns bobbing through city streets in their thousands. Below these came the various soft hats, flat caps, and other headwear that marked working-class identity. These might be blocked as well, though often they were produced through simpler methods or made from cheaper materials. The cloth cap, in particular, became so identified with working-class men that it served almost as a uniform, immediately identifying its wearer's social position to anyone who cared to look. The hat blocker who produced top hats and bowlers knew that their work supported a social system where your head announced your place before you spoke a word. The economics of the hat trade meant that blocking workshops existed at various scales. At one end were the prestigious establishments that produced for London's finest hatters, crafting bespoke pieces for individual customers who demanded perfection and could afford to pay for it. These workshops employed the most skilled blockers, used the finest materials, and maintained standards that lesser establishments could only dream of matching. At the other end were small workshops producing cheaper hats for mass retail, where speed mattered more than perfection, and blockers were paid by the piece rather than for their expertise. The working conditions in hat-blocking establishments shared some characteristics with other Victorian workshops, while differing in important particulars. The steam used to soften felt created a humid environment, though less extreme than the laundry's constant dampness. The work was physically demanding but not backbreaking, more skilled manipulation than brute force. The greatest hazard was actually chemical rather than mechanical. Hat makers historically used mercury compounds in the felting process, and prolonged exposure to mercury vapour caused neurological damage that manifested as tremors, mood swings, and mental deterioration. The phrase "mad as a hatter" referred to this occupational disease, though by the Victorian era, awareness of mercury's dangers had grown, and safer processes were beginning to be adopted. A typical day for a hat blocker began early, as was standard for Victorian trades. The workshop would open by 6 or 7 in the morning, and workers would immediately begin steaming felt to prepare for the day's blocking. Orders from customers, hat retailers, gentlemen's outfitters, individual clients seeking custom work, determined what needed to be produced, and the workshop manager would assign tasks based on workers' skills and the complexity of each order. A simple bowler might be blocked by a less experienced worker, while an elaborate top hat for a demanding customer would be entrusted only to the most skilled hands. The pace of work varied with demand. The London social season, when wealthy families gathered in the capital for balls, theatre and other entertainments, drove increased demand for formal hats. Weddings and funerals created spikes in orders, as did race meetings and other events where gentlemen needed to look their best. Conversely, quieter periods might see reduced hours or temporary layoffs, the irregular employment that characterised so much Victorian work. The wise blocker saved money during busy times against the lean periods that inevitably followed. The relationship between hat blockers and the retailers who sold their products was often complicated. Large retailers might operate their own blocking workshops, keeping the entire production process under a single roof. Others contracted with independent workshops, sometimes playing suppliers against each other to drive down prices. The blocker who worked for a contract workshop had little security. If the retailer found a cheaper supplier, work could vanish overnight. Some blockers attempted to establish their own small workshops, hoping to capture more of the profit from their labour, but the capital required for equipment and materials made this difficult for most. The finishing of hats, after blocking but before sale, involved additional steps that might or might not fall to the blocker depending on how the workshop was organised. The brim needed to be shaped, either curled upward or flattened depending on the style. The hat band, typically silk ribbon for better hats and cheaper alternatives for economy models, needed to be attached. The lining, which protected the wearer's head from the rough interior of the felt, had to be sewn in. Some of these tasks were performed by the blockers themselves, others were assigned to specialised finishers or passed to the retail establishments that would sell the completed product. The social position of the hat blocker was respectable if not exalted. The work required genuine skill, was indoors, and paid reasonably well by working-class standards. A skilled blocker could support a family, maintain a decent home, and perhaps save something for old age or emergencies. They might join friendly societies that provided mutual aid in times of sickness, participate in their local community, and enjoy the modest pleasures available to respectable working families. Their children, if fortunate, might receive enough education to move into clerical or other white-collar work, the Victorian dream of improvement across generations. The craft traditions of hat blocking created strong bonds among workers who had learned the same skills and practiced the same techniques. Some workshops maintained apprenticeship systems, training young workers through years of graduated responsibility until they achieved journeyman status. Others relied more on informal training, with new workers learning from experienced colleagues as they gradually took on more demanding tasks. Either way, the transmission of skill from one generation to another created continuities that connected Victorian blockers to predecessors stretching back centuries. The introduction of machinery affected hat blocking as it affected so many trades, though the transition was gradual rather than sudden. Steam-powered blocking machines could produce basic shapes more quickly than handwork, but they lacked the finesse required for high-quality products. The finest hats continued to be blocked by hand, their premium prices justifying the additional labour cost. Lower-end products increasingly shifted to mechanical production, while a middle tier balanced hand and machine work in various combinations. The skilled blocker found their niche narrowing as machines took over routine work, but did not disappear entirely. Even today, some luxury hats are still produced using techniques that a Victorian blocker would recognise. The decline of the hat as an essential element of male dress came gradually, accelerating after the First World War and reaching its conclusion in the casual decades of the late 20th century. The hat blockers' trade declined with it, the workshops closing one by one as demand dwindled and new generations saw no future in the craft. A few specialised makers survived, producing for theatrical costumers, historical enthusiasts, and the small remaining market for formal hats. But the days when every man needed a hat and every hat needed a blocker have long since passed. The contrast between the mangle woman and the hat blocker reveals something interesting about Victorian work. Both performed essential transformations, wet cloth into pressed linen, felt cones into shaped hats, through skilled manual labour. Both worked in conditions that modern standards would consider inadequate, if not actually dangerous. Both occupied positions in hierarchies that determine their pay, their prospects, and their social standing. Yet the mangle woman was coded as female work, performed by women for women's wages, while the hat blocker was coded as male work, carrying the slightly higher status that Victorian society accorded to men's trades. These gendered divisions were not inevitable or natural, but they were powerful. The laundry's female workforce and the hat workshop's male workforce reflected Victorian assumptions about appropriate work for each sex, assumptions that shaped wages, working conditions, and life possibilities. The mangle woman might work just as hard and require just as much skill as the hat blocker, but she would earn less and command less respect, simply because of who was doing the work. Both trades have now largely vanished, but the patterns they represented continue to echo in contemporary discussions of work and gender. The steam that rose from laundry mangles and the steam that softened felt for blocking have both dissipated now, but the workers who laboured in those misty environments deserve to be remembered. They were not heroes or historical figures in the conventional sense. They left few records, shaped no great events, and passed from the world with hardly a trace. But they were part of the vast machinery of Victorian life, performing the countless tasks that kept society functioning. The pressed linens and the shaped hats they produced are long since worn out and discarded, but the labour that created them was real, and in its own way, remarkable. As we prepare to move on to our next Victorian profession, carry with you these images: the mangle woman at her great rollers, muscles straining as she turns the crank, surrounded by steam and gossip and the smell of damp cloth. The hat blocker at his wooden forms, hands working felt into shapes that would announce their wearer's place in society, breathing air thick with steam, and perhaps with more dangerous substances. These were the workers who created the physical texture of Victorian life, the smooth sheets in the bedrooms, the proper hats on the streets, through labour that was simultaneously essential and invisible. They deserve at least a moment of our attention before we move on to the next strange trade in our catalogue of forgotten professions. The rhythms of their work, the steady turning of the mangle, the careful shaping of felt over blocks, created their own kind of music, industrial and organic at once. The conversations that filled their workplaces, the laundry gossip, the workshop banter, have all faded into silence, the voices of the dead beyond any recovery. But we can imagine them, at least partially, based on what we know of their work and their world. We can picture the mangle woman wiping sweat from her forehead as she pauses between batches, the hat blocker examining a newly blocked crown to ensure the shape is perfect. These small human moments, repeated millions of times across the Victorian era, are the true substance of history, not the grand events we remember, but the ordinary lives we forget. The night continues to deepen around us, and other strange professions await our exploration. But before we leave the mangle woman and the hat blocker entirely, consider how their work touched lives far beyond their own. Every well-dressed gentleman who tipped his bowler to a lady owed something to the blocker who shaped that hat. Every household that slept on fresh-pressed sheets owed something to the mangle woman who made them smooth. The products of their labour spread across society, used by people who never thought about where they came from. In this, they were like most workers throughout history, essential, anonymous, and eventually forgotten. Our small tribute here cannot restore them fully, but perhaps it can keep their memory from fading entirely as we continue our journey through Victorian Britain's strangest help-wanted advertisements. The tools of these trades, when they survive at all, now rest in museums and private collections, curiosities from an age that has passed beyond living memory. An antique mangle might fetch a surprising price from collectors interested in Victorian domestic technology, its wooden rollers worn smooth by decades of fabric passing between them. Hat blocks, with their distinctive shapes and patina of age, have become decorative objects, displayed in homes whose owners find something appealing in their sculptural forms. The steam kettles and felting tools of the blocking trade appear occasionally in antique shops, puzzling browsers who cannot immediately identify their purpose. These objects are all that remains of workplaces that once employed thousands. The women who worked the mangles and the men who blocked the hats left their own marks on the tools they used, where patterns that reflected individual habits, repairs that extended the life of equipment, modifications that made work slightly easier or more efficient. A well-used mangle bore the evidence of countless hours of operation, its mechanisms gradually adapting to the particular pressures applied by specific hands. A hat block might show the subtle compression from years of felt being stretched over its surface. These traces are a kind of industrial archaeology, evidence of human labour inscribed in wood and metal. The laundry trade, in particular, developed its own rich folklore that circulated among workers and was sometimes recorded by observers. Stories of haunted laundries, of ghostly figures seen in the steam, reflected the atmospheric conditions of workplaces where visibility was often poor and imagination could easily fill the gaps. Tales of legendary mangle women who had processed impossible quantities of laundry or who had developed superhuman strength from their years of work celebrated the community's own heroes in forms that outsiders might find amusing, but that carried real meaning for those who told them. The hat trade had its own traditions, including the rituals surrounding the completion of apprenticeships and the initiation of new workers. A newly qualified blocker might be subjected to good-natured pranks by his colleagues, or required to stand drinks at the local pub, or otherwise marked as having crossed the threshold from learner to craftsman. These rituals built solidarity among workers and transmitted the unwritten rules of workshop conduct from one generation to the next. The knowledge that passed through these informal channels was as important as any technical skill. How to deal with difficult supervisors, how to pace yourself through a long day, how to maintain your dignity in conditions designed to extract maximum labour for minimum compensation. Both trades also developed their own vocabularies, specialised terms that identified insiders and excluded those who hadn't learned the language. The mangle woman knew dozens of words for different types of fabric, different qualities of pressing, different problems that might arise during processing. The hat blocker had vocabulary for every aspect of felt, every stage of blocking, every defect that might appear in the finished product. These trade languages served practical purposes, efficient communication among workers, but they also created communities defined by shared knowledge. To speak the language of the trade was to belong to it. The relationship between these workers and the customers who ultimately used their products was typically indirect. The mangle woman might never meet the households whose sheets she pressed. The hat blocker might never see the gentleman whose hats he shaped. This distance created a kind of anonymity that could be either liberating or alienating. The worker did not have to perform deference to customers face to face, but also missed the satisfaction of seeing their work appreciated. The products disappeared into the world, used until worn out and then discarded, their makers never acknowledged or thanked. Some workers, particularly those who produced for wealthy clients, did occasionally receive recognition. A hat blocker whose work was particularly fine might be known by name to the hatter, who sold the finished products, and might be specifically requested for important orders. A laundry that served the aristocracy might develop relationships with household staff who would praise good work or complain about problems. But these connections were exceptions. For most workers, the fruits of their labour vanished into anonymous consumption, valued by users who never wondered about their origins. The end of a working life in these trades varied considerably depending on circumstances. Some workers saved enough to retire with modest dignity, perhaps living with children who could supplement whatever small resources had been accumulated. Others worked until they physically couldn't continue, then faced the grim alternatives of charity, poor relief, or family dependence. The workhouse, that dreaded institution of Victorian social policy, received many former workers whose trades had worn out their bodies without providing for their old age. The contrast between the products they had made, beautiful hats, crisp linens, and the poverty of their final years was stark, though few observers made the connection explicit. Workers who died in the trade, from accidents, from occupational diseases, from the general wear of hard labour on human bodies, left families to cope as best they could. A widow whose husband had been the primary earner might need to find work herself, perhaps taking in laundry or finding a position in the same trade her husband had practised. Children might leave school early to supplement family income, their educational prospects sacrificed to immediate necessity. The community of workers might take up collections for particularly desperate cases, but such charity could only do so much against the structural inequalities of Victorian economy. The political organisation of these workers was limited but not entirely absent. Unions existed in some trades by the mid-Victorian period, though the hat-blocking and laundry trades were not among the most organised. Workers occasionally took collective action against particularly egregious employers, refusing to work until conditions improved or wages were raised. These actions were risky. Employers could simply replace troublesome workers from the ample supply of unemployed, but sometimes succeeded in winning concessions. The gradual development of labour protections over the Victorian era owed something to these early efforts at collective bargaining. The women of the laundry trade faced particular challenges in organising, since Victorian society largely assumed that women workers were temporary participants in the labour force who would soon marry and leave. This assumption, often wrong in practice, undermined efforts to improve conditions in female-dominated trades. Why invest in better conditions for workers who weren't supposed to be there permanently? The answer, of course, was that many women worked for decades, that their labour was as valuable as men's, and that their welfare deserved as much consideration. But these arguments made slow headway against entrenched assumptions. The physical spaces where these workers laboured have largely disappeared. Victorian laundries have been demolished or converted to other uses, their steam-filled rooms now unrecognisable. Hat-blocking workshops have suffered similar fates, their specialised architecture no longer serving any purpose. Occasionally, a building's history can be traced through records or remembered by local historians, but mostly these workplaces have vanished as completely as the workers who filled them. The Victorian city that we imagine, all soot and gas lamps and bustling streets, was also a city of workshops and factories, of specialised spaces where particular forms of labour took place. That industrial landscape is largely gone now, erased by redevelopment and changing needs. Yet echoes of these trades persist in unexpected places. The language of laundry retains some Victorian terminology, though we may not recognise its origins. The craft of hat making continues in specialised niches, preserving techniques that have been practised for centuries. Museums display the tools and products of these trades, offering visitors a glimpse into working lives that seem impossibly distant from our own. And stories like the one we're telling tonight keep the memory alive, at least for the duration of a podcast or a sleepy evening's listening. The transition from one trade to another in our journey, from laundry to hats, from mangles to blocks, reminds us that Victorian Britain contained multitudes. No single story can capture the variety of working experiences that characterise the era. The mangle woman and the hat blocker lived in the same society, breathed the same soot-filled air, navigated the same rigid class structure. But their daily experiences were utterly different, shaped by the particular demands of their particular trades. To understand Victorian work, we need to understand this diversity, to recognise that generalisations about the Victorian worker obscure as much as they reveal. As we prepare to move forward to our next profession, let the rhythms of the mangle and the blocking room fade gently from your awareness. The steam dissipates, the wooden rollers grow still, the felt cools on its blocks. These sounds and sensations belong to another time, recoverable only imperfectly through words and imagination. But for a moment we have been there, in the humid laundry and the workshop thick with steam, observing workers who have been dead for a century, but whose labour helped create the world that eventually became our own. The night grows later still, and ahead of us lies another strange profession that we haven't yet explored. The lamplighter awaits, with his long pole and his nightly rounds through streets that knew no other illumination. But that, as they say, is a story for the next chapter. From the steamy workshops where mangles turned and felt took shape, we now step out into the streets themselves, those dark Victorian thoroughfares that came alive only when someone took the trouble to light them. The lamplighter was one of the most visible yet simultaneously invisible workers in Victorian Britain, a figure who appeared at dusk and dawn to perform a task so essential that most people never thought about it at all. Until, of course, he didn't show up, and suddenly everyone remembered just how dark the night could be. Before gaslighting transformed urban life, city streets after sunset were genuinely treacherous places. Oil lamps and candles provided some illumination, but their reach was limited, their light flickering and unreliable. Wealthy pedestrians might employ link boys, children carrying torches, to light their way through dark streets, a service that came with its own risks since not all link boys were above leading their clients into ambushes. For most people, venturing out after dark meant navigating by whatever moonlight filtered through the smoke and fog, feeling your way along familiar routes and hoping for the best. It was, to put it mildly, not ideal for a society that increasingly operated around the clock. Gaslighting changed everything. The technology, developed in the early 19th century, allowed streets to be illuminated with a reliability and brightness that previous generations could only dream of. A network of pipes carried coal gas from manufacturing plants to street lamps, positioned at regular intervals, each lamp casting a circle of yellow light that pushed back the darkness. By the 1820s, London's major streets were being lit by gas, and other cities quickly followed. The transformation was dramatic enough that contemporaries wrote about it with genuine wonder. Streets that had been black as pitch were suddenly visible, navigable, almost welcoming after dark. But gas lamps didn't light themselves. Each lamp required someone to turn it on at dusk and off at dawn, adjusting the flow of gas to produce the right amount of light. This was the lamplighter's job, and it was more demanding than it might initially appear. A single lamplighter might be responsible for dozens or even hundreds of lamps, depending on the density of the neighbourhood and the terms of his employment. He needed to complete his rounds within a specific window of time. Lights needed to be on before full darkness fell, and they needed to be extinguished before daylight made them wasteful. The margin for error was small, and the consequences of failure were immediately visible to everyone who walked the streets. The lamplighter's essential tool was his pole, a long wooden or metal rod with a hook and small flame at one end, used to reach the lamp fixtures mounted well above head height. The typical gas street lamp stood perhaps 12 or 15 feet tall, designed to cast light over as wide an area as possible while remaining out of easy reach of vandals and thieves. The lamplighter would approach each lamp, extend his pole to the burner, open the gas valve with the hook, and touch his flame to the escaping gas. A satisfying pop would announce successful ignition, and the lamp would flare to life, joining its neighbours in the nightly battle against darkness. The evening round began as daylight faded, the lamplighter setting out from wherever the district's lamps began, and working systematically through his territory. Speed was essential, but so was reliability. A missed lamp would leave a gap in the illumination that residents and police alike would notice and complain about. The experienced lamplighter developed an intimate knowledge of his route, knowing exactly where each lamp stood, which ones were temperamental, which alleys required extra caution. He moved through the streets with a purpose that contrasted with the leisure of evening strollers, his pole bobbing as he strode from lamp to lamp. The morning round was equally important, though less dramatic. As dawn approached, the lamplighter would retrace his steps, extinguishing each lamp to conserve gas and prevent waste. Gas was not free, and the companies that operated street lighting systems expected their lamplighters to minimize consumption while maintaining adequate illumination. A lamp left burning into broad daylight represented money literally going up in flames, or at least up in modest, unnecessary combustion. The morning round also provided an opportunity to note any problems: lamps that had gone out during the night, fixtures that needed repair, gas leaks that required attention. The weather, unsurprisingly, was the lamplighter's constant adversary. Rain made the work miserable and could interfere with ignition if water got into the lamp mechanism. Wind threatened to blow out flames as quickly as they were lit, requiring the lamplighter to shield his pole's flame with his body and time his lighting attempts to lulls between gusts. Fog, that quintessential Victorian atmospheric condition, made navigation difficult and reduced the effective illumination of lamps that were lit, though it also made their warm glow all the more precious to those who sought their way through the murk. Snow and ice added the joy of slippery pavements and the very real possibility of falling while carrying a pole with an open flame, which was roughly as dangerous as it sounds. The lamplighter's relationship with time was particularly precise. His work was governed by published schedules that dictated when lamps should be lit and extinguished, schedules that changed throughout the year as daylight hours expanded and contracted with the seasons. The difference between lighting time in June and December might be several hours, requiring the lamplighter to adjust his routine accordingly. Some municipal authorities posted the lighting schedule publicly, allowing citizens to know exactly when they could expect illumination and to complain effectively if it wasn't provided. The lamplighter who ran late heard about it from neighbours, from police, from his employers, and from anyone else who felt entitled to reliable street lighting. The social position of the lamplighter was modest but not without dignity. The work required reliability, sobriety, and physical capability, qualities that employers valued and were willing to pay reasonable wages to secure. A lamplighter needed to be trusted to complete his rounds without supervision, to handle the minor emergencies that arose, and to represent the lighting company or municipal authority without embarrassment. Drunkenness was grounds for dismissal, since an intoxicated lamplighter wielding a pole with an open flame in crowded streets was a recipe for disaster. The job attracted men who needed steady work and were willing to accept the unsociable hours in exchange for predictable employment. The lamplighter's uniform, where one was provided, typically consisted of practical working clothes supplemented by some identifying badge or insignia. He was meant to be recognizable as an official worker, both for the reassurance of the public and for his own protection. A strange man with a pole wandering through neighborhoods at dusk might otherwise attract unwelcome attention. Some lamplighters developed relationships with the residents of their routes, known by name and greeted as familiar figures in the evening streetscape. Others remained anonymous, their nightly appearances so regular and unremarkable that they blended into the urban background. The gas itself presented hazards that lamplighters learned to respect. Coal gas was toxic if inhaled in quantity, and leaks could accumulate in enclosed spaces with fatal results. A lamplighter who noticed the distinctive smell of escaping gas, that sulphurous odour added specifically to make leaks detectable, was expected to report it immediately. The flame at the end of his pole could ignite gas that had accumulated unexpectedly, potentially causing explosions that had killed or injured lamplighters throughout the industry's history. These risks were accepted as part of the job, though accepted might be too strong a word for what was really a lack of alternatives in an era when worker safety was not a prominent concern. The expansion of gaslighting through Victorian cities created employment for thousands of lamplighters, each responsible for their own territory within the growing illuminated network. Large cities like London employed armies of these workers, their routes collectively covering every street where gas mains had been laid. Smaller towns might have only a handful of lamplighters, each known personally to most residents. The lighting of a new street was a minor civic event, extending the zone of evening safety and commerce into previously dark territory. The lamplighter who first lit those new lamps was a small participant in urban progress, bringing modernity one flame at a time. The economics of gaslighting involved multiple parties with sometimes conflicting interests. Gas companies produced and distributed the fuel, charging municipalities or private subscribers for consumption. Municipal authorities set lighting schedules and quality standards, balancing public safety against taxpayer cost. Residents expected reliable illumination but also complained about rates. And in the middle of these competing pressures stood the lamplighter, whose job was to make the system work regardless of the politics surrounding it. He had no influence over gas prices or municipal budgets, but he would certainly hear about any failures in the system he operated. Children in Victorian cities often regarded lamplighters with a mixture of fascination and affection. The evening lighting round was something of a spectacle, particularly in residential neighbourhoods where children might be playing outside as dusk approached. The lamplighter's progress could be tracked by the succession of lamps flaring to life behind him, a visible transformation of the streetscape that seemed almost magical to young eyes. Some children developed the habit of following lamplighters on their rounds, watching the ritual of lighting with rapt attention. The lamplighter, who tolerated this audience, perhaps even explaining his work or sharing a moment of conversation, became a neighbourhood character whose arrival marked the end of the outdoor day. The physical demands of the job, while not extreme, accumulated over time. Walking several miles each evening and morning, often carrying a heavy pole, took its toll on feet, legs, and backs. The awkward posture required to extend the pole upwards strained shoulders and arms. The exposure to all weathers, rain, cold, fog, occasionally heat, affected health in ways that were poorly understood but clearly felt. Older lamplighters might find the work increasingly difficult, their routes perhaps shortened or reassigned as their pace slowed. Retirement from the profession, like retirement from most Victorian occupations, was a matter of no longer being able to do the work rather than having accumulated sufficient savings to stop. The relationship between lamplighters and police was generally cooperative, since both had interests in well-lit streets. Police officers appreciated the illumination that made their own patrols safer and more effective, and they could report lamp failures directly to the lamplighter or his employers. In turn, lamplighters often served as informal observers of street life, noticing things during their rounds that might be useful to authorities. A lamplighter who saw something suspicious, a break-in in progress, a fight developing, someone in distress, might alert the nearest constable or report it after completing his rounds. This cooperation wasn't formalised, but it reflected the shared interest in public order that both occupations served. The lamplighter's knowledge of his territory extended beyond just the locations of lamps. He knew which streets were safe at all hours and which became dangerous after dark. He knew the rhythms of neighbourhood life, when businesses closed and pubs opened, when respectable people retired indoors and less respectable people emerged. He knew where the shadows fell between lamp pools, the spots where darkness persisted despite the surrounding illumination. This knowledge was practical. It helped him complete his rounds efficiently and safely, but it also made him a kind of expert on the nighttime city, understanding dimensions of urban life that daytime workers never experienced. The transition from gas to electric lighting, which began in the 1880s and accelerated through the following decades, fundamentally threatened the lamplighter's profession. Electric street lamps could be switched on and off remotely, eliminating the need for someone to visit each fixture twice daily. The light they produced was brighter and more reliable than gas, making the older technology seem dim and old-fashioned by comparison. Cities that electrified their street lighting found they could reduce their workforce of lamplighters dramatically, replacing human judgment and effort with mechanical switches and eventually automatic timers. The lamplighters themselves responded to this technological displacement with the limited tools available to them. Some adapted, learning to maintain electrical equipment or transitioning to related occupations. Others found themselves unemployed in middle age, their specific skills suddenly worthless in a market that no longer needed them. The phrase technological unemployment, the loss of jobs to machines, would not be coined for decades, but the reality was already apparent to Victorian lamplighters, watching their professions slowly extinguish. The last gas street lamp in a city might remain a nostalgic landmark for years, a reminder of how things used to be, but sentiment didn't translate into employment for those who had once tended such lamps. Some gas lamps survived longer in areas where electrification came slowly, rural towns, less affluent neighbourhoods, places where the infrastructure investment couldn't be justified. The lamplighters who served these areas became increasingly anomalous figures, practicing a craft that had passed from cutting-edge to quaint within a single career span. When the final conversions happened, the last lamplighters had often already retired or died, their profession ending not with a dramatic final extinguishing, but with the quiet attrition of old men no longer being replaced. The cultural memory of the lamplighter outlasted the profession itself. Songs, poems, and children's stories romanticized the figure, transforming a workday labourer into a symbol of coziness, security, and the comfort of a light against darkness. The image of the lamplighter with his pole silhouetted against the evening sky became nostalgic almost as soon as it became obsolete. This romanticisation, while pleasant, obscured the reality of what had actually been a physically demanding, poorly compensated, and ultimately precarious form of employment. The real lamplighters might have appreciated the sentiment, but they would probably have appreciated better wages and job security even more. As the last lamps glow softly in our imagination, gas flames will never actually see, we turn to another profession that operated in the hours of darkness, though its purpose was precisely opposite to the lamplighters. Where the lamplighter brought illumination to the night, the knocker-up dealt with the transition from night to day, ensuring that workers who needed to rise before dawn actually managed to do so. In an era before reliable alarm clocks, before smartphones with multiple alarms set at increasingly short intervals, someone had to wake people up. That someone was the knocker-up, and their methods were as ingenious as they were slightly absurd. The problem of waking up on time was considerably more challenging in Victorian Britain than it is today. Mechanical alarm clocks existed but were expensive, unreliable, and beyond the means of most working families. The human body's internal clock, that imprecise mechanism of circadian rhythms, was not sufficient for the precise timekeeping that industrial work demanded. A factory that opened its gates at 6 in the morning expected workers to be there at 6, not whenever they happened to wake naturally. Being late meant losing wages or losing your job entirely. The stakes of oversleeping were high, which created a market opportunity for anyone who could guarantee punctual arousal. The knocker-up filled this need with remarkable simplicity. For a small weekly fee, typically a few pence, the knocker-up would visit your home at your specified time and wake you by knocking on your door or window. This sounds straightforward enough, except that many clients lived in upper-floor rooms of multi-storey buildings, and not everyone could afford a room facing the street where a knocker might be heard. The profession therefore developed specialised techniques for reaching sleepers wherever they might be, using ingenuity to compensate for architectural obstacles. The most common tool of the trade was a long pole, similar in some ways to the lamplighter's instrument but used for an entirely different purpose. The knocker-up would extend this pole to upper-story windows and tap on the glass until the sleeper inside responded. The technique required a certain delicacy, too gentle, and the client wouldn't wake, too vigorous, and you might break the window, which was expensive and tended to annoy people. The experienced knocker-up developed a rhythm of knocking that was loud enough to penetrate sleep, but not so loud as to wake entire households or neighbourhoods. This was precision work, performed in the dark by practitioners who knew their clients' windows as intimately as the lamplighter knew his lamps. An alternative technique, favoured by some knocker-ups and apparently quite effective, involved shooting dried peas at windows from a kind of blowpipe or shooter. The peas made a distinctive rattling sound against glass that was difficult to sleep through, and they had the advantage of bouncing away rather than lingering as evidence. A knocker-up who specialised in this method could carry a pocket full of ammunition and dispense wakefulness from a distance, no pole required. The image of someone walking through pre-dawn streets shooting peas at windows has a certain comic quality, but it was a genuine profession practiced by real people who made real livings from it. The knocker-up's rounds began in the small hours of the morning, often as early as 3 or 4 o'clock for clients who needed to reach distant workplaces or who worked the earliest factory shifts. Unlike the lamplighter, who had a fixed route through a defined territory, the knocker-up's itinerary was determined by clients' schedules. Mr. Thompson at number 14 might need waking at 4:30. Mrs. Patterson 3 streets over at 4:45, the Johnson household at 5 sharp. The knocker-up plotted a route that would hit all these times within the necessary margins, crisscrossing their territory in patterns dictated by their clients' clocks. The reliability required of a knocker-up was absolute. A factory worker who paid for a 4:30 wake-up and received it at 5 had lost half an hour of wages at minimum, and possibly their entire day's pay if the factory operated strict timekeeping. The knocker-up who failed to appear, or who appeared late, would quickly lose clients to competitors who proved more dependable. This was a reputation business, where word of mouth determined success or failure. A good knocker-up was recommended to friends and neighbours, a poor one was warned against. The margin between a thriving practice and an unsustainable one might be just a few missed calls. The question that naturally occurs to modern listeners, who woke the knocker-up, apparently bothered Victorians as well, since it appears in contemporary discussions of the profession. The answers varied. Some knocker-ups simply didn't sleep during the hours when their services were needed, staying awake through the night and resting during the day when most people didn't need waking. Others used the few reliable alarm mechanisms available, or relied on their own finely tuned internal clocks honed by years of practice. Still others hired fellow knocker-ups to wake them, creating chains of mutual dependence that must have occasionally broken with cascading consequences. The clientele of the knocker-up came primarily from the industrial working classes, factory hands, mill workers, dock labourers, and others whose employment depended on punctual arrival at specific times. Middle-class households might also use knocker-up services, particularly for servants who needed to rise before their employers. Some knocker-ups developed specialised practices, serving particular factories or industries where their reputation was established. Others maintained general practices, serving whoever in their neighbourhood needed the service. The physical demands of knocker-up work were different from but no less real than those of other occupations we've discussed. Walking several miles in the pre-dawn darkness, often in cold and wet conditions, challenged the body in familiar ways. But the disruption of normal sleep patterns was perhaps more damaging in the long run. The knocker-up, who worked from 3 in the morning until 8 or 9, then tried to sleep during daylight hours when neighbours were active and noise was constant, rarely achieved the restful sleep that health required. The occupation created its own form of exhaustion, visible in the drawn faces of knocker-ups who had spent years in the trade. Women participated in the knocker-up profession to a greater extent than in many other trades. The work could be combined with domestic responsibilities. A woman might complete her rounds in the early morning and still be home in time to care for her own household. Widows and women without other support found in knocking up a source of income that, while modest, at least provided some independence. The image of the knocker-up in popular culture often features a woman, typically elderly, wielding her pole or pea shooter with practiced efficiency. While this image risks condescension, It also reflects a genuine historical reality of women finding economic niches in an era of limited options. The relationship between knocker-up and client could become quite personal over time. The knocker-up, who woke the same people week after week, year after year, developed knowledge of their households that went beyond professional requirements. They knew when clients were ill, no answer from the usual window, when households expanded, a new face appearing to acknowledge the knock, when circumstances changed, a client suddenly no longer needing the service. Some knocker-ups became trusted figures in their clients' lives, known by name and greeted with the particular warmth reserved for those who help you meet your daily obligations. The technology of the knocker-up, poles and pea shooters and vigorous knocking, might seem primitive, but it was remarkably well adapted to its purpose. The pole could reach windows that were otherwise inaccessible. The peas provided a distinctive sound that penetrated sleep without requiring physical contact. The knocking itself was adjustable to different sleepers' needs. Some knocker-ups developed signature techniques, their particular rhythm of knocks recognizable to regular clients. The best practitioners were genuine experts in the science of waking, understanding which sounds and patterns most effectively roused human beings from slumber. The knocker-up profession existed in a curious symbiosis with the factory system that created demand for its services. The rigid timekeeping of industrial work, the whistles that marked shift changes, the docked wages for tardiness, the regimented hours, required workers to subordinate their natural rhythms to mechanical schedules. The knocker-up made this subordination possible, bridging the gap between human biology and industrial demand. Without knocker-ups, factories would have faced chronic tardiness. Without factories, knocker-ups would have had few customers. Each made the other possible. The geographic distribution of knocker-ups reflected the geographic distribution of industrial work. Factory towns in the north of England, with their mills and manufactories employing thousands, supported numerous knocker-ups serving the dense populations of workers. London's varied economy meant knocker-ups were scattered throughout working-class neighbourhoods wherever the need existed. Rural areas, where agricultural work was governed more by seasons and daylight than by industrial schedules, had less need for the service. The knocker-up was essentially an urban phenomenon, one of many occupations created by the particular conditions of city life in the industrial age. The knocker-up's equipment, unlike the lamplighters, was typically their own property rather than employer-provided. The pole needed to be long enough to reach upper windows, perhaps 15 or 20 feet for the tallest buildings, but light enough to carry through an entire round of calls. Some knocker-ups fashioned their own poles from materials at hand, others purchased purpose-built implements from suppliers who served the trade. The pea shooters were simple enough that anyone could make one, though a well-designed shooter with good range and accuracy was worth seeking out. The sounds of the knocker-up's rounds, the tap of pole on glass, the rattle of peas, the thump of fist on door, were among the first sounds of the urban day. Before the general awakening, before the rush of workers heading to factories, before the opening of shops and the resumption of traffic, the knocker-up moved through silent streets, summoning sleepers one household at a time. For those who lived on a knocker-up's route but didn't use the service, these sounds might serve as an informal alarm, signalling that the working day was approaching whether or not they'd paid for notification. Competition among knocker-ups could be fierce in areas with many potential clients and low barriers to entry. Anyone who could stay awake and walk could theoretically become a knocker-up, which meant that success depended on reliability, punctuality, and perhaps some personal charm that made clients prefer one practitioner over another. Established knocker-ups sometimes felt threatened by newcomers who undercut their prices or poached their clients. The trade had no guild, no professional organisation, no standards beyond what individual practitioners chose to maintain. This freedom made entry easy, but also made the profession precarious. The relationship between the knocker-up and the factory was sometimes formalised. A mill owner who needed hundreds of workers to arrive on time might contract with a knocker-up to serve those workers, perhaps paying a retainer that guaranteed service regardless of how many workers actually subscribed. This arrangement benefited the factory by improving punctuality, benefited the knocker-up by providing stable income, and benefited workers by reducing the cost of the service since the factory was subsidising it. Such arrangements were not universal, but they were common enough to constitute a recognised business model within the trade. The cultural status of the knocker-up was low but not despised. The work was honest, provided a genuine service, and required no capital investment to enter. A person fallen on hard times might become a knocker-up as a way of earning income while seeking other employment. or might find it became a permanent occupation if nothing better materialized. The knocker-up was a working-class figure serving working-class needs, neither aspiring to higher status nor sinking to the degradation of begging or crime. They occupied a stable, if unglamorous, niche in the Victorian economy. The decline of the knocker-up profession came more gradually than that of the lamplighter, since the technology that displaced them, the reliable alarm clock, spread slowly through working-class households. Factory-made clocks became cheaper through the late 19th century, and alarm mechanisms that actually worked replaced earlier unreliable designs. By the early 20th century, many households that had once relied on knocker-ups had their own clocks, and the profession began its long fade into obsolescence. The last knocker-up survived well into the 20th century in some areas, their services still valued by elderly clients who had used them for decades and saw no reason to change. The memory of knocker-ups, like the memory of lamplighters, became nostalgic rather quickly after the profession declined. Stories were told about colourful knocker-up characters, about their ingenious methods and their dedication to their clients. Old photographs showing knocker-ups with their poles or pea-shooters became historical curiosities, evidence of a world where services we now take for granted required human labour to deliver. The knocker-up entered the catalogue of quaint Victorian occupations, remembered fondly but not mourned practically. Both the lamplighter and the knocker-up remind us how fundamentally different daily life was before the technologies we now take for granted. Electric lights that turn on at the flip of a switch, alarm clocks that wake us with music or radio or increasingly irritating beeps, these conveniences eliminated entire categories of employment that had once been essential. The work was real, the workers were real, and their contributions to Victorian society were genuine even if we no longer need them. They solved problems that we've solved in other ways, using human ingenuity and effort where we now use machines and electricity. The lamplighter's pole and the knocker-up's pea-shooter, these humble tools represented the cutting edge of their respective services in their day. They were technologies perfectly adapted to their purposes, refined through use and experience. The lamplighter who could light his route efficiently in the face of wind and rain had developed genuine expertise. The knocker-up who woke clients reliably while letting neighbours sleep had mastered a difficult skill. That these skills became obsolete doesn't diminish what they were when they mattered. As we prepare to move on to our next strange profession, imagine for a moment the pre-dawn streets of a Victorian industrial town. In the darkness, two figures pass each other, the lamplighter on his final extinguishing round as dawn approaches, the knocker-up beginning her waking calls. They nod in recognition, two workers who understand each other's burden of unsociable hours and unglamorous labour. Behind them, the town stirs into wakefulness, the lamps going dark just as the windows begin to light with candles and gas jets of households preparing for the day. The transition from night to day, now taken for granted, was once managed by human hands performing these small essential services. The Industrial Revolution that created demand for lamplighters and knocker-ups would eventually eliminate them through further technological change. This was the pattern of Victorian work more broadly, new industries creating new occupations, which were then themselves transformed or eliminated by subsequent innovations. The worker who entered a trade in their youth might find it vanished by their middle age, their skills worthless in a changed economy. Adaptation, retraining, or simple displacement awaited those whose professions faded. The lamplighter and knocker-up faced futures that would not include their current work, a prospect at once liberating and terrifying. The night deepens around us as we conclude this chapter, but there are more strange professions yet to explore. The herbalist awaits with her remedies, the street musician with his organ and his trained monkey, the menu artist with his chalks and his skill at making written words appetizing. Victorian Britain's catalogue of curious occupations extends further than one evening can cover, but we've made a decent start at surveying its range. From the drawing room to the workshop to the street, from the respectable to the eccentric, the workers of this era found ways to earn their livings that we can barely imagine today. The flame at the end of the lamplighter's pole has been extinguished. The knocker-up's pole has been set aside for another morning. These workers have completed their rounds and retreated to whatever rest they could find before the next shift of duties called them back to the streets. Their footsteps echo in our imagination, fading into the historical distance that separates us from their world. But for a moment, we walked with them through those gaslit streets and dark pre-dawn alleys, understanding a little of what it meant to do their work. That understanding, imperfect as it is, keeps their memory from fading entirely. The transition from lamplight to electric light from human knocker to mechanical alarm, represents something larger than just technological change. It represents a shift in how humans relate to the rhythms of day and night, of sleep and waking. The lamp that lights automatically at sunset and turns off at dawn needs no human attention. The alarm that sounds at the programmed hour needs no one to trigger it. We have gained convenience and efficiency, but we have lost something too, the human presence in services that are now purely mechanical. The lamplighter brought not just light, but a human figure to the evening streets. The knocker-up delivered not just wakefulness, but a moment of human contact at the start of each day. These dimensions of the work are harder to quantify, but no less real for that. Our journey continues, but the lamplighter and knocker-up will remain with us as exemplars of Victorian working life at its most essential and most strange. They performed services that everyone needed but few thought about, earning modest livings from modest fees paid by modest customers. They were the infrastructure of daily life, as essential in their way as the gas pipes and factory walls that defined their world. When we think of the Victorian era, we should remember not just the famous figures and grand events, but these ordinary workers doing ordinary jobs in the darkness before dawn. The training for these professions, such as it was, happened largely on the job. A new lamplighter would accompany an experienced one on rounds, learning the route, the techniques, and the 1,000 small details that made the difference between competent work and failure. The mechanics of lighting a gas lamp were simple enough to demonstrate in minutes, but the judgment about how to handle difficult conditions, when to persist with a temperamental lamp and when to move on, how to pace oneself to complete the round in time, what to do when equipment failed, took longer to develop. An apprentice lamplighter might shadow a veteran for weeks before being trusted with a route of their own. The knocker-up similarly learned through practice and observation. A newcomer to the trade might start by accompanying an established knocker-up, learning client locations, observing waking techniques, and developing the internal sense of timing that the work required. The art of producing the right sound at the right volume, enough to wake the sleeper but not the whole street, was something that could only be learned through experience. Mistakes were educational but also costly. A newcomer who broke a window or woke the wrong household might find their career ending before it properly began. The seasonal variations in both professions shaped the rhythm of working life throughout the year. Summer brought shorter nights for the lamplighter, meaning earlier starts to the extinguishing round as dawn came sooner, but also later starts for the lighting round as dusk lingered. Winter reversed this pattern, with long hours of darkness requiring earlier lighting and later extinguishing. The knocker-up schedule varied less with seasons, since factory hours were more constant, but the experience of working in summer's mild pre-dawn versus winter's bitter darkness was dramatically different. December rounds in freezing rain were endured rather than enjoyed. The health consequences of these occupations accumulated in ways that were poorly understood at the time. The lamplighter's exposure to coal gas, with its various toxic components, contributed to respiratory problems that were attributed to the general unhealthiness of urban air, rather than to occupational exposure specifically. The knocker-up's chronic sleep disruption affected mental and physical health in ways that modern medicine would recognise as significant, but that Victorian doctors had no framework to diagnose or treat. Both occupations shortened lives and reduced their quality, though the connections between work and health remained largely invisible. The family lives of lamplighters and knocker-ups were shaped by their unconventional schedules. A lamplighter who worked evening and morning rounds might sleep during the middle of the night, available to family only during afternoon hours when children might be in school and spouses busy with their own obligations. The knocker-up who worked before dawn and slept during the day similarly found their domestic life constrained by the demands of the job. Meals together, conversations, the ordinary rhythms of family life that most households took for granted, these were harder to maintain when work pulled you out of sync with everyone around you. Children in lamplighter and knocker-up families sometimes followed their parents into the same trades, the skills and client relationships passing from one generation to the next. A lamplighter's son might inherit his father's route, already knowing every lamp and every twist in the streets from years of accompanying the old man on rounds. A knocker-up's daughter might take over the family business, already known to clients who had seen her grow up alongside her mother's morning visits. This continuity provided stability of a sort, though it also limited mobility. The child who inherited a parent's trade might never develop skills that could take them elsewhere if that trade declined. The interactions between lamplighters and knocker-ups with the nighttime underworld of Victorian cities added an element of risk to their work. The streets they walked were not always safe, particularly in poorer neighbourhoods where crime flourished in darkness. A lamplighter whose route took him through rough areas learned which corners to approach carefully, which alleys to avoid entirely, and how to handle confrontations when they couldn't be avoided. The knocker-up who worked in similar neighbourhoods faced parallel risks, compounded by the fact that they carried nothing of value and therefore had nothing to surrender to would-be robbers. The work required a certain street-smart awareness that was never mentioned in job descriptions. The municipal politics surrounding street lighting created occasional drama that affected lamplighters' employment. Debates over lighting budgets, disputes between gas companies and local authorities, decisions about which streets deserved illumination and which didn't. All of these could determine whether lamplighters found their routes expanded, contracted, or eliminated entirely. A city council that decided to reduce lighting in certain neighbourhoods to save money might lay off lamplighters with decades of service, while one that decided to extend lighting into new areas might create positions for newcomers. The lamplighters themselves had no voice in these decisions but felt their consequences directly. The knocker-up's business model was more purely private, depending on individual client relationships rather than municipal contracts. This gave knocker-ups more independence but also more vulnerability. A client who decided to purchase an alarm clock or who lost their factory job might stop paying without notice, and enough such losses could make a knocker-up's practice unsustainable. The successful knocker-up cultivated client loyalty through reliable service, but also diversified their client base to avoid depending too heavily on any single household or neighbourhood. The tools and techniques of both trades occasionally evolved, though the basic methods remained stable throughout the profession's existence. Lamplighters experimented with different pole designs, seeking the ideal combination of reach, lightness, and durability. Some developed attachments that could perform maintenance tasks as well as lighting, allowing them to clear debris from lamp fixtures or adjust burners during their regular rounds. Knocker-ups similarly refined their equipment, developing pea shooters with better range or poles with specially designed tips that produced ideal knocking sounds. These innovations were typically individual rather than industry-wide, passed from worker to worker through demonstration and imitation. The social geography of lamplighter and knocker-up routes reveals something about Victorian urban planning and its assumptions about who deserved services. Well-lit streets in wealthy neighbourhoods contrasted with poorly lit or entirely unlit streets in poorer areas, making it clear that safety and convenience were distributed according to ability to pay. Similarly, knocker-up services were concentrated in industrial neighbourhoods where the need was greatest and in areas where clients could afford the modest fees. The maps of lighting and waking services, if such maps existed, would show the class divisions of Victorian cities as clearly as any economic analysis. Both professions developed their own informal hierarchies based on the prestige of routes or clients. A lamplighter responsible for a wealthy neighbourhood with elegant gas fixtures and appreciative residents enjoyed higher status than one trudging through industrial streets where no one noticed his work. A knocker-up serving professional households that paid promptly occupied a better position than one scraping together fees from workers who might default when money was tight. These distinctions mattered to the workers themselves, even if outsiders saw all lamplighters or all knocker-ups as equivalent. The nostalgic image of the lamplighter that developed in children's literature and popular culture after the profession's decline emphasized its cozy, reassuring aspects rather than its actual labour. The lamplighter in stories brought light and safety to dark streets, a kindly figure whose work made children feel protected. This romanticisation obscured the physical demands, the low pay, the exposure to weather and gas, and all the other less pleasant realities of the work. Similarly, the knocker-up became a quaint figure of memory, amusing in her methods but stripped of the economic necessity that actually drove people into the trade. The last practitioners of both professions watched their worlds change around them, with whatever mixture of resignation and regret individuals feel when history moves past them. The elderly lamplighter who had lit gas lamps for 40 years, watching as electric lights spread street by street through his city, knew that his expertise was becoming worthless. The aging knocker-up who saw alarm clocks appearing in client windows, making her services redundant one household at a time, understood that her trade had no future. Whether they adapted, retired, or simply continued until no clients remained, they represented the end of an era in the most personal possible terms. The record these workers left behind is fragmentary and incomplete. Census returns list occupations without describing what those occupations actually involved. Occasional newspaper articles mention lamplighters or knocker-ups in passing, typically when something unusual happened, an accident, a crime, a human interest story that caught an editor's attention. Personal letters and diaries sometimes reference these workers, but usually from the perspective of those who use their services rather than those who provided them. Reconstructing the lived reality of these professions requires imaginative extrapolation from limited evidence. Yet we can say with confidence that these workers existed, that they performed the services we've described, and that their labour contributed to the functioning of Victorian society. The city that lit up each evening and woke each morning did so because people made it happen, one lamp and one knocking at a time. The industrial economy that demanded punctual workers got punctual workers because someone ensured they woke on time. These are facts, not romantic reconstructions, and they deserve to be remembered alongside the more dramatic events and famous figures that typically dominate historical accounts. The transition to our next chapter will take us from these services performed in darkness to professions practiced in daylight, from the anonymous work of maintaining urban infrastructure to more personal trades that involved face-to-face relationships with customers. But the lamplighter and knocker-up establish important themes that will recur throughout our exploration. The ingenuity of Victorian workers in meeting needs that seem strange to us now, the physical demands placed on bodies by work we might consider simple, and the vulnerability of even essential occupations to technological and social change. These themes connect the most exotic Victorian professions to our own working lives, reminding us that the strange jobs of the past were once as normal as the jobs we consider routine today. The streets have gone quiet now as our imaginary rounds conclude. The last lamp burns steadily through the night. The last sleeper has acknowledged their wake-up call and is preparing for another day of labour. The lamplighter and the knocker-up have earned their rest, brief as it may be, before the next round of duties begins. They have done their small part to keep Victorian Britain functioning, and now they fade back into the historical anonymity from which we briefly summoned them. From the darkness of pre-dawn streets where knocker-ups made their rounds, we now step into a different kind of Victorian economy, one that operated in daylight but dealt in mysteries just as deep. The travelling herb seller, sometimes called a herbalist or herb woman, occupied a peculiar position in Victorian society, part merchant, part healer, part keeper of old knowledge in an age increasingly devoted to new science. She, for the trade was predominantly female, walked a line between the respectable and the suspicious, between genuine remedy and hopeful placebo, between tradition that actually worked and superstition that merely comforted. Her story reveals something important about how ordinary Victorians actually dealt with illness, pain, and the endless small miseries of daily life. To understand the herb seller's role, we first need to understand Victorian healthcare from the perspective of those who couldn't afford much of it. The professional medical establishment, doctors, surgeons, apothecaries, served primarily those with money to pay their fees. A consultation with a qualified physician might cost what a working family spent on food for a week, and that was before any prescribed treatments, medicines, or follow-up visits. Hospital care existed, but was often viewed with justified suspicion. These institutions were places where the poor went to die rather than to recover, their wards crowded with infectious patients in conditions that modern medicine would recognise as actively harmful. For the vast majority of Victorians, professional medicine was essentially a luxury, consulted only in desperate circumstances or not at all. This left a vast unmet need for healthcare that the official medical system couldn't or wouldn't provide. People still got sick, still suffered from chronic conditions, still needed help with 1,000 ordinary ailments that made life uncomfortable. Headaches, digestive troubles, skin conditions, respiratory complaints, the aches and pains of hard labour, the particular difficulties of women's health, all of these required some response, some attempt at relief, even when professional treatment was impossibly expensive. Into this gap stepped the herb seller, offering remedies that were affordable, accessible, and rooted in traditions that stretched back generations. The typical herb seller operated as a mobile merchant, travelling through neighbourhoods with a basket or tray of dried plants, prepared remedies, and the knowledge to recommend treatments for various complaints. She might have a regular route through certain streets, appearing on the same day each week so that customers knew when to expect her. Or she might work a wider territory, moving from neighbourhood to neighbourhood in patterns that brought her into contact with different clienteles. Some herb sellers stationed themselves at markets, setting up temporary stalls alongside vendors of food, household goods, and other necessities. Others walked continuously, calling out their wares in the traditional manner of street sellers, their voices adding to the cacophony of Victorian commercial life. The inventory of a typical herb seller included both raw materials and prepared remedies. Dried herbs formed the foundation: lavender for calming the nerves and aiding sleep, chamomile for similar purposes, peppermint for digestive troubles, elderflower for colds and fevers, yarrow for wounds and bleeding, and dozens of others with traditional uses that had been passed down through generations. These might be sold loose, tied in bundles, or packaged in small quantities suitable for home use. The customer who bought dried herbs would prepare their own remedies at home, steeping them into teas, making poultices, or using them in whatever manner tradition prescribed. Prepared remedies represented a step up in value and complexity. These might include ointments for skin conditions, syrups for coughs and colds, tinctures preserved in alcohol, and various pills, powders, and pastes designed for specific purposes. The herb seller who prepared her own remedies was part chemist, part cook, working with techniques that might have been learned from a mother or grandmother and refined through years of practice. These preparations commanded higher prices than raw herbs, reflecting the labour involved and the specialised knowledge that went into their creation. The scientific validity of these remedies varied enormously. Some herbal treatments had genuine therapeutic value that modern medicine has confirmed. Willow bark, for example, contains salicin, which the body converts to salicylic acid, the active ingredient in aspirin. Foxglove contains digitalis, used in heart medication to this day. Many herbs had antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, or other properties that provided real relief for real conditions. A customer who bought lavender for insomnia or peppermint for an upset stomach was getting something that actually worked, even if the mechanism wasn't understood. Other remedies were less effective but probably harmless. Wearing a bag of herbs around the neck to ward off illness, for example, provided no medical benefit whatsoever, but it also caused no harm and might have offered psychological comfort that had its own value. The line between medicine and magic was blurrier in the Victorian era than it is today, and many customers didn't particularly care which they were getting as long as they felt better afterward. The placebo effect, which modern medicine takes quite seriously, was operating in full force among herb sellers' clientele, even if nobody called it by that name. And then there were the remedies that were genuinely dangerous. The Victorian pharmacopoeia, both official and folk, included substances that we now know to be toxic. Mercury compounds appeared in treatments for various conditions, accumulating in the body with devastating effects. Arsenic was used in everything from complexion remedies to rat poison, with predictable results when the dosing went wrong. Opium and its derivatives were freely available and commonly used for everything from coughs to teething pain in infants, creating addictions and occasionally causing fatal overdoses. The herb seller who dealt in these substances was contributing to genuine harm, though she might not have understood the dangers any better than her customers did. The knowledge that herb sellers possessed came from various sources. Some had learned from family members, part of traditions that stretched back through generations of women who had served their communities as informal healers. Others had picked up their trade through apprenticeship of sorts, learning from established herb sellers in exchange for labour or payment. A few might have had access to printed herbals, books that compiled traditional knowledge about plants and their uses, though these were less common among the mostly illiterate practitioners of the trade. The knowledge was practical rather than theoretical, focused on what worked, or seemed to work, rather than on understanding why it worked. The relationship between the herb seller and her customers was built on trust that developed over time. A new customer might approach with skepticism, buying a small quantity of some common remedy to test both the product and the seller. If the remedy seemed to help, the customer would return, perhaps asking for something stronger or something to address a different complaint. Over months and years, the herb seller accumulated regular customers who relied on her for their healthcare needs, recommending her to friends and neighbours, becoming part of an informal network that sustained her business. This trust was the herb seller's most valuable asset, and protecting it required a certain practical wisdom. The experienced herb seller learned to recognise when a complaint was beyond her ability to help, when a customer needed actual medical attention rather than herbal remedies. Advising someone to see a doctor, despite the expense, when their symptoms suggested something serious was good ethics and good business both. A dead customer was no customer at all. and a customer whose condition worsened despite treatment might blame the herb seller and warn others away. The herb seller who survived in the trade long term was one who knew her limits and respected them. The herb seller's relationship with the official medical establishment was complicated and often antagonistic. Doctors viewed irregular practitioners with suspicion and sometimes outright hostility, seeing them as dangerous amateurs whose treatments might kill patients or delay proper care. The medical profession spent considerable energy during the Victorian era trying to establish its authority and distinguish qualified practitioners from quacks and charlatans. From this perspective, the herb seller was at best a nuisance and at worst a menace, peddling ignorance wrapped in tradition. Yet the doctor's critique was somewhat undermined by the state of official medicine itself. Victorian physicians operated with theories of disease that were often completely wrong, used treatments that were frequently harmful, and achieved outcomes that were not obviously better than doing nothing. Bloodletting, purging, and other heroic interventions remained common well into the century, doing considerable damage to patients who might have recovered on their own. The discovery that many diseases were caused by germs rather than miasmas or humoral imbalances came only in the latter half of the Victorian era, and effective treatments based on this understanding took even longer to develop. Against this background, the herb seller's remedies didn't look quite so inferior. The geography of herb selling reflected the geography of poverty and limited medical access. Working-class neighbourhoods, where professional medicine was least affordable, supported the most active herb trades. Industrial cities with large populations of factory workers, domestic servants, and casual labourers provided ample customers for herb sellers who knew their routes and their clientele. Rural areas, where doctors might be scarce and distances great, also relied heavily on folk medicine traditions that the herb seller represented. The wealthy neighbourhoods where doctors set up their practices had less need for alternative healers, though even there servants and tradespeople might quietly consult herb sellers for conditions they didn't want to trouble their employers about. The physical appearance of the herb seller was often distinctive enough to be recognisable at a distance. She might carry a large basket filled with her wares, the dried herbs giving off aromatic scents that announced her presence before she came into view. Her clothing would be practical rather than fashionable, suited to long hours of walking and exposure to weather. Some herb sellers developed reputations that attached to their appearance. The woman in the green shawl who sold the best cough syrup, the one with the silver hair who knew all about women's troubles, becoming local characters whose comings and goings were noted by the neighbourhoods they served. The cries of herb sellers, like those of other street vendors, became part of the urban soundscape. Lavender. Fresh lavender might be heard on summer streets when the herb was in season. Remedies for what ails you, or similar calls announced the seller's presence to potential customers who might hear her before seeing her. These cries followed traditional patterns that varied from region to region, their rhythms and melodies as distinctive as regional accents. A Londoner transported to Manchester might recognise that street sellers were calling, but find the specific calls unfamiliar, the local variations marking geographic identity as clearly as dialect. The seasonal rhythms of herb selling reflected the seasonal availability of plants. Spring and summer brought fresh herbs that could be sold immediately or dried for later use. Autumn was harvest time for seeds, roots, and other materials that would stock the winter's inventory. Winter sales relied on whatever had been prepared and preserved during the productive months, the herb seller's income potentially declining during the cold months, when fresh materials were unavailable and customers perhaps less willing to stand in the street making purchases. The wise herb seller built up reserves during the abundant seasons to carry through the lean ones. The prices charged by herb sellers were calibrated to their customers' means. A penny or tuppence might buy a bundle of dried herbs or a small quantity of prepared remedy, amounts that were affordable even for families living on tight budgets. More elaborate preparations or larger quantities cost more, but the herb seller rarely dealt in sums that would be significant to middle-class purchasers. This low-price, high-volume model made sense given the clientele. Better to sell many small packets at modest prices than to price goods beyond what customers could pay. The ethics of herb selling existed in a grey area that troubled some practitioners and didn't seem to bother others at all. Selling a remedy you genuinely believed would help was one thing. Selling something you knew was useless, or even harmful, was quite another. Yet the line between belief and knowledge was often unclear, and the herb seller who sincerely thought her preparations worked might be doing harm despite the best of intentions. Some herb sellers were essentially honest tradespeople, selling products they believed in and recommending professional help when appropriate. Others were closer to con artists, making extravagant claims for worthless remedies and taking advantage of customers' desperation. Most probably fell somewhere in between, genuinely trying to help while operating with incomplete knowledge and inevitable biases. The question of women's health occupied a particularly important place in the herb seller's practice. Female customers often prefer to discuss their intimate concerns with another woman rather than with a male doctor, even when they could afford professional care. Menstrual problems, menopausal symptoms, pregnancy-related complaints, and other aspects of reproductive health were brought to herb sellers who claimed expertise in these areas. Some of the remedies offered were genuinely helpful, others were harmless placebos, still others could be dangerous, particularly those intended to regulate menstruation or address unwanted pregnancies. The term regulate menstruation was a common Victorian euphemism for inducing abortion, and herb sellers who offered remedies for this purpose occupied especially contested territory. Abortion was illegal and socially condemned, but the demand for it was constant, driven by economic necessity, social stigma, and the limited effectiveness of contraception. Herbs with potential abortifacient properties, pennyroyal, tansy, savin, were known and traded, their purposes understood by both sellers and buyers even when not spoken directly. The herb seller who provided these remedies risked prosecution if discovered, but also filled a genuine need that the official medical and legal systems refused to acknowledge. The risks of these abortifacient preparations were considerable. Many were toxic at the doses required to have any effect on pregnancy, and women who used them might suffer serious harm or death. The line between effective dose and fatal dose was often narrow and uncertain, particularly given the uncontrolled conditions under which these preparations were made and used. Yet women continued to seek them out, their desperate circumstances overriding concerns about safety. The herb seller who provided such remedies was both helper and potential harmer, meeting a need that society created but refused to address openly. Beyond abortion, the herb seller's repertoire of women's health remedies addressed a wide range of concerns. Preparations to ease menstrual pain, to regularize irregular cycles, to address the hot flashes and mood changes of menopause, to ease the discomforts of pregnancy. All of these found ready customers among women who had few other options. The effectiveness varied enormously, from genuinely helpful herbs to pure superstition, but the demand was consistent. Women's bodies presented challenges that women had to address somehow, and the herb seller offered at least the possibility of help. The herb seller's knowledge of children's ailments was equally important to her practice. Teething pain, colic, fevers, rashes, the endless minor illnesses of childhood, all of these brought mothers to seek remedies from the local herb woman. Some of what was offered was genuinely soothing: chamomile tea for upset stomachs, lavender to help restless children sleep. Other remedies were less benign, particularly those containing opium, which was commonly given to infants and children throughout the Victorian era. Godfrey's cordial, Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup and similar patent medicines contained significant doses of opiates that quieted crying babies by effectively drugging them unconscious. The herb seller who provided similar preparations was participating in a practice that sometimes proved fatal. The competition facing herb sellers came from multiple directions. Patent medicines, those branded preparations that were sold through shops and advertised in newspapers, offered alternatives that might seem more respectable or more effective than the herb woman's wares. Other informal healers, bone setters, midwives, wise women of various kinds, addressed some of the same needs. And the gradual expansion of medical access through charity hospitals, dispensaries, and eventually national health insurance gradually drew some customers away from traditional sources. The herb seller's market was not disappearing, but it was changing, becoming more contested as the Victorian era progressed. The public perception of herb sellers ranged from respectful to suspicious depending on who was doing the perceiving. Working-class communities that relied on these practitioners often viewed them positively, as helpful neighbours providing needed services at affordable prices. Middle-class observers were more likely to see ignorance, superstition and potential danger, viewing the herb trade as a regrettable vestige of pre-modern practices that should give way to proper medicine. The medical establishment's hostility was openly expressed in professional publications, lectures and campaigns to regulate or suppress irregular practice. Yet despite official disapproval, the herb seller persisted, serving customers who needed what she offered regardless of what experts thought about it. The question of regulation hung over the herb trade throughout the Victorian era. Various laws attempted to control the sale of medicines, drugs and poisons, but enforcement was patchy, and the boundaries of what counted as a regulated substance were often unclear. A herb seller who sold dried chamomile was clearly operating within the law, but one who sold preparations containing opium, arsenic or other controlled substances might be breaking it. The distinction between medicine and food was not always clear, and prosecutors had to prove both that a violation had occurred and that the seller had the required guilty knowledge. Many herb sellers operated in legal grey zones, potentially liable to prosecution but rarely actually charged. The physical toll of the herb seller's work was different from the heavy labour we encountered in previous chapters, but no less real. Walking miles each day carrying a heavy basket, standing for hours in markets, exposure to all weather conditions, these demands accumulated over years to affect joints, feet, and overall health. The herb seller who couldn't walk couldn't work, and the trade offered no sick pay, no retirement benefits, no safety net for those who could no longer practice it. Old age brought difficult choices: continue working despite declining strength, find some other means of support, or face the grim alternatives of the workhouse or family dependence. The training of new herb sellers happened largely through informal channels. A daughter might learn from her mother, absorbing knowledge over years of observation and participation before taking up the trade herself. A young woman might attach herself to an established herb seller, learning in exchange for help with carrying, selling, or preparing remedies. The knowledge passed from generation to generation in this way, evolving gradually as new plants or preparations proved useful, and old ones fell out of favour. There were no examinations, no certifications, no official recognition of expertise, just reputation, built over time through successful practice. The herbs themselves came from various sources. Wild plants could be gathered from fields, hedgerows and woodlands, though urban expansion was gradually reducing access to these natural resources. Cultivated herbs might be grown in small gardens or purchased from market gardens that specialised in producing them. Imported materials, spices, exotic herbs, prepared substances from abroad could be obtained from wholesalers who served the trade. The herb seller who wanted to offer a wide range of remedies needed access to diverse supply chains, relationships with multiple sources, and the capital to maintain adequate inventory. The preparation of remedies required equipment that might range from simple to relatively sophisticated. Mortars and pestles for grinding, pots and pans for cooking, bottles and jars for storage, scales for measuring. These were the basic tools of the trade. More elaborate preparations might require distillation equipment, presses for extracting juices, or other specialised apparatus. The herb seller who prepared her own remedies needed a workspace, which might be her own kitchen or a rented room, where she could work without interference. The smells of brewing remedies, sometimes pleasant, sometimes decidedly not, marked these spaces as surely as the mangle woman's steam marked the laundry. The social networks among herb sellers facilitated the sharing of knowledge, supplies, and sometimes customers. Herb sellers who worked adjacent territories might cooperate rather than compete, referring customers whose needs they couldn't meet, and sharing information about new remedies or sources of supply. These informal networks provided a kind of professional community in the absence of formal organisation, a way of maintaining standards and sharing expertise that benefited both sellers and customers. The herb seller who was entirely isolated, who had no contact with others in the trade, was at a disadvantage compared to one embedded in these supportive networks. The relationship between herb selling and other female trades in Victorian society deserves consideration. Women's economic options were limited, and herb selling represented one of several possible paths for those who needed to earn money. A woman might move between herb selling, domestic service, factory work and other occupations as circumstances changed, never fully committing to any single trade but drawing on each as opportunities arose. The herb seller who had once been a servant, or who returned to service when herb selling became unsustainable, was navigating a labour market that offered few good options and required constant adaptation. The decline of traditional herb selling came gradually, driven by multiple factors that reinforced each other over time. The expansion of formal medical services, though never complete during the Victorian era, drew some customers away from informal healers. The growth of the patent medicine industry provided alternatives that seemed more modern and respectable. Changing urban landscapes reduced access to wild herbs while creating neighbourhoods where traditional practices seemed out of place. The general march of scientific medicine, despite its limitations, gradually delegitimized folk knowledge that couldn't be validated through new methods. By the end of the Victorian era, the herb seller was becoming a figure of nostalgia rather than current practice. Yet herbal medicine never entirely disappeared. The knowledge persisted in families, communities, and eventually in commercial forms that dressed old remedies in new packaging. The modern herbal supplement industry, with its pills and capsules and standardized extracts, is a distant descendant of the Victorian herb seller's basket. The interest in traditional medicine, alternative healing, and natural remedies that emerged in the late 20th century consciously invoked the traditions that the herb seller represented. She was not merely a historical curiosity, but the keeper of knowledge that would be rediscovered and repackaged for new generations. The herb seller's story connects to larger themes in Victorian history: the gap between rich and poor that shaped access to healthcare, the contested boundary between science and tradition, the economic struggles of working-class women seeking to support themselves and their families. She was not a heroic figure in the conventional sense. Her remedies were sometimes useless or even harmful. Her knowledge was incomplete. Her place in society was marginal. But she served real needs for real people who had few other options, and that service deserves acknowledgement even as we recognise its limitations. As we prepare to leave the herb seller and move on to our next Victorian profession, imagine her on her morning rounds. She carries her basket through familiar streets, greeting regular customers, calling out her wares to attract new ones. The smell of lavender and peppermint rises from her stock. A woman approaches with a child who's been coughing all night. Another asks quietly about something for her nerves. A third wants something to help her husband's aching joints. The herb seller listens, considers, reaches into her basket and offers what she has. Whether it helps or not, she has provided something: attention, hope, the feeling that someone understands and wants to assist. In a world where the poor often felt invisible to those who might help them, this counted for something. The herbs themselves are scattered now, the baskets long since rotted, the cries of lavender, fresh lavender, fallen silent in streets that would no longer recognise them. But the human needs that the herb seller addressed persist: the desire for relief from pain, the hope for better health, the search for someone who will listen and try to help. Modern medicine has answered many of these needs far more effectively than dried herbs ever could, but not all of them, and not for everyone. The herb seller's territory has shrunk but not entirely vanished. Her descendants, in various forms, still walk among us, offering hope in bottles and packets to those who seek it. The transition to our next chapter takes us from the quiet commerce of health and healing to the more public world of street performance. The organ grinder awaits, with his instrument and his trained monkey, bringing music to streets that needed entertainment as much as they needed medicine. But the herb seller will remain with us as a reminder that Victorian life included not just the strange and spectacular professions we tend to remember, but also the humble trades that served ordinary needs in ordinary ways. Her basket held more than herbs. It held a tradition, a community, a way of caring for each other when official institutions fell short. That tradition, in various forms, continues still. The specific remedies that herb sellers recommended for common ailments formed a kind of informal pharmacopoeia that varied somewhat from region to region, but shared common elements throughout Britain. For headaches, willow bark tea was a standard recommendation, and as we've noted, this actually contained a compound related to aspirin, making it one of the more scientifically defensible treatments in the herb seller's repertoire. Feverfew was another headache remedy, still used today by some migraine sufferers. For those who preferred topical application, peppermint oil rubbed on the temples was said to bring relief, its cooling sensation at least providing a distraction from the pain. Digestive complaints brought customers to the herb seller in great numbers, since Victorian diets, heavy on meat and starch, light on fresh vegetables, often of questionable freshness, created abundant opportunities for stomach upset. Peppermint tea was the standard first-line treatment, its calming effect on the digestive tract well established even before science could explain why. Ginger, in various preparations, addressed nausea with considerable effectiveness. Chamomile served as a gentle remedy for general digestive unease, its mild sedative properties helping anxious stomachs settle. For more serious complaints, chronic constipation for example, stronger remedies were available, some of which worked altogether too well and left customers regretting their purchases. Respiratory ailments formed another major category of the herb seller's trade. Coughs, colds, bronchitis, and the general respiratory misery that afflicted Victorian urban populations kept the demand for lung-related remedies high. Elecampane was prized for its supposed ability to clear congestion. Horehound appeared in countless cough remedies, its bitter compounds thought to soothe irritated throats. Thyme tea was recommended for both coughs and sore throats, while eucalyptus, imported from Australia and increasingly available as the empire expanded, provided the penetrating scent that seemed to open clogged airways. Whether these remedies actually shortened the course of illness or merely made sufferers more comfortable was unclear, but in an era before antibiotics, comfort was no small thing. Skin conditions presented particular challenges because they were visible, potentially embarrassing, and often resistant to treatment. The herb seller's arsenal included marigold ointment for minor wounds and skin irritations, plantain poultices for bites and stings, and various preparations of comfrey for bruises and sprains. More serious skin conditions, eczema, psoriasis, various rashes of unknown origin, received treatments that range from possibly helpful to certainly useless. The desperation of customers suffering from visible conditions made them vulnerable to extravagant claims, and some herb sellers took advantage of this vulnerability, while others genuinely tried to help with limited tools. The matter of sleep, or rather the lack of it, brought many customers to the herb seller's basket. Victorian life was not conducive to rest. Crowded living conditions, noisy streets, the anxieties of poverty and uncertainty, and people sought chemical assistance when counting sheep failed. Lavender was the gentlest remedy, its soothing scent thought to calm the mind and invite slumber. Valerian, with its distinctive and not particularly pleasant smell, was considered more potent, a serious remedy for serious sleeplessness. Hops, the same plant used in brewing beer, appeared in sleep pillows and teas, its sedative properties providing some genuine effect. And then there were the preparations containing opium, which worked entirely too well, providing not just sleep but the risk of addiction and, in large doses, death. The psychological dimension of the herb seller's work has been mentioned but deserves further exploration. Many customers came seeking not just physical remedies but reassurance, attention, and the sense that someone cared about their suffering. The herb seller, who listened carefully to a customer's complaints, asked thoughtful questions and provided recommendations with confidence, was providing something valuable regardless of whether the actual herbs helped. Modern medicine recognizes the therapeutic alliance, the relationship between healer and patient, as a significant factor in outcomes, and the Victorian herb seller was practicing therapeutic alliance avant la lettre, long before anyone thought to study or name it. This psychological dimension could tip into exploitation when unscrupulous herb sellers manipulated customers' emotions for profit. The seller who encouraged dependence, who made customers believe they needed ever more remedies and ever more frequent consultations, was extracting money through psychological manipulation rather than providing genuine service. The line between legitimate practice and exploitation was not always clear, and individual herb sellers fell at different points along this spectrum. The most ethical practitioners genuinely wanted to help their customers become healthy and independent. The least ethical wanted customers who would keep coming back and keep paying indefinitely. The role of the herb seller in community life extended beyond the simple provision of remedies. She was often a repository of knowledge that went beyond herbs, information about childbirth, child-rearing, household management, and the 1,000 practical matters that concerned the women who were her primary customers. The herb seller, who had been practicing for decades, had witnessed countless births, deaths, illnesses, and recoveries. Her experience constituted a kind of practical wisdom that formal education couldn't easily provide. Customers might seek her advice on matters that had nothing to do with herbs, treating her as a wise woman whose knowledge encompassed whatever they needed to know. The competition between herb sellers and the emerging nursing profession deserves mention. Florence Nightingale's reforms, beginning in the 1850s, gradually professionalised nursing and established it as a respectable female occupation. Trained nurses, working in hospitals and increasingly in home care, represented a new kind of healthcare provider who combined female compassion with scientific knowledge. This professional nursing care was still expensive and not universally available, but where it existed, it competed with the herb seller for customers and credibility. The nurse represented modernity and progress. The herb seller represented tradition and increasingly the past. The legal environment in which herb sellers operated became more complicated as the Victorian era progressed. The Pharmacy Act of 1868 and subsequent legislation attempted to regulate the sale of drugs and medicines, creating categories of substances that could only be sold by licensed pharmacists. These laws didn't eliminate herb selling. Dried lavender wasn't a controlled substance, but they did restrict the trade in more potent remedies. A herb seller who wanted to sell preparations containing opium, for example, might find herself on the wrong side of the law unless she could navigate the regulatory requirements. Some did, others simply stopped selling the restricted items or moved into grey markets where enforcement was lax. The relationship between herb selling and witchcraft accusations was largely a thing of the past by the Victorian era, but echoes persisted. The woman who claimed special knowledge of healing, who used plants and preparations to influence health and well-being, occupied a social role that had once been literally dangerous. Accused witches in earlier centuries had often been women with exactly this profile. The Victorian herb seller was not at risk of being burned or hanged, but she might still face suspicion, particularly in rural areas where older beliefs persisted. Being known as a herb woman could carry connotations that respectable people found uncomfortable, associating the trade with magic, superstition, and powers that proper Christians should avoid. The scientific study of herbs and their medicinal properties was advancing during the Victorian era, creating an interesting parallel track to the folk knowledge that herb sellers possessed. Pharmacognosy, the study of drugs derived from natural sources, was becoming an established field, and researchers were beginning to isolate the active compounds in plants that gave them their therapeutic effects. This research would eventually produce modern pharmaceuticals, synthetic compounds that delivered the benefits of plant medicines without their variability and impurities. The herb seller's knowledge, empirical and unsystematic though it was, contained clues that scientists would spend decades uncovering and exploiting. The customers who relied on herb sellers came from all stages of life, each with characteristic needs. Young women concerned about their complexion sought remedies for spots and blemishes. Mothers with infants needed soothing preparations for teething, colic, and the restless nights that accompanied new parenthood. Middle-aged workers with aching joints and chronic fatigue looked for anything that might ease their burdens. Elderly customers, their bodies failing in various ways, wanted comfort in their final years. The herb seller who served a community over decades watched generations pass through these stages, treating the same families at different points in their life cycles. The economic calculation for customers choosing between herb sellers and other healthcare options involved more than just cost, though cost was certainly important. Accessibility mattered. The herb seller came to you, or was available at a convenient market, while seeing a doctor meant taking time off work and travelling to wherever doctors practiced. Cultural comfort mattered. Many working-class customers felt more at ease with a fellow working-class woman than with a middle-class male physician whose manner might seem condescending or whose language might be incomprehensible. Trust mattered. The herb seller who had helped your mother might be preferred over any doctor, simply because of established relationship. These factors combined to keep customers coming to herb sellers even when other options existed. The ingredients that went into prepared remedies were not always what the label, if there was a label, suggested. Adulteration was common throughout Victorian commerce, and the herb trade was no exception. A remedy labelled as containing expensive or exotic ingredients might actually contain cheaper substitutes. Dried herbs might be bulked out with irrelevant plant material to increase quantity without increasing cost. The customer who thought she was buying a remedy containing rare imported herbs might actually be getting something far more ordinary. This adulteration wasn't always intentional fraud. Sometimes the herb seller herself had been deceived by her suppliers, passing along adulterated goods in good faith. The seasonal availability of different herbs shaped the herb seller's offerings throughout the year. Spring brought the first fresh growth, nettles for blood-cleansing tonics, dandelion for liver complaints, primrose for various purposes. Summer was the season of abundance when most herbs could be gathered or purchased fresh and dried for later use. Autumn brought harvest of roots and seeds, valerian root for sleep, fennel seeds for digestion, elderberries for winter remedies. Winter was the lean season, when the herb seller relied on what had been dried and preserved, and when fresh options were limited to whatever could be grown indoors or imported from warmer climates. The urban-rural divide in herb-selling practice reflected different contexts and resources. The rural herb seller might gather much of her stock from wild sources, knowing where particular plants grew and when to harvest them. She served communities where relationships were long-term and personal, where her reputation was known to everyone, and where she might be the only healthcare provider available for miles. The urban herb seller operated in a more anonymous environment, competing with other sellers, serving customers she might see rarely or never again, and purchasing her stock rather than gathering it. Both faced challenges, but the challenges were different. The documentation of herb seller practices by Victorian observers ranged from sympathetic to hostile. Folklorists like George Ewart Evans collected memories of rural healers before their knowledge was lost, recognising the cultural value of traditions that were rapidly disappearing. Medical professionals wrote about herb sellers with alarm, cataloguing the dangers of unscientific practice and advocating for its suppression. Novelists and journalists portrayed herb sellers as colourful characters, sources of a local colour in narratives set among the working classes. These varied accounts give us fragmentary glimpses of a practice that mostly went unrecorded by its actual practitioners. The transition from professional herb selling to amateur practice happened in many families as the trade declined. A woman who had once sold herbs professionally might continue to prepare remedies for her own family and close neighbours, no longer working as a merchant but still applying the knowledge she had accumulated. This domestic continuation kept herbal traditions alive even as commercial herb selling faded. The grandmother who knew which herbs to use for which ailments, who maintained a small garden of medicinal plants, who passed this knowledge to daughters and granddaughters, she was the heir of the professional herb seller, adapting the tradition to changed circumstances. The material culture of herb selling, the baskets, the bottles, the dried bundles, the handwritten labels, has mostly vanished. Unlike some Victorian trades, herb selling left few distinctive artefacts that would be preserved in museums or collected by enthusiasts. The dried herbs themselves were consumed or decayed, the containers were ordinary household items reused for multiple purposes, the baskets wore out and were discarded. Reconstructing the physical reality of herb selling requires imagination and inference, building mental images from descriptions rather than examining actual objects. The voices of herb sellers themselves are almost entirely lost. Unlike some Victorian workers who left diaries, letters, or oral histories, the women who sold herbs were mostly illiterate and left no written records. Their customers occasionally mentioned them in passing, but rarely with enough detail to bring individual sellers to life. The herb seller exists in history as a type rather than as a collection of individuals, her personal stories unrecoverable except through fiction and speculation. This loss is regrettable but hardly unique. The Victorian poor left few records of themselves, and the female poor even fewer. The ending of a herb seller's working life typically brought no ceremony, no retirement celebration, no pension. She simply stopped working when she could no longer continue, whether due to age, illness, or circumstances beyond her control. If she had family to support her, she might live out her remaining years in modest comfort. If not, she faced the same grim alternatives as other Victorian workers, the workhouse, charity, or destitution. The knowledge she had accumulated might be passed to successors, or might die with her, depending on whether anyone was interested in learning what she knew. As the Victorian era drew to a close and the 20th century began, the herb seller was increasingly a figure of the past. Modern medicine was advancing rapidly. Public health measures were reducing the disease burden that had created so much demand for remedies, and new attitudes towards science and expertise were delegitimizing folk practitioners. The herb sellers who remained served increasingly marginal clienteles, the elderly who remembered when things were different, the poor who still couldn't afford modern care, the suspicious who distrusted doctors and their innovations. The tradition was not quite dead, but it was dying. The revival of interest in herbal medicine that began in the late 20th century has brought new attention to the knowledge that Victorian herb sellers possessed. Modern herbalists with their shops and websites and standardized products are not quite the same as their Victorian predecessors, but they draw on similar traditions and serve similar needs. The customer who buys chamomile tea for sleep or ginger capsules for nausea is participating in a tradition that stretches back through the herb seller's basket to ancient practices of plant medicine. The continuity is not direct, but it is real. The quiet streets await our herb seller as she concludes her rounds for the day. Her basket is lighter now, most of its contents sold or traded. She has listened to complaints, offered advice, provided remedies, and collected her modest earnings. Tomorrow she'll walk the same routes, serve the same needs, carry the same basket filled with the same herbs. This is her life, has been for years, will be until she can no longer continue. It is not a grand life or a famous one, but it is a life of service, of trying to help people who need help, of filling gaps that more official systems leave unfilled. In the end, that counts for something. From the quiet commerce of herbs and healing, we now step into the noisier world of Victorian street entertainment. The herb seller worked in whispers and confidences, but the organ grinder, that iconic figure of Victorian street life, operated at full volume, cranking out tunes that could be heard blocks away. His was a profession built on visibility, on spectacle, on the ability to stop pedestrians in their tracks and convince them to part with a penny or two in exchange for a moment of musical diversion. And if he happened to have a small monkey in a red jacket collecting the coins, so much the better. The barrel organ, sometimes called the hand organ or street organ, was a mechanical marvel of sorts, a box that produced music without requiring its operator to have any musical talent whatsoever. Inside the instrument, a rotating cylinder studded with pins triggered a series of pipes or reeds, producing melodies that had been programmed into the machine by its manufacturer. The operator's job was simply to turn the crank at the appropriate speed, and the organ would do the rest. This democratization of music making meant that anyone with sufficient arm strength and enough money to acquire an organ could become a street musician, regardless of whether they could carry a tune themselves. The organs themselves were substantial pieces of equipment, typically weighing between 30 and 60 pounds depending on their size and complexity. A small organ might produce only a handful of tunes. A larger, more expensive model could play dozens. The quality of sound varied considerably as well, from tinny and harsh to surprisingly melodious, depending on the craftsmanship of the instrument and its state of repair. The organ grinder who invested in a quality instrument and maintained it properly produced a very different experience from one whose battered machine wheezed and clunked through its repertoire. Carrying such an instrument through city streets all day was genuine physical labour, though it didn't look like it to casual observers. The organ typically hung from a strap around the grinder's shoulders, its weight bearing down hour after hour as he walked from corner to corner seeking audiences. A stand or leg allowed him to set the instrument down while playing, but between locations he carried the full burden. The repetitive motion of cranking added its own strain, and the combination of carrying and cranking left many organ grinders with chronic shoulder, back and arm problems. The jaunty tunes emerging from the organ gave no hint of the physical toll they extracted from their operator. The business model of organ grinding was straightforward but precarious. The grinder would position himself in a promising location, a busy intersection, a market square, outside a pub or music hall, anywhere pedestrians gathered and might be receptive to entertainment. He would begin playing, the organ's music drawing attention and hopefully stopping passers-by in their tracks. Those who stopped to listen might, if they were feeling generous, toss a coin to the grinder directly, or, if there was a monkey involved, to the trained animal who would scamper among the crowd with a cup or hat. After a suitable interval, long enough to collect what coins were coming, short enough not to wear out his welcome, the grinder would move on to the next location and repeat the process. The repertoire of a typical barrel organ reflected popular taste of the era, which meant a mixture of music hall songs, patriotic anthems, hymn tunes, and whatever melodies were currently in vogue. The organ manufacturer selected which tunes to program into each instrument, and the grinder had no ability to change or add to this selection. If popular taste shifted and yesterday's hit became today's annoyance, the grinder was stuck playing outdated material until he could afford a new cylinder or a new organ entirely. Some grinders owned multiple cylinders that could be swapped out, allowing them to vary their repertoire, but this represented an additional investment that not all could afford. The monkey, that distinctive accessory that has become inseparable from the organ grinder in popular imagination, served multiple practical functions beyond mere novelty. A trained capuchin or other small monkey, dressed in a miniature jacket and cap, attracted attention far more effectively than a lone man with an organ. Children in particular were drawn to the animal, and where children gathered, parents followed, opening wallets to satisfy their offspring's enthusiasm. The monkey's job was to collect coins from the audience, scampering among them with outstretched cup and hopefully endearing expression. A well-trained monkey understood which behaviours elicited the most generous responses and performed accordingly. The relationship between organ grinder and monkey was complex and not always as charming as it appeared. Training a monkey to perform reliably in chaotic street environments required considerable time and effort, and the methods used were not always humane by modern standards, or, frankly, by Victorian standards either. The monkey's needs for food, shelter and veterinary care added to the grinder's expenses. When the animal became ill, misbehaved, or simply refused to cooperate, the day's earnings suffered. And the monkey's lifespan, while considerable by animal standards, was limited. A grinder who built his act around a particular animal eventually had to deal with its death and the challenge of training a replacement. The legal status of organ grinders varied by jurisdiction and changed over time. Some municipalities welcomed street musicians as contributors to urban vitality. Others viewed them as nuisances and passed ordinances restricting where and when they could operate. The Metropolitan Police Act of 1839 gave London authorities power to control street music, and residents who objected to the noise could request that performers be moved along. The complaints often came from middle-class householders who found the repetitive tunes maddening. Imagine hearing the same 12 songs played outside your window every day for weeks on end, and you'll understand why some Victorians developed strong feelings about barrel organs. The geography of organ grinding reflected the geography of potential earnings. Wealthy neighbourhoods offered the possibility of larger tips from servants and tradespeople, but also higher risk of complaints and police intervention. Working-class areas were more tolerant of street entertainment, but offered smaller individual contributions. Tourist areas, the streets around major attractions, railway stations where travellers pass through, provided transient audiences who might be more generous than residents who heard the same tunes daily. The experienced organ grinder developed knowledge of which locations worked best at which times, creating routes that maximised earnings while minimising conflicts. The competition among organ grinders for prime locations could be fierce. A particularly productive corner might attract multiple grinders, each trying to establish territorial claims through persistent presence, early arrival, or simply refusing to move. Physical confrontations occasionally resulted, though most disputes were settled through negotiation, alternating schedules, or one party accepting that this particular spot belonged to someone else. The informal rules that governed this competition were never written down but were generally understood among practitioners, violations creating conflicts that disrupted everyone's business. The ethnic composition of London's organ grinder population was notably Italian, to the point where Italian organ grinder became almost a single phrase in Victorian discourse. Italian immigrants, many from the Campania region around Naples, dominated the trade throughout the 19th century. Some had been organ grinders in Italy before emigrating. Others took up the profession after arriving in Britain, learning from established countrymen. The Italian community in London's Clerkenwell neighbourhood became a centre of the organ grinding trade, with workshops that manufactured, repaired and rented instruments, and networks that helped newcomers establish themselves. This Italian predominance created both opportunities and stereotypes. The organ grinder became identified with Italian identity in British popular culture, appearing in countless illustrations, songs and stories as a distinctive immigrant figure. Some of these portrayals were affectionate, depicting the grinder as a colourful contributor to street life. Others were less kind, reinforcing prejudices about Italian criminality, laziness, or clannishness. The actual Italian organ grinders navigated these perceptions as best they could, some embracing the ethnic identity as part of their performance, others trying to blend in with the broader population of street entertainers. The economics of organ grinding illustrated the precarious nature of Victorian street trades. A successful grinder might earn enough to support a family, particularly during favourable seasons when outdoor activity was pleasant and people were in generous moods. But earnings fluctuated wildly depending on weather, location, competition and sheer luck. Rain kept audiences indoors and coins in pockets. Cold weather numbed the fingers that turned the crank and shortened the time anyone would stand listening. Economic downturns reduced the spare pennies that people might otherwise have tossed to entertainers. The organ grinder who prospered one month might struggle the next, with little ability to predict or control the factors that determined his income. The seasonal rhythms of organ grinding followed the patterns of outdoor life in British cities. Spring and summer were the peak seasons when longer days and better weather kept people on the streets and in receptive moods. The Christmas season brought another surge, as holiday spirit loosened purse strings and festive crowds gathered in commercial districts. Winter was the lean time when cold and dark drove potential audiences indoors and reduced the grinders' opportunities to near nothing. Some organ grinders found alternative employment during the winter months. Others simply endured the poverty, surviving on whatever savings they had accumulated during better times. The physical instrument of the barrel organ was typically rented rather than owned outright, particularly by newer entrants to the trade. Organ padrones, entrepreneurs who owned fleets of instruments and rented them to operators, controlled much of the business, advancing organs to workers who paid daily or weekly fees from their earnings. This arrangement allowed people without capital to enter the trade, but also created dependency relationships that could become exploitative. A padrone might charge excessive rents, manipulate accounts, or use the threat of repossession to control his workers' behaviour. The most successful organ grinders eventually saved enough to purchase their own instruments, escaping the padrone system and keeping more of their earnings. The music itself, emerging from the organ's pipes hour after hour, created sonic environments that shaped Victorian street life. A popular tune played repeatedly could become a kind of auditory wallpaper, so familiar that people stopped consciously hearing it. New tunes attracted fresh attention, at least until they too became background noise. The organ grinder, who managed to acquire a cylinder with the latest hits, had a temporary advantage over competitors stuck with older material. Some manufacturers offered cylinder exchange services, allowing grinders to trade outdated cylinders for current ones, but this represented yet another expense that cut into already thin margins. The monkey's perspective on organ grinding, if we could know it, would probably not be positive. These animals, captured in their native habitats and shipped across oceans to perform in alien environments, lived lives that bore no resemblance to their natural existence. They were trained through methods that range from patient conditioning to outright abuse. They spent their days surrounded by crowds, noise, and confusion, tethered to their owners and unable to escape stimulation that must often have been overwhelming. The Victorian fondness for performing animals extended well beyond organ grinder monkeys. Dancing bears, circus elephants, and countless other species were pressed into entertainment service. But the organ grinder's monkey became one of the most visible examples of the era's complicated relationship with animal welfare. The decline of organ grinding came gradually, driven by multiple factors that reinforced each other. The phonograph, invented by Edison in 1877 and commercialized over the following decades, offered mechanical music without the need for street performance. Music halls and later cinemas provided entertainment venues that drew audiences away from street performers. Regulatory pressure increased as urban authorities sought to reduce noise and control street activities. The First World War disrupted the Italian immigrant networks that had sustained the trade, and anti-immigrant sentiment made life harder for those who remained. By the early 20th century, the organ grinder was becoming a nostalgic figure rather than a daily presence, remembered fondly by those who had grown up with the sound but rarely encountered in actual street life. The cultural afterlife of the organ grinder has been remarkably persistent. The image of a man with an organ and a monkey appears in countless films, books, and illustrations set in the Victorian era, serving as shorthand for a particular kind of urban atmosphere. The tune "Pop Goes the Weasel" is so associated with barrel organs that hearing it evokes the image even for people who have never seen an actual organ grinder. This nostalgic preservation has smoothed over the difficult realities of the trade, the physical strain, the economic precarity, the exploitation of both humans and animals, replacing them with a sanitized image of picturesque urban entertainment. As the organ's last notes fade into our historical imagination, we turn to a profession that was quieter but no less skilled, the menu board artist, or as the Victorians might have called them, the chalk artist or board man. If the organ grinder brought sound to the streets, the menu board artist brought visual appeal, transforming the simple listing of available dishes into illustrated advertisements that made passers-by suddenly aware of appetites they hadn't known they had. The Victorian eating establishment, whether a grand restaurant, a modest chop house, or a simple coffee stall, needed some way to communicate its offerings to potential customers. Printed menus served this purpose inside, but attracting customers from the street required something more visible. The solution was the board menu, a large slate or painted board positioned outside the establishment, listing the day's offerings in chalk that could be easily updated as items sold out or specials changed. The challenge was making this functional list into something that actually drew customers in, and that's where the menu board artist came into play. The skills required for menu board work combined lettering, illustration, and salesmanship in equal measure. The artist needed to write clearly enough that passers-by could read the offerings at a glance, no easy task when working with chalk on a rough surface. They needed to organize information logically, grouping related items and highlighting specials or particularly profitable dishes. and they needed to add visual elements, drawings of food, decorative borders, eye-catching flourishes that transformed a simple list into an appetizing display. Good menu board work was immediately recognizable, stopping pedestrians in their tracks and drawing their attention to establishments they might otherwise have walked past. The tools of the menu board trade were deceptively simple: chalk in various colours, the board itself, perhaps a damp cloth for corrections and a dry one for final buffing. But these simple tools in skilled hands produced results that bordered on artistic. The best menu board artist could draw a steaming pie or a frothy mug of ale with just a few strokes, creating images that triggered hunger responses in viewers who might have had no intention of stopping to eat. They developed distinctive styles, some favouring elaborate Victorian lettering, others preferring simpler, bolder approaches, that made their work recognisable and attracted repeat commissions from satisfied customers. The psychology of menu board design was intuitive rather than scientific, but no less sophisticated for that. The artist learned through experience which images and descriptions triggered appetites and which fell flat. A drawing of a thick slice of roast beef, juices visible, was more effective than simply writing roast beef. Adjectives mattered. Fresh-baked bread was more appealing than just bread, and our famous whatever suggested a reputation worth investigating. Prices needed to be visible but not dominant, present enough to inform but not so prominent as to trigger cost consciousness before the appetite was fully engaged. The menu board artist absorbed these principles through trial and error, developing expertise that could not easily be taught. The relationship between the menu board artist and the establishment they served might be ongoing or one-off, depending on circumstances. Some eating houses employed regular artists who appeared daily to update boards with current offerings. Others hired artists as needed, perhaps bringing someone in to create an elaborate board for a special occasion and then maintaining it themselves until the next update was required. The most successful menu board artists developed regular clienteles, making rounds of multiple establishments and building reputations that brought new customers through word of mouth. The physical challenges of menu board work were less obvious than those of organ grinding, but no less real. The artist typically worked outdoors, exposed to whatever weather the day brought. Kneeling or crouching before a board for extended periods strained knees and backs. The chalk dust that accumulated on hands, clothing and in lungs was a constant presence. Working quickly, many establishments wanted their boards updated before opening, leaving limited time for artistic elaboration, added time pressure to physical demands. The menu board artist who survived in the trade developed calluses, respiratory tolerance, and the ability to produce quality work under less than ideal conditions. The economics of menu board artistry varied widely depending on the artist's skill, reputation, and clientele. A talented artist working for prestigious establishments might earn a comfortable living, their services valued and compensated accordingly. A less skilled practitioner doing basic lettering for modest eateries scraped by on much smaller fees. The trade required no capital investment beyond chalk and perhaps a few other supplies, making entry easy but also ensuring that competition was abundant. Anyone who could write legibly and draw passably might try their hand at menu board work, though few achieved the level of skill that commanded premium prices. The training of menu board artists happened through various channels. Some came from backgrounds in sign painting, applying similar skills to the more specialised context of food advertising. Others learned through informal apprenticeship, working alongside established artists and absorbing techniques through observation and practice. A few might have had formal art training, finding in menu board work a practical application for skills that didn't easily translate into fine art careers. The diversity of backgrounds meant that styles varied considerably, from the precisely technical to the charmingly naive. The content of menu boards reflected the eating habits and culinary preferences of Victorian Britain. Meat figured prominently: roast beef, mutton chops, pork pies, meat puddings, reflecting a diet centred on animal protein for those who could afford it. Potatoes appeared in various preparations, the staple carbohydrate that accompanied most meals. Seasonal vegetables might merit mention when particularly fresh or appealing. Puddings and pies satisfied the Victorian sweet tooth, their names often evocative of comfort and indulgence. The menu board artist who understood which items appealed most to which audiences could emphasise accordingly, featuring different offerings depending on the clientele the establishment sought to attract. The visual language of food illustration on menu boards developed its own conventions and shortcuts. A steaming effect, wavy lines rising from a depicted dish, suggested heat and freshness. Droplets on a glass indicated cold refreshment. A knife and fork flanking a plate suggested a substantial meal rather than a mere snack. These visual clichés were effective precisely because they were familiar, triggering associations without requiring conscious interpretation. The menu board artist deployed them strategically, using shared visual vocabulary to communicate quickly with passing viewers who might give the board only a moment's glance. The competition for attention in Victorian commercial streets was intense, and the menu board was only one element in a visual landscape crowded with signs, posters, and advertisements of all kinds. The successful board needed to stand out from this noise, capturing attention through superior execution, clever design, or simply strategic placement. Some establishments invested in elaborate boards, multi-panel affairs with extensive illustrations, while others made do with simple slates that conveyed basic information without artistic pretension. The range reflected both different budgets and different philosophies about what attracted customers. The relationship between what the menu board promised and what the establishment actually delivered was not always straightforward. The board artist's job was to make the food look appealing, and this sometimes involved more optimism than accuracy. The juicy roast beef depicted on the board might in reality be somewhat dry and stringy. The generous portions illustrated might arrive at the table rather smaller than suggested. Victorian advertising was not subject to the truth in advertising regulations that later eras would develop, and puffery was expected and tolerated. The customer who felt misled had little recourse beyond not returning, which was its own form of market discipline but an imperfect one. The temporality of menu board work gave it a peculiar character. Unlike painted signs or printed advertisements, chalk work was inherently ephemeral. Rain could wash it away, requiring the board to be redone. Daily updates meant that even successful designs had short lifespans. The menu board artist's work existed for hours or days rather than years, then disappeared without trace. This ephemerality meant that almost no Victorian menu board work survives for us to examine directly. We know about the practice through descriptions, illustrations, and the occasional photograph, but the actual boards themselves are lost to time. The sound environment in which the menu board artist worked was often the same one that the organ grinder contributed to. The artist crouched before their board might hear the barrel organ's tunes drifting from a nearby corner, adding to the general cacophony of Victorian street life, the calls of vendors, the clatter of horse hooves, the rumble of wheels, the conversations of passers-by. This sonic background was simply part of the working environment, noticed only when unusually loud or unusually quiet. The menu board artists concentrated on their visual work while their ears absorbed the rhythm of the street. The seasonal variations in menu board work followed the seasonal variations in what establishments served. Summer boards might feature cold dishes, iced drinks, and lighter fare. Winter boards emphasized warming soups, hot pies, and substantial meals that fueled bodies against the cold. The artist who served the same establishment across seasons watched the menu evolve and adjusted their illustrations accordingly. Some seasonal items, Christmas pudding in December, hot cross buns at Easter, offered opportunities for thematic decoration that broke the routine of everyday food illustration. The class dimensions of menu board work were significant. Establishments serving different clienteles required different approaches. A working-class chop house wanted boards that emphasized quantity and value, generous portions at fair prices, filling food for hungry labourers. A middle-class restaurant might emphasize quality and variety, fine ingredients, skilled preparation, respectable surroundings. The menu board artist who worked across this range needed to adjust their style accordingly, producing different aesthetics for different audiences even when depicting similar foods. The technology of menu boards remained remarkably stable throughout the Victorian era. Chalk and slate or painted board were the standard materials at the beginning and end of the period, with no significant innovations transforming the practice. This technological stasis meant that skills remained relevant across generations. A menu board artist trained in the 1850s would have found the work of the 1890s entirely familiar. The changes that did occur were more in style and content than in technique, reflecting shifting tastes in design and shifting preferences in food. The guild traditions that governed some Victorian trades had little presence in menu board artistry. There was no formal organisation, no apprenticeship system with defined stages, no quality standards enforced by professional bodies. The artist was essentially a freelancer, succeeding or failing based on individual merit and market forces. This lack of structure meant freedom but also vulnerability. No collective bargaining, no mutual aid in hard times, no voice in shaping the conditions of work. The menu board artist was on their own in a competitive market. The relationship between menu board work and other forms of commercial art was close but not always comfortable. Sign painters, who produced permanent advertising for businesses, might view menu board artists as inferior practitioners. After all, anyone could work in chalk, while sign painting required more specialized skills. Conversely, some menu board artists saw their work as more creative, less bound by convention, more responsive to changing conditions than the permanent signs that hung unchanged for years. These professional tensions were never fully resolved, each group defending the value of their particular contribution. The end of the menu board artists' Victorian heyday came, like so many changes, gradually and from multiple directions. Improved printing technology made it cheaper to produce illustrated menus and posters, reducing the advantage that hand-drawn work had once enjoyed. Chain restaurants and standardized food service reduced the local variation that had created opportunities for individual artists. Changed urban regulations sometimes restricted or prohibited sidewalk boards entirely. By the 20th century, the menu board artist was less common, their role partially absorbed by mass-produced signage and partially eliminated by changed commercial practices. Yet the menu board never entirely disappeared. Walk through any contemporary city and you'll see chalkboards outside cafes and restaurants, their hand-lettered offerings and illustrated specials serving exactly the same function they served in Victorian times. The aesthetic has evolved. Modern chalk art draws on contemporary design sensibilities, but the fundamental practice continues. The barista who writes the daily specials on a board is the direct heir of Victorian menu board artists, using similar tools to achieve similar ends in changed circumstances. Both the organ grinder and the menu board artist remind us that Victorian streets were spaces of commerce, competition, and creativity. People seeking livings found niches in the cracks of the urban economy, offering services that met needs no one had formally identified or organised. The organ grinder provided entertainment for those who couldn't afford music halls. The menu board artist provided marketing for establishments that couldn't afford professional advertising agencies. Their work was improvised, adaptive, responsive to the particular conditions of their time and place. The sounds and sights they created are mostly gone now. No barrel organs play on modern streets, and Victorian menu boards have crumbled to dust. But for their time, these workers filled the urban environment with stimulation that shaped daily experience. The pedestrian who walked through Victorian London encountered organ music at one corner, illustrated menu boards at the next, and countless other sensory inputs that we can only partially reconstruct from historical records. The city was a performance space, and organ grinders and menu board artists were among its performers. The monkey that collected coins for the organ grinder, the chalk that made food look appetizing on the menu board. These details have survived in cultural memory long after their original contexts have faded. They serve now as symbols of an era that seems both charming and strange from our temporal distance. We romanticize the organ grinder while forgetting the physical strain and economic precarity. We admire the menu board artist's skill while overlooking the exploitative working conditions. This selective memory is how nostalgia works, preserving the picturesque while losing the difficult. As we prepare to move on to our final chapter, gathering our impressions of Victorian Britain's strange professions into some kind of conclusion, carry with you these images: the organ grinder cranking his instrument while the monkey scampers among the crowd, the menu board artist kneeling before a slate with chalk in hand, transforming a list into an advertisement. These were real people doing real work, earning real livings in ways that seem impossible now but were simply ordinary then. They deserve to be remembered not just as colourful figures from a distant past, but as workers whose ingenuity and effort contributed to the functioning of their society. The music fades, the chalk dust settles, and we move on. But somewhere in the historical record, preserved in illustrations and descriptions, and the occasional surviving artefact, the organ grinder and the menu board artist continue their work, offering entertainment and appetite to imaginary Victorian crowds who stop, listen, look, and perhaps reach into their pockets for a coin or walk through a restaurant door. Their contribution to Victorian life was small in the grand scheme of things, but the grand scheme is made up of small contributions, and theirs were as worthy as any. The profession of menu board artistry developed certain specializations as the trade matured. Some artists became known for their lettering, producing elegant scripts that elevated even humble offerings to the appearance of fine cuisine. Others specialized in illustration, their renderings of food so vivid that viewers could almost smell the depicted dishes. Still others excelled at speed, producing acceptable work faster than competitors and thus serving establishments that needed quick turnaround. These specializations allowed artists to differentiate themselves in a crowded market, finding niches that matched their particular strengths. The relationship between literacy and menu board work was complicated. The artist needed to be literate enough to spell menu items correctly. A misspelled offering reflected poorly on both artist and establishment, but literacy alone was insufficient. Many literate people couldn't draw, and many skilled illustrators struggled with the particular demands of quick chalk work. The ideal menu board artist combined both capacities, reading the written menu provided by the establishment and translating it into visual form without errors or delays. This combination was rarer than either skill alone, which gave those who possessed it some market power. The geography of menu board work concentrated in commercial districts where Ting establishments clustered. The artist who worked a particular area came to know its establishments intimately, which ones paid promptly, which ones haggled over fees, which ones appreciated artistic flourishes, and which just wanted basic information conveyed. This local knowledge was valuable, creating switching costs that made established artists hard to displace, even when newcomers offered lower prices. The artist became part of the commercial ecosystem, known to shopkeepers and restaurateurs who valued reliability over novelty. The materials used in menu board work were cheap, but not infinitely so. Chalk wore down with use and needed regular replacement. Some artists experimented with coloured chalks that could make boards more eye-catching, though these cost more than plain white. The boards themselves occasionally needed replacement when surfaces became too worn or damaged to accept chalk properly. These expenses, while modest, cut into already thin margins and required ongoing cash outlay that artists living close to the financial edge found challenging. The working hours of menu board artists varied with the establishments they served. A breakfast house might need its board updated in the early morning, requiring the artist to rise before dawn. A supper establishment might not need work until late afternoon. The artist who served multiple establishments needed to coordinate these different schedules, organising their day to arrive at each location at the appropriate time. This scheduling complexity was another aspect of the job that required management skills beyond the purely artistic. The social interactions that menu board work entailed gave it a communal dimension that solitary trades lacked. The artist working outside an establishment might chat with passers-by who stopped to watch, with the proprietor who came out to check progress, with neighbouring shopkeepers who observed the daily routine. These interactions were brief but accumulated over time into something like community membership. The menu board artist who worked the same area for years became a familiar figure, known if not necessarily respected part of the human furniture of the commercial street. The weather's impact on menu board work went beyond mere discomfort. Rain could destroy hours of work in minutes, washing chalk from boards and leaving the artist's efforts literally down the drain. The threat of rain created urgency, pressing artists to work quickly before conditions changed. Some establishments provided sheltered locations for their boards, reducing weather risk. Others positioned boards in exposed locations where they were vulnerable to every shower. The artist had to factor these risks into their planning, prioritizing weather-sensitive work when conditions were favourable. The aesthetic standards for menu board work existed largely in the eye of the customer, which meant they varied enormously. Some establishment owners had strong opinions about what they wanted and weren't shy about expressing them. Others left everything to the artist's judgment. The artist who could satisfy particular clients, adapting their style to match specific preferences, retained those clients over time. The artist who imposed their own vision regardless of feedback found themselves losing work to more accommodating competitors. Customer service skills, however that term might translate into Victorian language, were essential for long-term success. The evolution of food service during the Victorian era created both opportunities and challenges for menu board artists. The expansion of eating out, driven by urbanisation and changing work patterns, meant more establishments needing boards. But the standardisation of offerings in chain establishments and the growth of printed advertising reduced the demand for individual artistic work. The artist who thrived was one who could adapt to changing conditions, finding new niches as old ones closed. The physical artefacts of the menu board trade have almost entirely vanished. Chalk is inherently impermanent. Boards were eventually replaced or repurposed. The drawings and lettering that once adorned them exist now only in descriptions and the occasional photograph. We cannot examine actual Victorian menu boards the way we might examine Victorian paintings or photographs. The work survives only in imagination, reconstructed from evidence rather than observed directly. The skills that menu board artists possessed have not entirely disappeared, though they've migrated to new contexts. Contemporary chalk artists work in sidewalk art, festival installations, and yes, still the occasional restaurant chalkboard. Sign painters maintain traditions of hand lettering that the menu board artist would have recognised. Graphic designers working digitally employ principles of visual hierarchy and food photography that serve the same functions as Victorian menu illustrations. The knowledge persists, transformed but not lost. The transition from these individual chapters to our conclusion requires us to step back from particular professions and consider what they tell us collectively about Victorian working life. The organ grinder and the menu board artist, like the lamplighter and the knocker-up, the herb seller and the mangle woman, all found ways to earn livings in the particular conditions of their time. Their creativity in identifying needs and meeting them, their resilience in facing challenges, their adaptation to changing circumstances, these qualities appear across all the professions we've examined, suggesting something fundamental about how people survive and thrive in difficult economies. The specifics of each trade were unique, but the underlying patterns repeated. Each profession arose from particular conditions, technological, economic, social, that created opportunities for enterprising individuals to fill gaps in the market. Each required skills that seemed simple from the outside but proved complex in practice. Each faced challenges from competition, regulation, and technological change that threatened its viability. Each provided its practitioners with modest livings that required constant effort to maintain, and each eventually declined or transformed as conditions changed. These patterns are not specific to Victorian Britain. They characterise work across times and places. The gig economy workers of the 21st century, finding niches in digital platforms and adapting to algorithmic management, face challenges that Victorian organ grinders and menu board artists would have recognised even if the specifics would have baffled them. The fundamental dynamics of precarious work, the struggle for reliable income, the competition for opportunities, the vulnerability to forces beyond individual control, persist across eras even as their particular manifestations change. The organ grinder's relationship with his audience was more complex than simple exchange of music for money. He was providing something that Victorian cities desperately needed, moments of levity and pleasure in lives that were often grinding and difficult. The factory worker who stopped to listen to a barrel organ tune, the child who delighted in the monkey's antics, the housewife who hummed along while doing errands, all of these people received something valuable even if they never tossed a coin. The organ grinder was, in his own modest way, a provider of public goods, offering entertainment that benefited many while being paid by few. This aspect of street performance has persisted into the present. Buskers on modern streets provide similar services, filling public spaces with music that enhances the experience of everyone passing through. The economics remain challenging. Most listeners enjoy without paying, and only a minority contribute enough to make the performance viable, but the social value extends far beyond the coins collected. The Victorian organ grinder understood this intuitively, positioning himself where his music could do the most good while hoping that gratitude would translate into tangible support. The training of monkeys for organ grinder work created its own specialised economy. Monkey trainers, many of them Italian like the grinders themselves, developed techniques for teaching the animals their routines. Young monkeys were more trainable than adults, creating demand for freshly imported animals that fueled a trade connecting South American jungles to European cities. The ethical dimensions of this trade were troubling even by Victorian standards, with reformers occasionally raising concerns about the treatment of animals pressed into entertainment service. These concerns rarely translated into effective action, but they foreshadowed the animal welfare movements that would eventually transform how performing animals were regulated. The menu board artist's understanding of appetite psychology was empirical rather than theoretical, but it anticipated insights that 20th century food marketers would rediscover. The artist learned that certain visual cues triggered hunger responses more reliably than others. The sight of food being served, rather than merely sitting on a plate, the suggestion of steam rising from hot dishes, the visual contrast between colourful ingredients that suggested freshness and variety. These techniques, refined through trial and error, produced results that modern food photography achieves through more sophisticated means. The relationship between the menu board artist and the cook or chef inside the establishment could be collaborative or distant depending on circumstances. In some cases, the artist worked closely with kitchen staff, learning about preparations and ingredients to represent them accurately. In others, the artist never met the cook, working solely from written menus with no direct knowledge of what the food actually looked like. The former approach produced more authentic representations. The latter allowed more artistic license but risked depicting dishes that bore little resemblance to reality. The internationalism of the organ grinding trade connected Victorian Britain to networks that spanned continents. Italian grinders in London maintained connections to relatives and communities back home, sending money, receiving news, and occasionally returning for visits. The instruments themselves often came from manufacturers in Italy or Germany, their mechanical music reflecting continental musical traditions even when played on British streets. This internationalism gave the organ grinder a cosmopolitan character that contrasted with the parochialism of many Victorian occupations. The documentation of organ grinder and menu board artist practices comes from various sources that each capture only part of the reality. Newspaper articles occasionally mention street performers, usually when something noteworthy happened: an accident, a conflict with authorities, a human interest angle that appealed to editors. Illustrations in magazines and books depicted organ grinders and their monkeys, though these images were often romanticized rather than realistic. Memoirs and diaries sometimes mentioned encounters with street performers, providing brief glimpses of how contemporaries perceived them. Municipal records documented licensing, complaints, and regulations. Together, these sources allow partial reconstruction, but much remains unknowable. The sound of the barrel organ, that characteristic mechanical music with its slightly uneven tempo and limited tonal range, became so associated with a particular era that hearing it now immediately evokes Victorian times. This auditory association has been reinforced by countless films and television programs that use barrel organ music as a period signifier, a sonic cue that places the viewer in 19th century streets. The actual organ grinders who produced this music would be surprised to learn that their daily work would become a cultural shorthand for an entire historical period. The menu board artist's work, by contrast, left less distinctive cultural traces. Food illustration continues in many forms, but there is no specific aesthetic that immediately signals Victorian menu board the way barrel organ music signals Victorian street. The chalk medium, the crude surfaces, the ephemeral nature of the work, all of these meant that whatever distinctive style Victorian menu board artists developed has not been preserved for later generations to recognise and imitate. The economic niches that organ grinders and menu board artists occupied were created by specific historical circumstances and could not have existed at other times. The barrel organ required mechanical technology that didn't exist before the Industrial Revolution and became obsolete when electrical reproduction made mechanical music seem primitive. The menu board artist's role depended on a particular balance of literacy, printing costs, and commercial development that changed as technology and society evolved. Both professions were products of their time in ways that make them genuinely strange to modern observers. The children who watched organ grinders and their monkeys, who studied menu boards while their parents decided where to eat, absorbed impressions that would stay with them throughout their lives. These childhood memories, recorded in memoirs written decades later, provide some of our best evidence for how Victorian street life actually felt to those who experienced it. The organ grinder and menu board artist were part of the texture of urban childhood, familiar figures whose regular appearances mark the passage of days and seasons. The competition between different forms of street entertainment created an ecosystem where organ grinders, musicians, acrobats, puppet shows, and various other performers competed for attention and coins. The organ grinder's advantage was portability. The instrument went wherever he went. But his disadvantage was the limitation of mechanical music, which couldn't adapt to audience responses the way a live musician could. Finding the right balance of novelty and familiarity, standing out from competitors while not alienating potential audiences, required constant adjustment. The organ grinder's music and the menu board's illustrations have faded into historical silence and invisibility, but their echoes persist in the street performers and commercial artists of the present day. The work changes, but work itself continues, and the ingenuity that people bring to finding livings in difficult circumstances remains constant across generations. This continuity is perhaps the deepest lesson of our journey through Victorian Britain's strange professions, that human creativity in the face of economic necessity has no expiration date. The social spaces where organ grinders and menu board artists plied their trades, the commercial streets, the market squares, the intersections where crowds gathered, have themselves been transformed beyond recognition. Victorian streets, crowded with pedestrians, horse-drawn vehicles, and an endless variety of vendors and performers, bore little resemblance to modern urban thoroughfares designed for automobiles. The organ grinder who positioned himself at a busy corner knew that foot traffic would bring his music to thousands of ears. The menu board artist who worked outside a restaurant knew that pedestrians would see their work at close range. These conditions no longer apply in most contemporary cities, where cars dominate streets and pedestrians are channeled into separate spaces. The nostalgia that surrounds organ grinders and other Victorian street figures often overlooks the genuine improvements that have made their professions obsolete. Modern cities are quieter, cleaner, and more regulated than their Victorian predecessors, changes that most people would consider positive, even if they've also eliminated some of the colour and chaos that made Victorian streets so vivid. The organ grinder who couldn't make a living today wouldn't necessarily prefer the conditions that made his livelihood possible. He might well appreciate the alternatives that modern economies offer. The animals that once performed alongside organ grinders have benefited from changed attitudes toward animal welfare. The monkey in the red jacket, however charming in illustrations, was a captive creature forced to perform in conditions that modern sensibilities recognise as cruel. The elimination of performing animal acts from most street entertainment reflects genuine moral progress, even if it has also eliminated a visual element that gave Victorian streets much of their picturesque character. We can appreciate the historical interest of these practices while being glad they no longer occur. The legacy of menu board artistry lives on in contemporary chalk lettering, a craft that has experienced something of a revival in recent years. Specialty shops, cafes and restaurants increasingly use hand-lettered chalkboards to signal artisanal quality and human touch in an age of mass production. The aesthetic deliberately evokes earlier times, connecting contemporary businesses to traditions that their Victorian predecessors would have recognised. Whether the current practitioners know they're continuing a lineage stretching back over a century is uncertain, but the continuity is real regardless of awareness. As we leave the organ grinder and menu board artist behind, moving toward our conclusion, take one last look at the Victorian commercial street in full operation. The organ plays its tinny tune while the monkey darts among the crowd. The chalkboard outside the chop house displays a steaming pie and the day's prices. Pedestrians navigate among them, some stopping to listen or look, most hurrying past on business of their own. This scene, repeated thousands of times across Victorian Britain, was ordinary to those who lived it, and extraordinary to us who can only imagine it. The gap between ordinariness and extraordinariness is simply the distance of time, transforming the commonplace into the remarkable through the mere passage of years. Our final chapter awaits, gathering all these strange professions into some kind of conclusion. The organ grinder and menu board artist will take their places alongside the lamplighter and knocker-up, the herb seller and mangle woman, the phrenologist's assistant and feather duster maker, the hat blocker and lady's companion. Together they form a portrait of Victorian working life at its most diverse and inventive, a reminder that human beings have always found ways to earn their livings in circumstances we can barely imagine. We have walked together through the gaslit streets and steamy workshops of Victorian Britain, meeting workers whose professions seem almost impossible to modern eyes. The lady's companion who learned to disappear while remaining fully visible. The phrenologist's assistant who helped stage elaborate theatre disguised as science. The feather duster maker who sorted plumes with the discrimination of a diamond cutter. The mangle woman whose arms grew strong from turning great wooden rollers. The hat blocker who shaped felt into symbols of social status. The lamplighter who brought illumination to darkness, one flame at a time. The knocker-up who woke sleepers with poles and peas. The herb seller who offered remedies and hope in equal measure. The organ grinder whose mechanical music filled the streets. The menu board artist who made simple lists appetizing through skill with chalk. Each profession strange to us, each perfectly sensible to those who practiced it. Now, as we approach the end of our journey, it's time to step back and consider what these forgotten trades tell us collectively, about Victorian Britain, about the nature of work itself, and about the surprising connections between that vanished world and our own. Because here's the thing about history. It never really ends. It transforms, adapts, goes underground, resurfaces in new forms. The Victorian professions we've explored tonight may seem as distant as gaslight and horse-drawn carriages, but their echoes persist in ways we might not immediately recognise. The Victorian era occupied a peculiar position in history, caught between the traditional world that was dying and the modern world that was being born. The Industrial Revolution had transformed the economic landscape, creating factories, cities, and new forms of work that would have astonished previous generations. Yet older ways of doing things persisted alongside these innovations, sometimes competing with them, sometimes complementing them, sometimes simply existing in parallel without direct conflict. The professions we've explored tonight embody this tension between tradition and progress, between the handmade and the mechanical, between the personal and the industrial. Consider the lamplighter, lighting gas lamps one by one along his nightly route. His was a thoroughly modern profession in one sense. Gaslighting was cutting-edge technology in the early 19th century, a marvel of engineering that transformed urban life. Yet his method of work was entirely traditional, walking a route, performing a task by hand, exercising individual judgment about each lamp and each situation. He was a bridge between eras, using his human skills to operate technological systems that would eventually render those skills obsolete. The electric switch that made lamplighters unnecessary was more modern than the gas lamp, not less. It simply pushed the automation one step further, eliminating the need for human intervention entirely. The same pattern appears across the professions we've examined. The knocker-up used the most primitive possible technology, a stick, some peas, her own feet, to serve the needs of an industrial economy that demanded unprecedented precision in timekeeping. The mangle woman operated machinery that was sophisticated by the standards of earlier generations, but hopelessly primitive compared to the washing machines that would eventually replace it. The organ grinder's barrel organ was a mechanical marvel, producing music without a musician, yet it required a human operator to carry it and turn its crank. Each profession combined old and new in ways that seem paradoxical from our vantage point but made perfect sense at the time. This tension between tradition and progress was not merely technological, it was social and cultural as well. The lady's companion was a solution to problems created by aristocratic social codes that were themselves holdovers from earlier centuries, adapted uneasily to new economic realities. The phrenologist's assistant served a pseudoscience that claimed to be at the cutting edge of knowledge while actually peddling elaborate fantasy. The herb seller preserved traditional remedies even as scientific medicine was beginning its long march toward dominance. Each profession existed because Victorian society hadn't quite figured out how to be fully modern, hadn't quite abandoned the old ways, hadn't quite embraced the new ones. The result was a world of remarkable variety, where ancient and modern coexisted in ways that seem impossible to us, but were simply normal to those who lived them. A Victorian pedestrian walking through London might pass a lamplighter on his rounds, hear an organ grinder's music drifting from a nearby corner, see a menu board artist at work outside a restaurant, encounter an herb seller offering remedies, and watch a knocker-up beginning her morning calls, all in the space of a single walk. This density of specialised trades, each serving particular needs in particular ways, created an urban texture that has largely been lost in our more standardised world. The specialisation itself deserves attention. Victorian Britain was obsessed with categorisation, classification, and the precise division of labour. The factory system demonstrated that complex products could be made more efficiently by breaking production into simple steps, each performed by a specialised worker. This principle spread beyond the factory into every aspect of economic life, creating ever more specific occupational niches. The feather duster maker didn't make dusters in general. Some specialised in goose feathers, others in ostrich, others in exotic plumes. The hat blocker didn't block hats in general. Some specialised in top hats, others in bowlers, others in ladies' bonnets. This fragmentation of work created opportunities for expertise, but also made workers vulnerable when their particular specialty declined. The vulnerability of specialised trades to technological and social change is perhaps the most consistent theme across all the professions we've examined. Every single occupation in our catalogue either no longer exists or has been transformed beyond recognition. The lamplighter gave way to electric switches. The knocker-up gave way to alarm clocks. The mangle woman gave way to washing machines. The hat blocker gave way to mass production. The phrenologist's assistant gave way to, well, actual neuroscience and psychology. The herb seller gave way to modern pharmaceuticals. The organ grinder gave way to recorded music. The menu board artist gave way to printed signs and digital displays. The lady's companion simply gave way as the social conditions that created her role gradually dissolved. This pattern of obsolescence might seem depressing, suggesting that all work is temporary, all skills eventually worthless. But there's another way to read the same evidence, as proof of human adaptability, our remarkable capacity to create new forms of work when old ones disappear. The lamplighters who lost their jobs didn't simply vanish, they found other work in other industries, using skills that translated even when their specific trade did not. The knocker-ups who became obsolete didn't disappear either. They adapted, as humans always have, to changed circumstances. The flow of workers from declining trades to growing ones is the constant beneath all the changes, the thread that connects Victorian Britain to our own era, and will connect our era to whatever comes next. The question of what contemporary jobs might be descendants of Victorian professions is more interesting than it might first appear. The connections are rarely direct, but they exist. The modern personal assistant who manages a busy executive's schedule, maintains their social calendar, and handles their correspondence is performing a role not entirely unlike the lady's companion, though with more professional standing and clearer employment terms. The life coach who helps clients understand their personalities and potential is offering something not entirely unlike what the phrenologists claim to provide, though hopefully with better scientific grounding. The aromatherapist who sells essential oils for relaxation and wellness is operating in territory the herb seller would have recognized immediately. Street art represents perhaps the most direct connection between Victorian commercial art and contemporary practice. The menu board artist who transformed a list of dishes into an appetizing display was practicing a form of visual persuasion that continues in modern chalk artists, muralists, and those who create elaborate sidewalk drawings. The skills transfer almost directly. Lettering, illustration, working in public spaces, creating images that stop pedestrians and make them look. Contemporary street artists often work with more elaborate materials and on larger scales than Victorian menu board artists, but the fundamental practice, using visual creativity to enhance commercial or public spaces, remains recognisably continuous. The busker on a modern street corner is the direct heir of the organ grinder, using different instruments and different business models, but serving the same fundamental function, providing entertainment to passers-by in exchange for voluntary contributions. The economics have shifted. Electronic amplification allows a single musician to fill a larger space, and venues for licensed busking have been created in many cities, but the basic transaction remains the same. Play music, hope people appreciate it, accept whatever they choose to give. The organ grinder's monkey has given way to open guitar cases and Venmo QR codes, but the principle persists. The gig economy that has emerged in recent decades represents another form of continuity with Victorian work patterns. The delivery driver who works for multiple apps, accepting jobs as they come and earning payment by the task, occupies a position structurally similar to the Victorian casual labourer who took whatever work appeared each day. The freelance graphic designer who serves multiple clients, building reputation through quality work and word of mouth, follows patterns established by menu board artists and other Victorian commercial workers. The flexibility that these arrangements offer, work when you want, be your own boss, avoid the constraints of formal employment, carries the same trade-offs it carried in Victorian times: freedom paired with insecurity, independence paired with vulnerability. The wellness industry that has grown so dramatically in recent years draws on traditions that the herb seller would have recognised. Herbal supplements, essential oils, alternative remedies of various kinds, all of these serve needs similar to those the herb seller addressed, offering relief and hope to people who find conventional medicine insufficient or inaccessible. The science behind modern herbal products is generally more rigorous than Victorian folk knowledge, and the products themselves are subject to more regulation, but the underlying transaction remains similar: a customer with a problem, a seller with a remedy, and the hope that money exchanged will bring relief received. The personal services that wealthy households once obtained through large staffs of specialised servants have not disappeared. They've been transformed and distributed through the market economy. The lady's companion performed functions that now divided among therapists, personal assistants, social secretaries, and professional companions who serve elderly clients. The household tasks once performed by armies of servants are now accomplished through combinations of appliances, commercial services, and the labour of household members themselves. The work didn't disappear. It was reconfigured, automated where possible, outsourced where efficient, absorbed into unpaid domestic labour where neither automation nor outsourcing applied. The theme of invisible labour that runs through so many of the professions we've examined remains relevant today. The lady's companion who was expected to be present but unobtrusive, the lamplighter whose nightly work was noticed only when it wasn't performed, the knocker-up who woke sleepers and then faded from awareness. All of these workers performed labour that was essential yet invisible, taken for granted until it was absent. Modern equivalents abound: the maintenance workers who keep buildings functioning, the delivery drivers who bring packages, the care workers who support the elderly and disabled. Essential work remains invisible work, valued primarily when it fails to appear. The gendered dimensions of Victorian work that we observed persist in modified forms today. The trades that were coded as female, companion, manglewoman, herb seller, knocker-up to some extent, were generally lower paid and lower status than those coded as male. These patterns have shifted significantly, with legal protections against discrimination and expanded opportunities for women in previously male-dominated fields. Yet patterns of occupational segregation persist, with care work and service work remaining disproportionately female and disproportionately undervalued. The Victorian manglewoman would find much changed in modern laundry services, but she might also recognise the continued devaluation of work performed primarily by women. The physical toll that Victorian trades extracted from workers' bodies finds contemporary parallels in different forms of occupational health challenge. The lamplighter's exposure to gas has given way to the repetitive strain injuries of keyboard workers. The manglewoman's worn joints have given way to the back problems of delivery drivers and warehouse workers. The hat blocker's mercury exposure has given way to the chemical exposures of workers in various modern industries. The specific hazards change, but the fundamental reality that work wears out bodies remains constant. What has changed, at least in developed economies, is the regulatory environment that attempts to limit occupational hazards and provide compensation when they occur. The way that technological change eliminated Victorian professions offers lessons for thinking about technological change today. The lamplighter didn't lose his job because lighting became less important. He lost it because the method of providing lighting changed. The knocker-up didn't lose her job because people stopped needing to wake up on time. She lost it because the means of waking changed. In each case, the underlying need persisted even as the specific method of meeting it transformed. This pattern should inform how we think about automation and artificial intelligence today. The needs that current workers meet will generally persist, even if the methods of meeting them change dramatically. The craft traditions that sustained Victorian trades, the accumulated knowledge of how to do specific tasks well, have not entirely disappeared, even when the trades themselves have. The skills of lettering and illustration that menu board artists possessed survive in calligraphy, sign painting, and graphic design. The knowledge of herbs and their properties that herb sellers maintained persists in herbalism, aromatherapy, and the scientific study of plant compounds. The understanding of felt and its properties that hat blockers possessed continues among the small number of craftspeople who still make hats by hand. These craft traditions represent a form of cultural inheritance, knowledge that has been passed down despite, or perhaps because of, the commercial obsolescence of its original applications. The social networks that Victorian trades created, the communities of practitioners who knew each other, shared knowledge, and provided mutual support, have modern equivalents in professional associations, online communities, and informal networks of freelancers. The herb sellers who exchanged information about remedies and suppliers, the organ grinders who negotiated territorial arrangements, the menu board artists who knew each other's work and reputations. All of these were participating in forms of professional community that persist today in different forms. The isolation that afflicts many contemporary workers, particularly those in gig economy arrangements, represents a loss of something that Victorian workers often possessed despite their material hardships. The entertainment functions that Victorian street performers served have been transformed rather than eliminated by technology. The organ grinder provided music in public spaces. Today, recorded music fills those same spaces through speakers and headphones. The pleasure of encountering unexpected live performance persists, though, as the continued popularity of street musicians and flash mobs demonstrates. Something is lost when entertainment becomes entirely mediated by technology, available on demand but lacking the spontaneity and presence of live performance. The organ grinders' crowds gathered because the music was there, in that moment, in that place. The same music played from a recording lacks that particular magic. The relationship between respectability and survival that constrained Victorian workers persists in modified forms today. The lady's companion who needed to maintain genteel appearances while earning her keep, the herb seller who needed to seem trustworthy while operating in legal grey areas, the organ grinder who needed to avoid the stigma of begging while essentially asking for voluntary contributions, all of these navigated tensions between economic necessity and social standing. Contemporary gig workers face similar tensions, needing to present professional images while piecing together precarious livings, maintaining the appearance of success even when the reality is struggle. The regulatory environment that Victorian trades navigated was different from ours but no less consequential. The organ grinder needed to avoid conflicts with police, the herb seller needed to stay on the right side of pharmacy laws, the phrenologist needed to maintain credibility in a world increasingly sceptical of his claims. Modern workers face different regulations, occupational licensing, tax requirements, platform terms of service, but the fundamental challenge of compliance remains. The small-scale entrepreneur who wants to just do their work and earn their living finds in every era that authorities have other ideas about how that work should be conducted. The nostalgia that surrounds Victorian trades in contemporary culture deserves some interrogation. We tend to romanticize these professions, seeing in them a colourful vitality that modern work seems to lack. The organ grinder with his monkey, the lamplighter with his pole, the herb seller with her basket. These figures appear in our imagination as charming relics of a simpler time. But they were not charming to themselves. They were workers trying to survive, facing challenges that were no less real for being different from our own. The romanticization of precarious historical work sometimes serves to naturalize precarious contemporary work, suggesting that insecurity is simply how things have always been for working people. The actual legacy of these forgotten trades is not primarily nostalgic or picturesque. It is practical and ongoing. The problems they solved, how to provide lighting, how to wake workers, how to treat illness, how to entertain, how to advertise, continue to need solving, and the solutions continue to evolve. The workers who perform these functions today are the true heirs of Victorian practitioners, whether they know it or not. The streetlight maintenance worker is the lamplighter's heir. The alarm clock is the knocker-up's heir. The pharmacist is the herb seller's heir. The Spotify playlist is the organ grinder's heir. The digital menu is the menu board artist's heir. The tradition continues, transformed but not broken. The question of what made Victorian work strange is ultimately a question about the nature of work itself. Every era's jobs seem normal to those who do them and strange to later observers. The phrenologist's assistant felt she was doing meaningful scientific work. We know she was participating in elaborate nonsense. The contemporary social media manager believes they are performing valuable marketing functions. Future observers may see their work as similarly misguided. The strangeness is in the eye of the beholder, a product of temporal distance rather than objective reality. What is strange is simply what is unfamiliar, and what is familiar is simply what we haven't yet learned to see as strange. The diversity of Victorian trades that we've explored represents a quality that has somewhat diminished in modern economies. The consolidation of small businesses into large corporations, the standardization of products and services, the replacement of individual craftspeople with industrial processes, all of these have reduced the variety of ways that people can earn livings. There are still diverse occupations, of course, but the long tail of strange and specific trades that Victorian Britain supported has largely disappeared. Whether this represents progress, efficiency gains, quality improvements, better consumer outcomes, or loss, reduced opportunities for individual expression, fewer niches for idiosyncratic talents, depends on values that reasonable people can dispute. The memory of these professions persists in cultural artifacts, photographs, illustrations, descriptions in novels and memoirs, occasional mentions in historical records. From these fragments we reconstruct what we can, acknowledging that much is lost forever. The actual experience of being a lamplighter or a knocker-up, a mangle woman or a hat blocker is irrecoverable. We can know the facts but not the feelings, the conditions but not the consciousness. This limitation applies to all historical understanding. but it feels particularly acute when considering the working lives of ordinary people who left few records of their own perspectives. The workers themselves, the specific individuals who practice these trades, are almost entirely forgotten. We know their occupations existed, but we rarely know their names, their faces, their particular stories. The census records list lamplighter or charwoman without telling us anything about the person behind the occupation. The photographs that survive show figures, but we cannot know what those figures thought or felt or hoped. This anonymity is the common fate of working people throughout history, remembered in aggregate if at all, their individual humanity lost in the statistical mass. Yet these anonymous workers built the world that we inherited. The streets they lit allowed commerce and culture to flourish after dark. The sleepers they woke arrived at factories that produced the goods of industrial civilization. The laundry they pressed maintained the standards of cleanliness and respectability that Victorian society demanded. The hats they blocked adorned the heads of people who went on to do whatever they did in the world. The herbs they sold eased suffering, or at least provided comfort to people who had few other options. The entertainment they provided brightened days that might otherwise have been entirely given over to toil. None of this was heroic in the conventional sense, but all of it mattered. The Victorian era's strange professions remind us that the world of work is always stranger than we think, that the jobs we consider normal will seem bizarre to future observers, just as Victorian jobs seem bizarre to us. This perspective can be either unsettling or liberating, depending on how you receive it. Unsettling, because it suggests that our own expertise may become as obsolete as the phrenologists'. Liberating, because it reminds us that the particular arrangements of our economy are not natural or inevitable, but historical and changeable. The world was organised differently before. It will be organised differently again. The balance between tradition and progress that Victorian professions embodied continues to characterise contemporary work. We are always somewhere between the old ways and the new ones, using accumulated knowledge while adapting to changed circumstances. The programmer who learns a new language, the nurse who adopts new protocols, the teacher who integrates new technology, all are navigating the same tension that Victorian workers navigated, preserving what works while embracing what works better. This process of adaptation is painful for those displaced by change and exhilarating for those who ride its wave, but it is simply the nature of economic life in societies that haven't chosen to freeze themselves in place. As we bring this journey to a close, consider what you've learned tonight about Victorian Britain and its strange professions. The lady's companion, trapped in her ambiguous position between servant and equal. The phrenologist's assistant, helping stage pseudoscience as serious work. The feather duster maker, sorting plumes with expert discrimination. The mangle woman, turning great rollers while trading gossip with her colleagues. The hat blocker, shaping felt into symbols of status. The lamplighter, bringing illumination to darkness. The knocker-up, waking workers with poles and peas. The herb seller, offering remedies and hope. The organ grinder, filling streets with mechanical music. The menu board artist, making lists appetizing through skill with chalk. Each strange to us, each ordinary to them, each contributing in their way to the functioning of a world that no longer exists. The professions are gone, but something of them persists. The needs they served continue to be served by different methods, by different workers, in different arrangements. The human creativity that found ways to earn livings in Victorian circumstances continues to find ways to earn livings in contemporary circumstances. The adaptation to changing technology, the navigation of social hierarchies, the search for dignity in difficult conditions, all of this continues, as it has always continued, as it will continue for as long as people need to work to live. The gaslight flickers and dims now as our Victorian evening draws to its close. The lamplighter has completed his rounds, the knocker-up has finished her calls, the organ grinder has packed up his instrument, the menu board artist has put away her chalk. The streets grow quiet as the workers of this imaginary night retire to whatever rest they can find. Tomorrow will bring the same labours, the same challenges, the same small triumphs and setbacks that make up any working life. But for now they rest, as we too should rest, having travelled together through this strange and fascinating world. The fog settles over our Victorian streets, softening the harsh edges of the industrial city, muffling the last sounds of the day. Somewhere a final gas lamp burns steadily, casting its circle of yellow light against the encroaching dark. Somewhere a last customer purchases a remedy from an herb seller making her way home. Somewhere a barrel organ sits silent, waiting for tomorrow's music. These images fade as sleep approaches, becoming the gentle backdrop to whatever dreams may come. What remains, after all the professions have been catalogued and all the stories told, is respect. Respect for people who found ways to survive in circumstances that would defeat many of us, who created occupations from nothing but need and ingenuity, who maintained dignity in roles designed to deny it. They were not perfect people. They participated in systems that caused harm, believed things that were false, treated animals and sometimes each other badly. But they were people, trying their best with what they had, and that deserves acknowledgement across the centuries that separate us. The strange professions of Victorian Britain are part of our inheritance, whether we know it or not. The world they helped build became the world that built the world we live in now. The problems they solved, imperfectly and temporarily, were problems that had to be solved for progress to continue. The needs they met, often badly by modern standards, were real needs that someone had to address. In honouring their memory, we honour the essential role that ordinary work plays in holding societies together, in making daily life possible, in creating the conditions for everything else that happens. The night has grown late around us, and it's time to let these Victorian workers rest at last. They've kept us company through these quiet hours, sharing their strange trades and stranger lives, reminding us of a world that existed before electric lights and alarm clocks, before washing machines and recorded music, before all the technologies that now seem so essential. That world is gone, but it was real once, as real as the world we inhabit now, as real as the world that will replace ours in its turn. Sleep beckons now, and we should answer its call. The stories we've heard tonight will settle into memory, there to be recalled when some modern echo triggers recognition. A street performer on a corner, a chalkboard outside a cafe, an herbal tea promising restful sleep. In those moments, perhaps, you'll remember the Victorian workers who preceded these contemporary equivalents, who did similar work in different circumstances, who are connected to us by threads of tradition that stretch across the centuries. The lamp is extinguished, the last notes fade, the chalk is put away. Victorian Britain retreats into the historical distance from which we summoned it, taking with it the lamplighters and knocker-ups, the herb sellers and organ grinders, the mangle women and hat blockers, the menu board artists and ladies' companions, the phrenologists' assistants and feather duster makers. They return to the archives and the history books, to the photographs and illustrations, to all the fragmentary sources from which we piece together their stories. But something of them remains with us now, a sense of the variety of human work, the ingenuity of survival, the strange paths that ordinary people have walked to make their livings in difficult times. And so, dear listeners, as the last echoes of barrel organ music fade into silence and the last gas lamp dims to darkness, we bid farewell to our Victorian companions. May their memories inform our understanding of work and its possibilities. May their struggles remind us that every generation faces its own challenges. May their creativity inspire us to find our own paths through whatever economic landscapes we encounter. And may the restful sleep that awaits you be as deep and peaceful as any Victorian dreamer ever knew. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the strangest help-wanted advertisements in British history. We've walked the gaslit streets together, met the workers who inhabited them, and emerged with new appreciation for a world that seems impossibly distant, yet connects to our own in countless ways. The strange professions of Victorian Britain are strange no longer, or rather, they remain strange. But they are strange friends now, familiar in their unfamiliarity, comprehensible in their incomprehensibility. The night wraps around us like a comfortable blanket as we conclude. The sounds of Victorian Britain, the organ's tune, the knocker's tap, the mangle's creak, the lamplighter's footsteps, blend into a gentle lullaby of historical memory. Let them carry you towards sleep, these sounds of another time, these echoes of work and life and human persistence. Let them remind you, as you drift off, that people have always found ways to survive, that strange times produce strange adaptations, and that what seems impossible now may simply be waiting for its moment. Good night, dear listeners, wherever you are in this wide world. Good night to you in London and Los Angeles, in Sydney and Sao Paulo, in Tokyo and Toronto, and in all the countless places where people tune in to hear stories that help them sleep. May your rest be peaceful and your dreams be pleasant. May you wake refreshed and ready for whatever labours await you in your own strange modern professions. And may you carry with you, into whatever tomorrow brings, a little of the spirit of those Victorian workers who made their way through a world even stranger than our own. Sweet dreams, friends. The lamplighter's work is done, and darkness can fall now without fear. The knocker-up will not be needed tonight. Let sleep come naturally when it will, without mechanical assistance. The mangle stands silent, the herbs are put away, the organ waits for morning, the chalk has been set aside. Victorian Britain sleeps now, as it has slept for more than a century, and we can sleep too, grateful for the stories it shared with us tonight. Until next time, rest well. The strange professions of the past will be here when you return, waiting to share more of their secrets, more of their wisdom, more of their gentle strangeness. But for now, let them go. Let them fade into the comfortable dark of sleep, where history and dream mingle freely, where gas lamps may still burn and barrel organs may still play, where all the workers we've met tonight continue their labours in the timeless space of imagination. Good night, and the sweetest of dreams. The hours between midnight and dawn have always been the province of those who work while others sleep. The lamplighter knew this intimately, his roots taking him through streets emptied of daytime crowds. The knocker-up knew it too, her rounds beginning when most people were deepest in slumber. These workers of the darkness formed an invisible infrastructure, maintaining the systems that allowed daylight workers to function. We've joined them tonight in a sense, keeping vigil through the late hours while exploring their vanished world. The continuity between Victorian working life and our own is both more profound and more subtle than we might initially recognise. The specific jobs have changed, but the underlying dynamics persist. Workers still seek meaningful employment in economies that don't always provide it. People still piece together livings from multiple sources when single jobs prove insufficient. Technological change still threatens to render hard-won skills obsolete. Social hierarchies still determine who gets respect and who is overlooked. These patterns connect us to Victorian workers across the gap of years, making their experiences relevant rather than merely curious. The entrepreneurial spirit that we celebrate in contemporary culture was present in abundance among Victorian workers, though it wasn't called by that name. The herb seller who built a clientele through quality products and personal attention was entrepreneurial. The menu board artist who developed a distinctive style that attracted repeat customers was entrepreneurial. The organ grinder who identified profitable locations and defended them against competitors was entrepreneurial. These workers created value, took risks, and built small businesses without any of the support structures, venture capital, business incubators, networking events, that contemporary entrepreneurs enjoy. Their entrepreneurship was born of necessity rather than opportunity, but it was entrepreneurship nonetheless. The concept of the side hustle, so prominent in contemporary discourse about work, would have been entirely familiar to Victorian workers. The mangle woman who took in extra washing at home, the lamplighter who did odd jobs during daylight hours, the knocker-up who sold goods from a basket while making her rounds. All of these were proto-side hustlers, supplementing primary income with additional work to make ends meet. The modern worker who drives for a rideshare service while pursuing other employment is following a pattern established long before the smartphone made such arrangements convenient. The names change, the platforms change, but the underlying reality of insufficient income from single sources persists. The physical spaces in which Victorian work occurred have largely been transformed or demolished, but their ghosts remain in urban geography. The corners where organ grinders once positioned themselves may now feature buskers with guitars or performers with amplifiers. The locations where herb sellers made their rounds may now host farmers' markets or health food stores. The commercial streets where menu board artists worked may now display digital screens, but they display them in the same locations, serving the same function of attracting customers from passing traffic. The city remembers, in its structure if not its conscious memory, the patterns of commerce and work that shaped it over generations. The question of authenticity that surrounds so much contemporary work would have puzzled many Victorian workers. The phrenologist's assistant might be dismissed today as a purveyor of pseudoscience, but she likely believed in what she was doing, or at least believed that she was helping customers understand themselves better. The herb seller, whose remedies were sometimes ineffective, still believed she was providing genuine help to people in need. This gap between intention and outcome, between sincere effort and actual results, characterizes much of human work across all eras. We try our best with the knowledge we have, and sometimes our best is wrong. The regulation of work, who can do what, under what conditions, with what protections, has evolved enormously since Victorian times, generally in directions that benefit workers. The mangle woman laboured without the safety regulations, minimum wage requirements, or workers' compensation provisions that her modern equivalents enjoy. The hat blocker breathed mercury vapours without the hazmat protections that contemporary standards would require. The lamplighter worked in all weathers without the foul weather gear that we now consider basic equipment. These improvements are real and significant, even if they haven't eliminated workplace hazards or ensured fair treatment for all workers. Yet the impulse to regulate work sometimes produced results that Victorian workers might have found counterproductive. The organ grinder who was banned from certain locations lost opportunities to earn money that he needed. The herb seller who was restricted from selling certain substances lost customers who had depended on her. The knocker-up whose services became redundant when alarm clocks became mandatory in factories lost her livelihood entirely. Regulation involves trade-offs, and those who bear the costs are not always those who enjoy the benefits. This complexity remains relevant today, as debates about gig economy regulation, occupational licensing, and workplace rules continue to balance competing interests. The invisibility of certain forms of work, the way that essential labour often goes unrecognised and uncompensated, is a theme that connects Victorian experience to contemporary concerns. The lady's companion was expected to be invisible. Her value lay precisely in her ability to disappear while remaining present. The lamplighter was invisible. His work was noticed only when it wasn't performed. The knocker-up was invisible. She appeared before dawn and vanished before most people were fully awake. These workers performed essential functions, but the functions were designed to be imperceptible, the labour to leave no trace. Similar patterns characterise much contemporary service and care work, where the ideal employee is one who meets needs without being noticed doing so. The emotional labour that many Victorian professions required anticipates concepts that would not be named until much later. The lady's companion who suppressed her own feelings to attend to her employer's moods was performing emotional labour. The herb seller who listened sympathetically to customers' complaints was performing emotional labour. The organ grinder who maintained a cheerful demeanour regardless of his actual mood was performing emotional labour. This dimension of work, the management of one's own emotions to produce desired responses in others, is now recognised as a significant component of many jobs, but it was present long before anyone thought to analyse it. The relationship between work and identity that contemporary culture emphasises was present in Victorian times as well, though in different forms. The hat blocker's identity was shaped by his trade. His skills, his social position, his daily routine all flowed from his occupation. The mangle woman's identity was similarly structured. Her work determined where she lived, whom she knew, how she spent her hours. This identification of self with work remains powerful today, as evidenced by the prominence of occupational titles in how people introduce themselves and the distress that accompanies job loss. We are to a significant degree what we do for a living, and this was as true in Victorian Britain as it is now. The global connections that shaped Victorian work, Italian organ grinders, South African ostrich feathers, South American monkeys, remind us that economic globalization is not new, even if its contemporary forms are unprecedented in scale. The supply chains that brought exotic goods to Victorian Britain anticipated the global supply chains that now connect economies worldwide. The migration networks that brought Italian workers to London streets anticipated the labour migration that characterises contemporary economies. The interdependence of economies across national boundaries was already established when Queen Victoria took the throne, and it has only deepened since. The environmental dimensions of Victorian work, while not prominently featured in contemporary accounts, deserve consideration. The gas that fueled street lamps was produced from coal, contributing to the atmospheric pollution that made London famously foggy. The industrial processes that produced felt for hats, feathers for dusters, and countless other goods created waste that was disposed of with little thought for environmental consequences. The workers themselves were exposed to environmental hazards, smoke, chemicals, organic materials in various states of decay that affected their health and shortened their lives. These environmental costs were not accounted for in Victorian economics, any more than many environmental costs are fully accounted for in contemporary economics. The question of what work is worth is raised implicitly by every profession we've examined. The lady's companion was worth whatever her employer chose to pay her, which was often not much. The lamplighter was worth whatever the gas company or municipality budgeted for his services. The herb seller was worth whatever customers would pay for her remedies. These market valuations reflected supply and demand, but they didn't necessarily reflect the actual importance of the work to those who benefited from it. The philosophical question of what labour is really worth and whether market prices are adequate measures of worth remains unresolved today, as debates about minimum wages, executive compensation, and the valuation of care work demonstrate. The humour that we've threaded through these accounts of Victorian work serves a particular purpose. Laughing at historical absurdity, the phrenologist reading skulls, the knocker-up shooting peas at windows, is a way of maintaining appropriate distance from experiences that might otherwise seem merely sad or oppressive. But it's important that the humour be gentle, that it find the strangeness funny without finding the workers laughable. These were real people facing real challenges, and their solutions, however strange they seem to us, were the best they could manage with the resources available to them. The humour acknowledges the gap between their world and ours without mocking the people who bridged that gap as best they could. The oral traditions that transmitted much of Victorian working knowledge have been largely lost. The herb seller's remedies, the organ grinder's territorial arrangements, the mangle woman's techniques, all of these were passed from person to person without being written down, and most of that knowledge disappeared when the last practitioners died. We know that such knowledge existed, but we cannot fully recover it. This loss is part of the larger loss of tacit knowledge that accompanies every generational transition, as things that everyone knew cease to be known by anyone. The documentation that modern technologies make possible may reduce such losses in the future, but it cannot recover what has already been lost. The dreams of Victorian workers, their hopes for themselves and their children, their visions of better futures, their imaginations of lives different from the ones they were living, are largely inaccessible to us. We know what they did, but we rarely know what they wanted, what they aspired to, what they dreamed about during the hours when sleep finally came. The mangle woman turning her great rollers may have dreamed of a life without such labour. The lamplighter walking his rounds may have dreamed of warm firesides and endless rest. The organ grinder cranking his instrument may have dreamed of music that didn't require his constant effort. These dreams are lost to us, but we can imagine them, projecting our own longings backward onto people who almost certainly had longings of their own. As the final paragraphs of our journey approach, let us acknowledge what we cannot know as well as what we have learned. The lived experience of Victorian work, the daily textures of these professions, the relationships among workers, the emotional landscapes of labour and rest, remains beyond our reach. We have reconstructed what we can from fragmentary evidence, but the reconstruction is necessarily incomplete. The Victorian workers we've met tonight are partly historical figures and partly imaginative creations, composite portraits drawn from scattered sources. This is how history works. We do the best we can with what remains, knowing that much has been lost forever. The silence that will fall when this recording ends mirrors the silence that fell on Victorian streets when the day's work was done. The organ grinder stopped playing, the hawkers stopped calling, the machinery fell still. In that silence, workers rested, ate, spent time with families, prepared for the next day's labours. That silence was precious, a temporary respite from the demands of work, a space for human connection and recovery. We honour that silence now, as we prepare to fall silent ourselves, letting the stories we've told settle into the quiet that follows. The workers of Victorian Britain carried their world on their shoulders, quite literally in many cases. They carried organs and baskets, poles and tools, burdens of various kinds that represented their means of making a living. They carried also the intangible burdens of their society, the class expectations, the gender restrictions, the economic pressures that shaped their lives. And they carried dreams, hopes, the human capacity for imagining better futures that persists even in difficult circumstances. These burdens have been set down now, the workers have gone to their rest, and we can go to ours. The transformation of work that we've traced, from Victorian strangeness to modern familiarity, will continue beyond our time. The jobs that seem normal to us will seem strange to our descendants, just as Victorian jobs seem strange to us. This is not a failure, but a feature of economic and social progress. The world changes because we change it, and the changes make old arrangements obsolete even as they create new ones. The workers of the future, whatever they do and however they do it, will be heirs to the Victorian workers we've discussed tonight, connected by threads of tradition and necessity that stretch across centuries. And so we come at last to the end, or what passes for an end in histories that never really conclude. The strange professions of Victorian Britain have been recalled, examined, and, we hope, appreciated. The workers who practiced them have been summoned from historical obscurity and given at least a moment in the light of attention. The connections between their world and ours have been traced however imperfectly. What remains is gratitude for their ingenuity, their persistence, their humanity, and rest. Good night once more, dear listeners. May your sleep be peaceful and your dreams be pleasant. May you wake to a world where work is meaningful and fairly compensated, where strange professions can flourish without exploitation, where the ingenuity that characterized Victorian workers continues to find expression in forms that serve human flourishing. And may the Victorian workers we've met tonight rest easy in whatever place historical figures go when we stop thinking about them. Rest easy, knowing that they've been remembered, at least for one night, by people who wanted to understand their strange and fascinating world. Sweet dreams, friends. The gas lamps are out, the mangle is still, the organ is silent. Victorian Britain sleeps, and so should we. Until we meet again.